The Wing and Wing, or Le Feu-Follet ******. The Wing and Wing or Le Feu-Follet, a tale by J. Fenimore Cooper. No, without star or angel for their guide, who worship God shall find him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Preface. It is difficult to say of which there is most in the world, a blind belief in religious dogmas, or a presumptuous and ignorant cavilling on revelation. The impression has gone abroad that France was an example of the last, during the height of her great revolutionary mania, a charge that was scarcely true, as respects the nation, however just it might be in connection with her bolder and more unquiet spirits. Most of the excesses of France, during that momentous period, were to be attributed to the agency of a few, the bulk of the nation having little to do with any part of them, beyond yielding their physical and pecuniary aid to an audacious and mystifying political combination. One of the baneful results, however, of these great errors of the times, was the letting loose of the audacious from all the venerable and healthful restraints of the Church, to set them afloat on the sea of speculation and conceit. There is something so gratifying to human vanity in fancying ourselves superior to most around us, that we believe few young men attain their majority without imbibing more or less of the taint of unbelief, and passing through the mists of a vapid moral atmosphere, before they come to the clear, manly, and yet humble perceptions that teach most of us, in the end, our own insignificance, the great benevolence as well as wisdom of the scheme of redemption, and the philosophy of the Christian religion, as well as its divinity. Perhaps the greatest stumbling block of the young is a disposition not to yield to their belief unless it conforms to their own crude notions of propriety and reason. If the powers of man were equal to analyzing the nature of the deity, to comprehending his being, and power, and motives, there would be some little show of sense in thus setting up the pretense of satisfying our judgments in all things, before we yield our credence to a religious system. But the first step we take brings with it the instructive lesson of our incapacity, and teaches the wholesome lesson of humility. From arrogantly claiming a right to worship a deity we comprehend, we soon come to feel that the impenetrable veil that is cast around the Godhead is an indispensable condition of our faith, reverence, and submission. A being that can be comprehended is not a being to be worshipped. In this book, there is an attempt to set these conflicting tendencies in a full but amicable contrast to each other. We believe there is nothing in the design opposed to probability, and it seems to us that the amiable tenderness of a confiding but just viewing female heart might, under the circumstances, be expected to manifest the mingled weakness and strength that it has here been our aim to portray. We acknowledge a strong paternal feeling in behalf of this book, placing it very high in the estimate of its merits, as compared with other books from the same pen, a species of commendation that need wound no man. Perhaps some knowledge of Italian character is necessary to enjoy the vice-governator, vice-governatore, and the podesta, but we confess they have given us, in reading over these pages for the first time since they were written, quite as much amusement as if they were altogether from an unknown hand. As for the Mediterranean, that unrivaled sea, its pictures always afford us delight. The hue of the water, the delicious and voluptuous calm, the breathings of the storm from the Alps and Apennines, the noble mountain sides basking in the light of the region or shrouded in mists that increase their grandeur, the picturesque craft, the islands, bays, rocks, volcanoes, and the thousand objects of art, contribute to render it the center of all that is delightful and soothing to both the mind and the senses. The reader will recollect the painful history of Caraccioli. We have taken some liberties with his private history, admitting frankly that we have no other authority for them than that which we share in common with all writers of romance. The granddaughter we have given the unfortunate admiral is so much in accordance with Italian practices that no wrong is done to the morale of Naples, whatever may be the extent of the liberty taken with the individual. Nelson seems to have lived and died under the influence of the unprincipled woman who then governed him with the arts of a siren. His nature was noble, and his moral impressions, even, were not bad, but his simple and confiding nature was not equal to contending with one as practiced in profligacy as the woman into whose arms he was thrown, at a most evil moment for his reputation. There is nothing more repugnant to the general sense of rights, than the prostitution of public justice to the purposes of private vengeance. Such would seem to have been the reason of the very general odium attached to the execution of Admiral Prince Caraccioli, who was the victim of circumstances, rather than the promoter of treason. The whole transaction makes a melancholy episode in the history of modern Europe. We have made such use of it as is permitted to fiction, neither neglecting the leading and known facts of the event, nor adhering to the minute circumstances more closely than the connection of our tale demanded. Wing and Wing. Chapter I filled with the face of heaven, which from afar comes down upon the waters, all its hues, from the rich sunset to the rising star, their magical variety diffuse, and now they change, a paler shadow strews its mantle o'er the mountains, parting day dies like the dolphin, whom each pang imbues with a new color as it gasps away, the last still loveliest, till tea's gone and all is grey. Childe Harold. The charms of the Tyrrhenian Sea have been sung since the days of Homer. That the Mediterranean generally, and its beautiful boundaries of Alps and Apennines, with its deeply indented and irregular shores, forms the most delightful region of the known earth, in all that relates to climate, productions, and physical formation, will be readily enough conceded by the traveler. The countries that border on this midland water, with their promontories buttressing a mimic ocean, their mountain sides teeming with the picturesque of human life, their heights crowned with watchtowers, their rocky shelves consecrated by hermitages, and their unrivaled sheet dotted with sails, rigged, as it might be, expressly to produce effect in a picture, form a sort of world apart, that is replete with charms which not only fascinate the beholder, but which linger in the memories of the absent like visions of a glorious past. Our present business is with this fragment of a creation that is so eminently beautiful, even in its worst aspects, but which is so often marred by the passions of man, in its best. While all admit how much nature has done for the Mediterranean, none will deny that, until quite recently, it has been the scene of more ruthless violence, and of deeper personal wrongs, perhaps, than any other portion of the globe. With different races, more widely separated by destinies than even by origin, habits, and religion, occupying its northern and southern shores, the outwork, as it might be, of Christianity and Mohammedanism, and of an antiquity that defies history, the bosom of this blue expanse has mirrored more violence, has witnessed more scenes of slaughter, and heard more shouts of victory, between the days of Agamemnon and Nelson, than all the rest of the dominions of Neptune together. Nature and the passions have united to render it like the human countenance, which conceals by its smiles and godlike expression the furnace that so often glows within the heart, and the volcano that consumes our happiness. For centuries, the Turk and the Moor rendered it unsafe for the European to navigate these smiling coasts, and when the barbarian's power temporarily ceased, it was merely to give place to the struggles of those who drove him from the arena. The circumstances which rendered the period that occurred between the years 1790 and 1815 the most eventful of modern times are familiar to all, though the incidents which checkered that memorable quarter of a century have already passed into history. All the elements of strife that then agitated the world appear now to have subsided as completely as if they owed their existence to a remote age, and living men recall the events of their youth as they regard the recorded incidents of other centuries. Then, each month brought its defeat or its victory, its account of a government overturned, or of a province conquered. The world was agitated like men in a tumult. On that epoch the timid look back with wonder, the young with doubt, and the restless with envy. The years 1798 and 1799 were two of the most memorable of this ever-memorable period, and to that stirring and teeming season we must carry the mind of the reader in order to place it in the midst of the scenes it is our object to portray. Toward the close of a fine day in the month of August, a light, fairy-like craft was fanning her way before a gentle westerly air into what is called the Canal of Piombino, steering easterly. The rigs of the Mediterranean are proverbial for their picturesque beauty and quaintness, embracing the xebec, the felucca, the polacca, and the bombarda, or ketch, all unknown, or nearly so, to our own seas, and occasionally the lugger. The latter, a species of craft, however, much less common in the waters of Italy than in the Bay of Biscay and the British Channel, was the construction of the vessel in question, a circumstance that the mariners who eyed her from the shores of Elba deemed indicative of mischief. A three-mast lugger, that spread a wide breadth of canvas, with a low, dark hull, relieved by a single and almost imperceptible line of red beneath her channels, and a waist so deep that nothing was visible above it but the hat of some mariner taller than common, was considered a suspicious vessel, and not even a fisherman would have ventured out within reach of a shot, so long as her character was unknown. Privateers, or corsairs, as it was the fashion to term them, and the name, with even its English signification, was often merited by their acts, not unfrequently glided down that coast, and it was sometimes dangerous for those who belonged to friendly nations to meet them, in moments when the plunder that a relic of barbarism still legalizes had failed. The lugger was actually of about 180 tons at measurement, but her dark paint and low hull gave her an appearance of being much smaller than she really was. Still, the spread of her canvas, as she came down before the wind, wing and wing, as seamen term it, or with a sail fanning like the heavy pinions of a sea-fowl, on each side, betrayed her pursuits, and, as has been intimated, the mariners on the shore who watched her movements shook their heads in distrust as they communed among themselves, in very indifferent Italian, concerning her destination and object. This observation, with its accompanying discourse, occurred on the rocky bluff above the town of Porto Ferrajo, in the island of Elba, a spot that has since become so renowned as the capital of the mimic dominion of Napoleon. Indeed, the very dwelling which was subsequently used by the fallen emperor as a palace stood within 100 yards of the speakers, looking out toward the entrance of the canal, and the mountains of Tuscany, or rather of the little principality of Piombino, the system of merging the smaller in the larger states of Europe not having yet been brought into extensive operation. This house, a building of the size of a better sort of country residence of our own, was then, as now, occupied by the Florentine governor of the Tuscan portion of the island. It stands on the extremity of a low rocky promontory that forms the western ramparts of the deep, extensive bay, on the side of which, ensconced behind a very convenient curvature of the rocks, which here incline westward in the form of a hook, lies the small port, completely concealed from the sea, as if in dread of visits like those which might be expected from craft resembling the suspicious stranger. This little port, not as large in itself as a modern dock in places like London or Liverpool, was sufficiently protected against any probable dangers, by suitable batteries, and as for the elements, a vessel laid upon a shelf in a closet would be scarcely more secure. In this domestic little basin, which, with the exception of a narrow entrance, was completely surrounded by buildings, lay a few feluccas, that traded between the island and the adjacent main, and a solitary Austrian ship, which had come from the head of the Adriatic in quest of iron. At the moment of which we are writing, however, but a dozen living beings were visible in or about all these craft. The intelligence that a strange lugger, resembling the one described, was in the offing, and had drawn nearly all the mariners ashore, and most of the habitués of the port had followed them up the broad steps of the crooked streets which led to the heights behind the town, or to the rocky elevation that overlooks the sea from northeast to west. The approach of the lugger produced some such effect on the mariners of this unsophisticated and little frequented port, as that of the hawk is known to excite among the timid tenants of the barnyard. The rig of the stranger had been noted 2 hours before by 1 or 2 old coasters, who habitually passed their idle moments on the heights, examining the signs of the weather, and indulging in gossip, and their conjectures had drawn to the Porto Ferrajo Mall some 20 men, who fancied themselves, or who actually were, cognoscenti in matters of the sea. When, however, the low, long, dark hull, which upheld such wide sheets of canvas, became fairly visible, the omens thickened, rumors spread, and hundreds collected on the spot, which, in Manhattanese parlance, would probably have been called a battery. Nor would the name have been altogether inappropriate, as a small battery was established there, and that, too, in a position which would easily throw a shot 2/3 of a league into the offing, or about the distance that the stranger was now from the shore. Tommaso Tunti was the oldest mariner of Elba, and luckily, being a sober, and usually a discreet man, he was the oracle of the island in most things that related to the sea. As each citizen, wine dealer, grocer, innkeeper, or worker in iron, came up on the height, he incontinently inquired for Tunti, or Masso, as he was generally called, and getting the bearings and distance of the grey-headed old seaman, he invariably made his way to his side, until a group of some 200 men, women, and children had clustered near the person of the pilot, as the faithful gather about a favorite expounder of the law, in moments of religious excitement. It was worthy of remark, too, with how much consideration this little crowd of gentle Italians treated their aged seaman, on this occasion, none bawling out their questions, and all using the greatest care not to get in front of his person, lest they might intercept his means of observation. 5 or 6 old sailors, like himself, were close at his side. These, it is true, did not hesitate to speak as became their experience. But Tunti had obtained no small part of his reputation by exercising great moderation in delivering his oracles, and perhaps by seeming to know more than he actually revealed. He was reserved, therefore, and while his brethren of the sea ventured on sundry conflicting opinions concerning the character of the stranger, and 100 idle conjectures had flown from mouth to mouth, among the landsmen and females, not a syllable that could commit the old man escaped his lips. He let the others talk at will. As for himself, it suited his habits, and possibly his doubts, to maintain a grave and portentous silence. We have spoken of females. As a matter of course, an event like this, in a town of some 3,000 or 4,000 souls, would be likely to draw a due proportion of the gentler sex to the heights. Most of them contrived to get as near as possible to the aged seaman, in order to obtain the first intelligence, that it might be the sooner circulated. But it would seem that among the younger of these there was also a sort of oracle of their own, about whose person gathered a dozen of the prettiest girls, either anxious to hear what guitar might have to say in the premises, or, perhaps, influenced by the pride and modesty of their sex and condition, which taught them to maintain a little more reserve than was necessary to the less refined portion of their companions. In speaking of condition, however, the words must be understood with an exceedingly limited meaning. Porto Ferrajo had but 2 classes of society, the tradespeople and the laborers, although there were, perhaps, a dozen exceptions in the persons of a few humble functionaries of the government, an avvocato, a medico, and a few priests. The governor of the island was a Tuscan of rank, but he seldom honored the place with his presence, and his deputy was a professional man, a native of the town, whose original position was too well known to allow him to give himself airs on the spot where he was born. Guitar's companions, then, were daughters of shopkeepers, and persons of that class who, having been taught to read, and occasionally going to Leghorn, besides being admitted by the deputy to the presence of his housekeeper, had got to regard themselves as a little elevated above the more vulgar curiosity of the less cultivated girls of the port. Guitar herself, however, owed her ascendancy to her qualities, rather than to the adventitious advantage of being a grocer's or an innkeeper's daughter, her origin being unknown to most of those around her, as indeed was her family name. She had been landed 6 weeks before, and left by one who passed for her father, at the inn of Christopher or Dovey, as a boarder, and had acquired all her influence, as so many reach notoriety in our own simple society, by the distinction of having travelled, aided, somewhat, by her strong sense, great decision of character, perfect modesty and propriety of deportment, with a form which was singularly graceful and feminine, and a face that, while it could scarcely be called beautiful, was in the highest degree winning and attractive. No one thought of asking her family name, and she never appeared to deem it necessary to mention it. Guitar was sufficient, it was familiar to every one, and, although there were 2 or 3 others of the same appellation in Porto Ferrajo, this, by common consent, got to be the Guitar, within a week after she had landed. Guitar, it was known, had travelled, for she had publicly reached Elba in a felucca, coming, as was said, from the Neapolitan states. If this were true, she was probably the only person of her sex in the town who had ever seen Vesuvius, or planted her eyes on the wonders of a part of Italy that has a reputation second only to that of Rome. Of course, if any girl in Porto Ferrajo could imagine the character of the stranger, it must be Guitar, and it was on this supposition that she had unwittingly, and, if the truth must be owned, unwillingly, collected around her a clientele of at least a dozen girls of her own age, and apparently of her own class. The latter, however, felt no necessity for the reserve maintained by the curious who pressed near Masso, for, while they respected their guest and friend, and would rather listen to her surmises than to those of any other person, they had such a prompting desire to hear their own voices that not a minute escaped without a question, or a conjecture, both volubly and quite audibly expressed. The interjections, too, were somewhat numerous, as the guesses were crude and absurd. One said it was a vessel with dispatches from Livorno, possibly with His Excellenza on board, but she was reminded that Leghorn lay to the north, and not to the west. Another thought it was a cargo of priests, going from Corsica to Rome, but she was told that priests were not in sufficient favor just then in France, to get a vessel so obviously superior to the ordinary craft of the Mediterranean, to carry them about. While a third, more imaginative than either, ventured to doubt whether it was a vessel at all, deceptive appearances of this sort not being of rare occurrence, and usually taking the aspect of something out of the ordinary way. Sigh, said Anina, but that would be a miracle, Maria, and why should we have a miracle, now that Lent and most of the holidays are past? I believe it is a real vessel. The others laughed, and, after a good deal of eager chattering on the subject, it was quite generally admitted that the stranger was a bona fide craft, of some species or another, though all agreed she was not a felucca, a bombarda, or a sparanera. All this time Guitar was thoughtful and silent, quite as much so, indeed, as Tommaso himself, though from a very different motive. Notwithstanding all the gossip, and the many ludicrous opinions of her companions, her eyes scarcely turned an instant from the lugger, on which they seemed to be riveted by a sort of fascination. Had there been one there sufficiently unoccupied to observe this interesting girl, he might have been struck with the varying expression of a countenance that was teeming with sensibility, and which too often reflected the passing emotions of its mistress's mind. Now an expression of anxiety, and even of alarm, would have been detected by such an observer, if acute enough to separate these emotions, in the liveliness of sentiment, from the more vulgar feelings of her companions, and now, something like gleamings of delight and happiness flashed across her eloquent countenance. The color came and went often, and there was an instant, during which the lugger varied her course, hauling to the wind, and then falling off again, like a dolphin at its sports, when the radiance of the pleasure that glowed about her soft blue eyes rendered the girl perfectly beautiful. But none of these passing expressions were noticed by the garrulous group around the stranger female, who was left very much to the indulgence of the impulses that gave them birth, unquestioned, and altogether unsuspected. Although the cluster of girls had, with feminine sensitiveness, gathered a little apart from the general crowd, there were but a few yards between the spot where it stood and that occupied by Maso, so that, when the latter spoke, an attentive listener among the former might hear his words. This was an office that Tunti did not choose to undertake, however, until he was questioned by the podesta, Vito Viti, who now appeared on the hill in person, puffing like a whale that rises to breathe, from the vigor of his ascent. "What dost thou make of her, good Maso?" demanded the magistrate, after he had examined the stranger himself some time in silence, feeling authorized, in virtue of his office, to question whom he pleased. "Signor, it is a lugger," was the brief, and certainly the accurate reply. "Aye, a lugger, we all understand that, neighbor Tunti, but what sort of a lugger? There are felucca luggers, and polacca luggers, and bombarda luggers, and all sorts of luggers. Which sort of lugger is this?" "Signor Podesta, this is not the language of the port. We call a felucca, a bombarda, a polacca, and a lugger. This is therefore a lugger." Maso spoke authoritatively, for he felt that he was now not out of his depth, and it was grateful to him to let the public know how much better he understood all these matters than a magistrate. On the other hand, the podesta was nettled, and disappointed into the bargain, for he really imagined he was drawing nice distinctions, much as it was his wont to do in legal proceedings, and it was his ambition to be thought to know something of everything. Well, Tunti answered Signor Viti, in a protecting manner, and with an affable smile, as this is not an affair that is likely to go to the higher courts at Florence, your explanations may be taken as sufficient, and I have no wish to disturb them. A lugger is a lugger. Sigh, Signor, that is just what we say in the port. A lugger is a lugger. And yonder strange craft, you maintain, and at need are ready to swear, is a lugger. Now Maso, seeing no necessity for any oath in the affair, and being always somewhat conscientious in such matters, whenever the custom-house officers did not hold the book, was a little startled at this suggestion, and he took another and a long look at the stranger before he answered. Sigh, Signor, he replied, after satisfying his mind once more, through his eyes, I will swear that the stranger yonder is a lugger. And canst thou add, honest Tunti, of what nation? The nation is of as much moment in these troubled times, as the rig. You say truly, Signor Podesta, for if an Algerine, or a Moor, or even a Frenchman, he will be an unwelcome visitor in the Canal of Elba. There are many different signs about him, that sometimes make me think he belongs to one people, and then to another, and I crave your pardon if I ask a little leisure to let him draw nearer, before I give a positive opinion. As this request was reasonable, no objection was raised. The Podesta turned aside, and observing Guitar, who had visited his niece, and of whose intelligence he entertained a favorable opinion, he drew nearer to the girl, determined to lose a moment in dignified trifling. Honest Maso, poor fellow, is sadly puzzled, he observed, smiling benevolently, as if in pity for the pilot's embarrassment. He wishes to persuade us that the strange craft yonder is a lugger, though he cannot himself say to what country she belongs. It is a lugger, Signor, returned the girl, drawing a long breath, as if relieved by hearing the sound of her own voice. How dost thou pretend to be so skilled in vessels as to distinguish these particulars at the distance of a league? I do not think it a league, Signor, not more than half a league, and the distance lessens fast, though the wind is so light. As for knowing a lugger from a felucca, it is as easy as to know a house from a church, or one of the reverend padre, in the streets, from a mariner. So I would have told Maso on the spot, had the obstinate old fellow been inclined to hear me. The distance is just about what you say, and nothing is easier than to see that the stranger is a lugger. As to the nation, that may not be so easily told, Signor, unless the vessel show us her nag. By San Antonio. Thou art right, child, and it is fitting she should show us her flag. Nothing has a right to approach so near the port of His Imperial and Royal Highness, that does not show its flag, thereby declaring its honest purpose and its nation. My friends, are the guns in the battery loaded as usual? The answer being in the affirmative, there was a hurried consultation among some of the principal men in the crowd, and then the Podesta walked toward the government house with an important air. In 5 minutes, soldiers were seen in the batteries, and preparations were made for leveling an 18-pounder in the direction of the stranger. Most of the females turned aside, and stopped their ears, the battery being within 100 yards of the spot where they stood, but Guitar, with a face that was pale certainly, though with an eye that was steady, and without the least indications of fear, as respected herself, intensely watched every movement. When it was evident the artillerists were about to fire, anxiety induced her to break silence. "They surely will not aim at the lugger," she exclaimed. "That cannot be necessary, Signor Podesta, to make the stranger hoist his flag. Never have I seen that done in the south." "You are unacquainted with our Tuscan bombardiers," Signorina answered the magistrate, with a bland smile, and an exulting gesture. "It is well for Europe that the Grand Duchy is so small, since such troops might prove even more troublesome than the French." Guitar, however, paid no attention to this touch of provincial pride, but, pressing her hands on her heart, she stood like a statue of suspense, while the men in the battery executed their duty. In a minute the match was applied, and the gun was discharged. Though all her companions uttered invocations to the saints, and other exclamations, and some even crouched to the earth in terror, Guitar, the most delicate of any in appearance, and with more real sensibility than all united expressed in her face, stood firm and erect. The flash and the explosion evidently had no effect on her. Not an artillerist among them was less unmoved in frame, at the report, than this slight girl. She even imitated the manner of the soldiers, by turning to watch the flight of the shot, though she clasped her hands as she did so, and appeared to wait the result with trembling. The few seconds of suspense were soon past, when the ball was seen to strike the water fully a quarter of a mile astern of the lugger, and to skip along the placid sea for twice that distance further, when it sank to the bottom by its own gravity. "Santa Maria be praised," murmured the girl, a smile half pleasure, half irony, lighting her face, as unconsciously to herself she spoke. "These Tuscan artillerists are no fatal marksmen." "That was most dexterously done, Bella Guitar," exclaimed the magistrate, removing his 2 hands from his ears. "That was amazingly well aimed. Another such shot as far ahead, with a third fairly between the two, and the stranger will learn to respect the rights of Tuscany. What sayest thou now, honest Maso? Will this lugger tell us her country, or will she further brave our power? If wise, she will hoist her ensign, and yet I see no signs of preparations for such an act." Sure enough the stranger, though quite within effective range of shot from the heights, showed no disposition to gratify the curiosity, or to appease the apprehensions, of those in the town. 2 or 3 of her people were visible in her rigging, but even these did not hasten their work, or in any manner seemed arranged at the salutation they had just received. After a few minutes, however, the lugger jibed her mainsail, and then hauled up a little, so as to look more toward the headland, as if disposed to steer for the bay, by doubling the promontory. This movement caused the artillerists to suspend their own, and the lugger had fairly come within a mile of the cliffs, ere she lazily turned aside again, and shaped her course once more in the direction of the entrance of the canal. This drew another shot, which effectually justified the magistrate's eulogy, for it certainly flew as much ahead of the stranger as the first had flown astern. "There, Signor," cried Guitar eagerly, as she turned to the magistrate, "they are about to hoist their ensign, for now they know your wishes. The soldiers surely will not fire again." "That would be in the teeth of the law of nations, Signorina, and a blot on Tuscan civilization." "Ah! You perceive the artillerists are aware of what you say, and are putting aside their tools." "Cospetto! 'Tis 1,000 pities, too, they couldn't fire the third shot, that you might see it strike the lugger. As yet you have only beheld their preparations." "It is enough, Signor Podesta," returned Guitar, smiling, for she could smile now that she saw the soldiers intended no further mischief. "We have all heard of your Elba gunners, and what I have seen convinces me of what they can do, when there is occasion. Look, Signor! The lugger is about to satisfy our curiosity." Sure enough, the stranger saw fit to comply with the usages of nations. It has been said, already, that the lugger was coming down before the wind wing and wing, or with a sail expanded to the air on each side of her hull, a disposition of the canvas that gives to the felucca, and to the lugger in particular, the most picturesque of all their graceful attitudes. Unlike the narrow-headed sails that a want of hands has introduced among ourselves, these foreign, we might almost say classical, mariners send forth their long pointed yards aloft, confining the width below by the necessary limits of the sheet, making up for the difference in elevation by the greater breadth of their canvas. The idea of the felucca's sails, in particular, would seem to have been literally taken from the wing of the large sea-fowl, the shape so nearly corresponding that, with the canvas spread in the manner just mentioned, one of those light craft has a very close resemblance to the gull or the hawk, as it poises itself in the air or is sweeping down upon its prey. The lugger has less of the beauty that adorns a picture, perhaps, than the strictly Latin rig, but it approaches so near it as to be always pleasing to the eye, and, in the particular evolution described, is scarcely less attractive. To the seaman, however, it brings with it an air of greater service, being a mode of carrying canvas that will buffet with the heaviest gales or the roughest seas, while it appears so pleasant to the eye in the blandest airs and smoothest water. The lugger that was now beneath the heights of Elba had 3 masts, though sails were spread only on the 2 that were forward. The 3rd mast was stepped on the taffrail. It was small, and carried a little sail, that, in English, is termed a jigger, its principal use being to press the bows of the craft up to the wind, when close hauled, and render her what is termed weatherly. On the present occasion, there could scarcely be said to be anything deserving the name of wind, though Guitar felt her cheek, which was warmed with the rich blood of her country, fanned by an air so gentle that occasionally it blew aside tresses that seemed to vie with the floss silk of her native land. Had the natural ringlets been less light, however, so gentle a respiration of the sea air could scarcely have disturbed them. But the lugger had her lightest duck spread reserving the heavier canvas for the storms, and it opened like the folds of a balloon, even before these gentle impulses, occasionally collapsing, it is true, as the ground swell swung the yards to and fro, but, on the whole, standing out and receiving the air as if guided more by volition than any mechanical power. The effect on the hull was almost magical, for, notwithstanding the nearly imperceptible force of the propelling power, owing to the lightness and exquisite mold of the craft, it served to urge her through the water at the rate of some 3 or 4 knots in the hour, or quite as fast as an ordinarily active man is apt to walk. Her motion was nearly unobservable to all on board, and might rather be termed gliding than sailing, the ripple under her cutwater not much exceeding that which is made by the finger as it is moved swiftly through the element. Still the slightest variation of the helm changed her course, and this so easily and gracefully as to render her deviations and inclinations like those of the duck. In her present situation, too, the jigger, which was brailed, and hung festooned from its light yard, ready for use, should occasion suddenly demand it, added singularly to the smart air which everything wore about this craft, giving her, in the seaman's eyes, that particularly knowing and suspicious look which had awakened Masso's distrust. The preparations to show the ensign, which caught the quick and understanding glance of Guittard, and which had not escaped even the duller vision of the artillerists, were made at the outer end of this jigger yard. A boy appeared on the taffrail, and he was evidently clearing the ensign halyards for that purpose. In half a minute, however, he disappeared. Then a flag rose steadily, and by a continued pull, to its station. At first the bunting hung suspended in a line, so as to evade all examination, but, as if everything on board this light craft were on a scale as airy and buoyant as herself, the folds soon expanded, showing a white field, traversed at right angles with a red cross, and having a union of the same tint in its upper and inner corner. "Inglese!" exclaimed Masso, infinitely aided in this conjecture by the sight of the stranger's ensign sigh. "Signor, it is an Englishman. I thought so, from the first, but as the lugger is not a common rig for vessels of that nation, I did not like to risk anything by saying it." "Well, honest Tommaso, it is a happiness to have a mariner as skillful as yourself, in these troublesome times, at one's elbow. I do not know how else we should ever have found out the stranger's country. An Inglese. Corpo di Bacco. Who would have thought that a nation so maritime, and which lies so far off, would send so small a craft this vast distance? Why, Guittard, it is a voyage from Elba to Livorno, and yet, I dare say England is 20 times further." "Signor, I know little of England, but I have heard that it lies beyond our own sea. This is the flag of the country, however, for that have I often beheld. Many ships of that nation come upon the coast, further south. Yes, it is a great country for mariners, though they tell me it has neither wine nor oil. They are allies of the Emperor, too, and deadly enemies of the French, who have done so much harm in Upper Italy. That is something, Guittard, and every Italian should honor the flag. I fear the stranger does not intend to enter our harbor." "He steers as if he did not, certainly, Signor Podesta," said Guittard, sighing so gently that the respiration was audible only to herself. "Perhaps he is in search of some of the French, of which they say so many were seen, last year, going east. "Aye, that was truly an enterprise," answered the magistrate, gesticulating on a large scale, and opening his eyes by way of accompaniments. General Bonaparte, he who had been playing the devil in the Milanese and the States of the Pope, for the last 2 years, sailed, they sent us word, with 200 or 300 ships, the saints at first knew whither. Some said, it was to destroy the Holy Sepulchre, some to overturn the Grand Turk, and some thought to seize the islands. There was a craft in here, the same week, which said he had got possession of the island of Malta, in which case we might look out for trouble in Elba. I had my suspicions, from the first. All this I heard at the time, Signor, and my uncle probably could tell you more how we all felt at the tidings. Well, that is all over now, and the French are in Egypt. Your uncle, Guitar, has gone upon the Main, I hear. This was said inquiringly, and it was intended to be said carelessly, but the Podesta could not prevent a glance of suspicion from accompanying the question. Signor, I believe he has, but I know little of his affairs. The time has come, however, when I ought to expect him. See, Excellenza, a title that never failed to mollify the magistrate, and turn his attention from others entirely to himself. The lugger really appears disposed to look into your bay, if not actually to enter it. This sufficed to change the discourse. Nor was it said altogether without reason. The lugger, which by this time had passed the western promontory, actually appearing disposed to do as Guitar conjectured. She jibed her mainsail, brought both sheets of canvas on her larboard side, and luffed a little, so as to cause her head to look toward the opposite side of the bay, instead of standing on, as before, in the direction of the canal. This change in the lugger's course produced a general movement in the crowd, which began to quit the heights, hastening to descend the terraced streets, in order to reach the haven. Masso and the Podesta led the van, in this descent, and the girls, with Guitar in their midst, followed with equal curiosity, but with eager steps. By the time the throng was assembled on the quays, in the streets, on the decks of feluccas, or at other points that commanded the view, the stranger was seen gliding past, in the center of the wide and deep bay, with his jigger hauled out, and his sheets aft, looking up nearly into the wind's eye, if that could be called wind, which was still little more than the sighing of the classical zephyr. His motion was necessarily slow, but it continued light, easy, and graceful. After passing the entrance of the port a mile or more, he tacked and looked up toward the haven. By this time, however, he had got so near into the western cliffs, that their lee deprived him of all air, and, after keeping his canvas open half an hour in the little roads, it was all suddenly drawn to the yards, and the lugger anchored. Chapter 2. His stock, a few French phrases, got by heart, with much to learn, but nothing to impart. The youth, obedient to his sire's commands, sets off a wanderer into foreign lands. Cowper. It was now nearly dark, and the crowd, having satisfied its idle curiosity, began slowly to disperse. The Signor Viti remained till the last, conceiving it to be his duty to be on the alert in such troubled times, but, with all his bustling activity, it escaped his vigilance and means of observation to detect the circumstance that the stranger, while he steered into the bay with so much confidence, had contrived to bring up at a point where not a single gun from the batteries could be brought to bear on him, while his own shot, had he been disposed to hostilities, would have completely raked the little haven. But Vito Viti, though so enthusiastic an admirer of the art, was no gunner himself, and little liked to dwell on the effect of shot, except as it applied to others, and not at all to himself. Of all the suspicious, apprehensive, and curious, who had been collected in and about the port, since it was known the lugger intended to come into the bay, Guitar and Masso alone remained on watch, after the vessel was anchored. A loud hail had been given by those entrusted with the execution of the quarantine laws, the great physical bugbear and moral mystification of the Mediterranean, and the questions put had been answered in a way to satisfy all scruples for the moment. The "From whence came ye?" asked, however, in an Italian idiom, had been answered by Ingilterra, touching at Lisbon and Gibraltar all regions beyond distrust, as to the plague, and all happening, at that moment, to give clean bills of health. But the name of the craft herself had been given in a way to puzzle all the proficients in Saxon English that Porto Ferrajo could produce. It had been distinctly enough pronounced by some one on board, and, at the request of the quarantine department, had been 3 times slowly repeated, very much after the following form, viz. Cum giamate il vostro bastimento. The wing and wing. Come. The wing and wing. A long pause, during which the officials put their heads together, first to compare the sounds of each with those of his companion's ears, and then to inquire of one who professed to understand English, but whose knowledge was such as is generally met with in a linguist of a little frequented port, the meaning of the term. "Ving why ving," growled this functionary, not a little puzzled what the devil sort of name is that. "Ask them again." "Cum si giamar la vostra barca, Signori Inglesi," repeated he who hailed. "Diable," growled one back, in French, "she is called Zeddy Wing and Wing Ayla," giving a very literal translation of the name, in Italian. Ayla," repeated they of the quarantine, first looking at each other in surprise, and then laughing, though in a perplexed and doubtful manner, "Ving why ving." This passed just as the lugger anchored and the crowd had begun to disperse. It caused some merriment, and it was soon spread in the little town that a craft had just arrived from Ingilterra, whose name, in the dialect of that island, was Ving why ving, which meant Ayla in Italian, a cognomen that struck the listeners as sufficiently absurd. In confirmation of the fact, however, the lugger hoisted a small square flag at the end of her main yard, on which were painted, or wrought, 2 large wings, as they are sometimes delineated in heraldry, with the beak of a galley between them, giving the whole conceit something very like the appearance that the human imagination has assigned to those heavenly beings, cherubs. This emblem seemed to satisfy the minds of the observers, who were too much accustomed to the images of art, not to obtain some tolerably distinct notions, in the end, of what Ayla meant. but Maso, as has been said, remained after the rest had departed to their homes and their suppers, as did Guitar. The pilot, for such was Tunti's usual appellation, in consequence of his familiarity with the coast, and his being principally employed to direct the navigation of the different craft in which he served, kept his station on board a felucca to which he belonged, watching the movements of the lugger, while the girl had taken her stand on the quay, in a position that better became her sex, since it removed her from immediate contact with the rough spirits of the port, while it enabled her to see what occurred about the wing and wing. More than half an hour elapsed, however, before there were any signs of an intention to land, but, by the time it was dark, a boat was ready, and it was seen making its way to the common stairs, where one or two of the regular officials were ready to receive it. It is unnecessary to dwell on the forms of the pratique officers. These troublesome persons had their lanterns, and were vigilant in examining papers, as is customary, but it would seem the mariner in the boat had everything en règle, for he was soon suffered to land. At this instant, Guitar passed near the group, and took a close and keen survey of the stranger's form and face, her own person being so enveloped in a mantle as to render a recognition of it difficult, if not impossible. The girl seemed satisfied with this scrutiny, for she immediately disappeared. Not so with Maso, who by this time had hurried round from the felucca, and was at the stairs in season to say a word to the stranger. "Signor," said the pilot, "His Excellenza, the Podesta, has bidden me say to you that he expects the honor of your company at his house, which stands so near us, hard by here, in the principal street, as will make it only a pleasure to go there. I know he would be disappointed, if he failed of the happiness of seeing you." "His Excellenza is a man not to be disappointed," returned the stranger, in very good Italian, "and 5 minutes shall prove to him how eager I am to salute him." Then turning to the crew of his boat, he ordered them to return on board the lugger, and not to fail to look out for the signal by which he might call them ashore. Maso, as he led the way to the dwelling of Vito Viti, would fain ask a few questions, in the hope of appeasing certain doubts that beset him. "Since when, Signor Capitano," he inquired, "have you English taken to sailing luggers? It is a novel rig for one of your craft." "Corpo di Bacco," answered the other, laughing, "friend of mine, if you can tell the precise day when brandy and laces were first smuggled from France into my country, I will answer your question." "I think you have never navigated as far north as the Bay of Biscay and our English Channel, or you would know that a Guernsey man is better acquainted with the rig of a lugger than with that of a ship." "Guernsey is a country I never heard of," answered Maso simply. "Is it like Holland or more like Lisbon?" "Very little of either. Guernsey is a country that was once French, and where many of the people still speak the French language, but of which the English have been masters this many an age. It is an island subject to King George, but which is still half Gallic in names and usages. This is the reason why we like the lugger better than the cutter, which is a more English rig." Maso was silent, for, if true, the answer at once removed many misgivings. He had seen so much about the strange craft which struck him as French, that doubts of her character obtruded, but if her captain's account could only be substantiated, there was an end of distrust. What could be more natural than the circumstance that a vessel fitted out in an island of French origin should betray some of the peculiarities of the people who built her? The Podesta was at home, in expectation of this visit, and Masso was first admitted to a private conference, leaving the stranger in an outer room. During this brief conference, the pilot communicated all he had to say, both his suspicions and the seeming solution of the difficulties, and then he took his leave, after receiving the boon of a pall. Vito-Viti now joined his guest, but it was so dark, lights not having yet been introduced, that neither could distinguish the other's countenance. "Signor Capitano," observed the magistrate, "the deputy governor is at his residence, on the hill, and he will expect me to do him the favor to bring you thither, that he may do you the honors of the port." This was said so civilly, and was, in itself, both so reasonable and so much in conformity with usage, that the other had not a word to say against it. Together, then, they left the house, and proceeded toward the government dwelling, a building which has since become celebrated as having been the residence of a soldier who came so near subjugating Europe. Vito-Viti was a short, pursy man, and he took his time to ascend the stairs resembling street, but his companions stepped from terrace to terrace with an ease and activity that, of themselves, would have declared him to be young, had not this been made apparent by his general bearing and his mien, as seen through the obscurity. Andrea Barofaldi, the vice-governor, was a very different sort of person from his friend the Podesta. Although little more acquainted with the world, by practice, the vice-governor was deeply read in books, owing his situation, in short, to the circumstance of his having written several clever works, of no great reputation, certainly, for genius, but which were useful in their way, and manifested scholarship. It is very seldom that a man of mere letters is qualified for public life, and yet there is an affectation, in all governments, most especially in those which care little for literature in general, of considering some professions of respect for it necessary to their own characters. Andrea Barofaldi had been inducted into his present office without even the sentimental profession of never having asked for it. The situation had been given to him by the Fossombrone of his day, without a word having been said in the journals of Tuscany of his doubts about accepting it, and everything passed, as things are apt to pass when there are true simplicity and good faith at the bottom, without pretension or comment. He had now been 10 years in office, and had got to be exceedingly expert in discharging all the ordinary functions of his post, which he certainly did with zeal and fidelity. Still, he did not desert his beloved books, and, quite apropos of the matter about to come before him, the Signor Barofaldi had just finished a severe, profound, and extensive course of study in geography. The stranger was left in the antechamber, while Vito-Viti entered an inner room, and had a short communication with his friend, the vice-governor. As soon as this was ended, the former returned, and ushered his companion into the presence of the substitute for the Grand Duke. As this was the sailor's first appearance within the influence of a light sufficiently strong to enable the podesta to examine his person, both he and Andrea Barofaldi turned their eyes on him with lively curiosity, the instant the rays of a strong lamp enabled them to scrutinize his appearance. Neither was disappointed, in one sense, at least. The countenance, figure, and mien of the mariner much more than equaling his expectations. The stranger was a man of 26, who stood 5 feet 10 in his stockings, and whose frame was the very figure of activity, united to a muscle that gave very fair indications of strength. He was attired in an undress naval uniform, which he wore with a smart air, that one who understood these matters, more by means of experience, and less by means of books, than Andrea Barofaldi, would at once have detected did not belong to the manly simplicity of the English wardrobe. Nor were his features in the slightest degree those of one of the islanders, the outline being beautifully classical, more especially about the mouth and chin, while the cheeks were colorless, and the skin swarthy. His eye, too, was black as jet, and his cheek was half covered in whiskers of a hue dark as the raven's wing. His face, as a whole, was singularly beautiful, for handsome is a word not strong enough to express all the character that was conveyed by a conformation that might be supposed to have been copied from some antique medal, more especially when illuminated by a smile that, at times, rendered the whole countenance almost as bewitching as that of a lovely woman. There was nothing effeminate in the appearance of the young stranger, notwithstanding his manly, though sweet voice, well-knit frame, and firm look affording every pledge of resolution and spirit. Both the vice-governor and the podesta were struck with the unusual personal advantages and smart air of the stranger, and each stood looking at him half a minute in silence, after the usual salutations had passed, and before the party were seated. Then, as the three took chairs, on a motion from Signor Barofaldi, the latter opened the discourse. "They tell me that we have the honor to receive into our little haven a vessel of Ingilterra, Signor Capitano," observed the vice-governor, earnestly regarding the other through his spectacles as he spoke, and that, too, in a manner not altogether free from distrust. "Signor Vice-Governor, such is the flag under which I have the honor to serve," returned the mariner. "You are an Inglese, yourself, I trust, Signor Capitano. What name shall I enter in my book, here?" "Yarks Smeet," answered the other, betraying what might have proved two very fatal shibboleths, in the ears of those who were practiced in the finesse of our very unmusical language, by attempting to say Jack Smith. "Yarks Smeet," repeated the vice-governor, "that is, Giacomo, in our Italian." "No, signor," hastily interrupted Captain Smeet, "not Giacomo, but Yarks." Giovanni turned into Yarks by the aid of a little salt water. "Ah, I begin to understand you, signor. You English have this usage in your language, though you have softened the word a little, in mercy to our ears. But we Italians are not afraid of such sounds, and I know the name Giacomo il Capitano. Giacomo, I have long suspected my English master of ignorance, for he was merely one of our Leghorn pilots, who has sailed in a bastimento de guerra of your country. He called your honorable name Smees Senior. He was very wrong, Senior Vice-Governor, answered the other, clearing his throat by a slight effort. We always call our family Smeet. And the name of your lugger, Signor Capitano Smeet, suspending his pen over the paper in expectation of the answer. Zeving and Ving, pronouncing the Ws in a very different way from what they had been sounded in answering the hails. Zeving Wiving, repeated Signor Barofaldi, writing the name in a manner to show it was not the first time he had heard it. Zeving Wiving, that is a poetical appellation, Signor Capitano. May I presume to ask what it signifies? Ala e ala, in your Italian, Mr. Vice-Governor. When a craft like mine has a sail spread on each side, resembling a bird, we say, in English, that she marches. Ving Andrea Barofaldi mused, in silence, near a minute. During this interval, he was thinking of the improbability of any but a bona fide Englishman's dreaming of giving a vessel an appellation so thoroughly idiomatic, and was fast mystifying himself, as so often happens by TOs in any particular branch of knowledge, by his own critical acumen. Then he half whispered a conjecture on the subject to Vito Viti, influenced quite as much by a desire to show his neighbor his own readiness in such matters, as by any other feeling. The podesta was less struck by the distinction than his superior, but, as became one of his limited means, he did not venture an objection. Signor Capitano, resumed Andrea Barofaldi, since when have you English adopted the rig of the lugger? It is an unusual craft for so great a naval nation, they tell me. Bah! I see how it is, Signor Vice-Governor. You suspect me of being a Frenchman, or a Spaniard, or something else than I claim to be. On this head, however, you may set your heart at rest, and put full faith in what I tell you. My name is Captain Jacques Smeet, my vessel is Zeving and Ving, and my service that of the King of England. Is your craft, then, a king's vessel, or does she sail with the commission of a corsair? Do I look like a corsair, Signor? Demanded Le Capitaine Smeet, with an offended air. I have reason to feel myself injured by so unworthy an imputation. Your pardon, Signor Capitano Smees, but our duty is a very delicate one, on this unprotected island, in times as troubled as these in which we live. It has been stated to me, as coming from the most experienced pilot of our haven, that your lugger has not altogether the appearance of a vessel of the Inglese, while she has many that belong to the corsairs of France, and a prudent caution imposes on me the office of making certain of your nation. Once assured of that, it will be the delight of the Elbans to prove how much we honor and esteem our illustrious allies. This is so reasonable, and so much according to what I do myself, when I meet a stranger at sea, cried the captain, stretching forth both arms in a frank and inviting manner, that none but a knave would object to it. Pursue your own course, Signor Vice-Governor, and satisfy all your scruples, in your own manner. How shall this be done? Will you go on board Zeving and Ving, and look for yourself send this honorable magistrate, or shall I show you my commission? Here is the last, altogether at your service, and that of His Imperial Highness, the Grand Duke. I flatter myself with having sufficient knowledge of Ingilterra, Signor Capitano, though it be by means of books, to discover an impostor. Could I believe you capable of appearing in so unworthy a character, and that, too, in a very brief conversation? We bookworms, added Andrea Barofaldi, with a glance of triumph at his neighbor, for he now expected to give the Podesta an illustration of the practical benefits of general learning, a subject that had often been discussed between them. We bookworms can manage these trifles in our own way, and if you will consent to enter into a short dialogue on the subject of England, her habits, language, and laws, this question will be speedily put at rest. You have me at command, and nothing would delight me more than to chat for a few minutes about that little island. It is not large, Signor, and is doubtless of little worth, but, as my country, it is much in my eyes. This is natural. And now, Signor Capitano, added Andrea, glancing at the Podesta, to make sure that he was listening, will you have the goodness to explain to me what sort of a government this Ingilterra possesses, whether monarchy, aristocracy, or democracy? Pest, that is not so easily answered. There is a king, and yet there are powerful lords, and a democracy, too, that sometimes gives trouble enough. Your question might puzzle a philosopher, Signor Vice-Governor. This may be true enough, neighbor Vito Viti, for the constitution of Ingilterra is an instrument of many strings. Your answer convinces me you have thought on the subject of your government, Capitano, and I honor a reflecting man in all situations in life. What is the religion of the country? Corpo di Bacco. That is harder to answer than all the rest. We have as many religions in England as we have people. It is true the law says one thing on this head, but then the men, women, and children say another. Nothing has troubled me more than this same matter of religion. Ah! You sailors do not disquiet your souls with such thoughts, if the truth must be said. Well, we will be indulgent on this subject though, out of doubt, you and all your people are Luterani. Set us down as what you please, answered the captain, with an ironical smile. Our fathers, at any rate, were all good Catholics once. But seamanship and the altar are the best of friends, living quite independent of each other. That I will answer for. It is much the same here, caro Vito Viti, though our mariners do burn so many lamps and offer up so many aves. Your pardon, Signor Vice-Governor, interrupted the Signor Smeet, with a little earnestness, this is the great mistake of your seamen in general. Did they pray less, and look to their duties more, their voyages would be shorter, and the profits more certain. Scandalous, exclaimed the Podesta, in hotter zeal than it was usual for him to betray. Nay, worthy Vito Viti, it is even so, interrupted the deputy, with a wave of the hand that was as authoritative as the concession was liberal, and indicative of a spirit enlightened by study. The fact must be conceded. There is the fable of Hercules and the wagoner to confirm it. Did our men first strive, and then pray, more would be done than by first praying and then striving. And now, Signor Capitano, a word on your language, of which I have some small knowledge, and which, doubtless, you speak like a native. Certainly, answered the captain, with perfect self-composure, changing the form of speech from the Italian to the English with a readiness that proved how strong he felt himself on this point. One cannot fail to speak the tongue of his own mother. This was said without any confusion of manner, and with an accent that might very well mislead a foreigner, and it sounded imposing to the vice-governor, who felt a secret consciousness that he could not have uttered such a sentence to save his own life, without venturing out of his depth. Therefore, he pursued the discourse in Italian. Your language, Signor, observed Andrea Barofaldi, with warmth, is no doubt a very noble one, for the language in which Shakespeare and Milton wrote cannot be else, but you will permit me to say that it has a uniformity of sound, with words of different letters, that I find as unreasonable as it is embarrassing to a foreigner. I have heard such complaints before, answered the captain, not at all sorry to find the examination which had proved so awkward to himself likely to be transferred to a language about which he cared not at all, and have little to say in its defense. But as an example of what you mean, why, Signor, here are several words that I have written on this bit of paper, which sound nearly alike, though, as you perceive, they are quite differently spelled. Bix, backs, box, bucks, and box, continued Andrea, endeavoring to pronounce big bag, bog bug, and box, all of which, it seemed to him, had a very close family resemblance in sound, though certainly spelled with different letters. These are words, Signor, that are enough to drive a foreigner to abandon your tongue in despair. Indeed they are, and I often told the person who taught me the language how. Did you not learn your own tongue as we all get our native forms of speech, by when a child? Demanded the vice-governor, his suspicions suddenly revived. Without question, Signor, but I speak of books, and of learning to read. When Big Bag, Bog Bug, and Box, reading from the paper in a steady voice, and a very tolerable pronunciation, first came before me, I felt all the embarrassment of which you speak. And did you only pronounce these words when first taught to read them? This question was awkward to answer, but Vito Viti began to weary of a discourse in which he could take no part, and most opportunely he interposed an objection of his own. Signor Barofaldi, he said, stick to the lugger. All our motives of suspicion came from Tommaso Tunti, and all of his from the rig of Signor Smee's vessel. If the lugger can be explained, what do we care about Bikesy, Buki, Boxy? The vice-governor was not sorry to get creditably out of the difficulties of the language, and, smiling on his friend, he made a gentle bow of compliance. Then he reflected a moment, in order to plan another mode of proceeding, and pursued the inquiry. My neighbor Vito Viti is right, he said, and we will stick to the lugger. Tommaso Tunti is a mariner of experience, and the oldest pilot of Elba. He tells us that the lugger is a craft much in use among the French, and not at all among the English, so far as he has ever witnessed. in that Tommaso Tunti is no seaman. Many luggers are to be found among the English, though more, certainly, among the French. But I have already given the Signor Viti to understand that there is such an island as Guernsey, which was once French, but which is now English, and that accounts for the appearances he has observed. We are Guernsey men. The lugger is from Guernsey and, no doubt, we have a Guernsey look. This is being half French, I allow. That alters the matter altogether. Neighbor Viti, this is all true about the island, and about its habits and its origin, and if one could be as certain about the names, why, nothing more need be said. Are Guyaxmes, and Ving, Guernsey names? They are not particularly so, returned the sailor, with difficulty refraining from laughing in the vice-governor's face, Yarksmeet being so English, that we are the largest family, perhaps, in all Ingilterra. Half the nobles of the island are called Smeet, and not a few are named Yarks. But little Guernsey was conquered, and our ancestors who performed that office brought their names with them, Signor. As for Ving and Ving, it is capital English. I do not see, Vito, but this is reasonable. If the Capitano, now, only had his commission with him, you and I might go to bed in peace, and sleep till morning. Here, then, Signor, are your sleeping potions, continued the laughing sailor, drawing from his pocket several papers. These are my orders from the Admiral, and, as they are not secret, you can cast your eyes over them. This is my commission, Signor Vice-Governor. This is the signature of the English Minister of Marine, and here is my own, Yarksmeet, as you see, and here is the order to me, as a lieutenant, to take command of the Ving and Ving. All the orders and names were there, certainly, written in a clear, fair hand, and in perfectly good English. The only thing that one who understood the language would have been apt to advert to, was the circumstance that the words which the sailor pronounced Yarksmeet were written, plainly enough, Jack Smith, an innovation on the common practice, which, to own the truth, had proceeded from his own obstinacy, and had been done in the very teeth of the objections of the scribe who forged the papers. But Andrea was still too little of an English scholar to understand the blunder, and the Jack passed, with him, quite as currently as would John Edward or any other appellation. As to the Wing and Wing, all was right, though, as the words were pointed out and pronounced by both parties, one pertinaciously insisted on calling them Ving and Ving and the other, Ving. All this evidence had a great tendency toward smoothing down every difficulty, and Maso Tunti's objections were pretty nearly forgotten by both the Italians, when the papers were returned to their proper owner. It was an improbable thing that an enemy, or a corsair, would venture into this haven of ours, Vito Viti, said the vice-governor, in a self-approving manner. We have a reputation for being vigilant, and for knowing our business, as well as the authorities of Livorno, or Genova, or Napoli. And that too, Signor, with nothing in the world to gain but hard knocks and a prison, added the Captain Smeet, with one of his most winning smiles, a smile that even softened the heart of the podesta, while it so far warmed that of his superior as to induce him to invite the stranger to share his own frugal supper. The invitation was accepted as frankly as it had been given, and, the table being ready in an adjoining room, in a few minutes Il Capitano Smies and Vito Viti were sharing the vice-governator's evening meal. From that moment, if distrust existed any longer in the breasts of the two functionaries of Porto Ferrajo, it was so effectually smothered as to be known only to themselves. The light fare of an Italian kitchen, and the light wines of Tuscany, just served to strengthen the system and enliven the spirits, the conversation becoming general and lively. Thus the business of the moment proceeded. At that day, tea was known throughout southern Europe as an ingredient only for the apothecary's keeping, nor was it often to be found among his stores, and the convives used, as a substitute, large draughts of the pleasant mountain liquors of the adjacent Main, which produced an excitement scarcely greater, while it may be questioned if it did as much injury to the health. The stranger, however, both ate and drank sparingly, for, while he affected to join cordially in the discourse and the business of restoration, he greatly desired to be at liberty to pursue his own designs. Andrea Barofaldi did not let so excellent an opportunity to show his acquirements to the Podesta go by neglected. He talked much of England, its history, its religion, government, laws, climate, and industry, making frequent appeals to the Capitano Smies for the truth of his opinions. In most cases the parties agreed surprisingly, for the stranger started with a deliberate intention to assent to everything, but even this compliant temper had its embarrassments, since the vice-governator so put his interrogatories as occasionally to give to acquiescence the appearance of dissent. The other floundered through his difficulties tolerably well, notwithstanding, and so successful was he, in particular, in flattering Andrea's self-love by expressions of astonishment that a foreigner should understand his own country so well better, indeed, in many respects, than he understood it himself, and that he should be so familiar with its habits, institutions, and geography, that, by the time the flask was emptied, the superior functionary whispered to his inferior, that the stranger manifested so much information and good sense, he should not be surprised if he turned out, in the long run, to be some secret agent of the British government, employed to make philosophical inquiries as to the trade and navigation of Italy, with a view to improve the business relations between the two countries. You are an admirer of nobility, and a devotee of aristocracy, added Andrea Barofaldi, in pursuit of the subject then in hand. If the truth were known, a scion of some noble house yourself, Signor. Pest, I hate an aristocrat, Signor Vice-Governator, as I do the devil. This was said just after the freest draught the stranger had taken, and with an unguarded warmth that he himself immediately regretted. This is extraordinary, in an Inglese. I see how it is you are in the opposition, and find it necessary to say this. It is most extraordinary, good Vito Viti, that these Inglese are divided into two political castes, that contradict each other in everything. If one maintains that an object is white, the other side swears it is black, and so vice versa. Both parties profess to love their country better than anything else, but the one that is out of power abuses even power itself, until it falls into its own hands. This is so much like Giorgio Grandi's course toward me, Signor, that I could almost swear he was one of these very opposition. I never approve of a thing that he does not condemn, or condemn that he does not approve. Do you confess this much, Signor Capitano? Il Vice-Governor knows us better than we know ourselves, I fear. There is too much truth in his account of our politics, but, Signori rising from his chair, I now crave your permission to look at your town, and to return to my vessel. The darkness has come, and discipline must be observed. As Andrea Barofaldi had pretty well exhausted his stores of knowledge, no opposition was made, and, returning his thanks, the stranger took his departure, leaving the two functionaries to discuss his appearance and character over the remainder of the flask. Chapter 3. There's Jonathan, that lucky lad, who knows it from the root, sir. He sucks in all that's to be had, and always trades for boot, sir. 14,763d verse of Yankee Doodle. Il Capitano Smeat was not sorry to get out of the government house palazzo, as some of the simple people of Elba called the unambitious dwelling. He had been well badgered by the persevering erudition of the vice-governor, and, stored as he was with nautical anecdotes and a tolerable personal acquaintance with sundry seaports, for any expected occasion of this sort, he had never anticipated a conversation which would aspire as high as the institutions, religion, and laws of his adopted country. Had the worthy Andrea heard the numberless maledictions that the stranger muttered between his teeth, as he left the house, it would have shocked all his sensibilities, if it did not revive his suspicions. It was now night, but a starry, calm, voluptuous evening, such as are familiar to those who are acquainted with the Mediterranean and its shores. There was scarcely a breath of wind, though the cool air, that appeared to be a gentle respiration of the sea, induced a few idlers still to linger on the heights, where there was a considerable extent of land that might serve for a promenade. Along this walk the mariner proceeded, undetermined, for the moment, what to do next. He had scarcely got into the open space, however, before a female, with her form closely enveloped in a mantle, brushed near him, anxiously gazing into his face. Her motions were too quick and sudden for him to obtain a look in return, but, perceiving that she held her way along the heights, beyond the spot most frequented by the idlers, he followed until she stopped. "Guitar," said the young man, in a tone of delight, when he had got near enough to the female to recognize a face and form she no longer attempted to conceal. "This is being fortunate, indeed, and saves a vast deal of trouble. A thousand thanks, dearest Guitar, for this one act of kindness. I might have brought trouble on you, as well as on myself, in striving to find your residence. It is for that reason, Raoul, that I have ventured so much more than is becoming in my sex, to meet you. 1,000 eyes, in this gossiping little town, are on your lugger, at this moment, and be certain they will also be on its captain, as soon as it is known he has landed. I fear you do not know for what you and your people are suspected, at this very instant. For nothing discreditable, I hope, dear guitar, if it be only not to dishonor your friends. Many think, and say, you are Frenchmen, and that the English flag is only a disguise. If that be all, we must bear the infamy, answered Raoul Eva, laughing. Why, this is just what we are to a man, a single American excepted, who is an excellent fellow to make out British commissions, and help us to a little English when harder pushed than common. And why should we be offended, if the good inhabitants of Porto Ferrajo take us for what we are? Not offended, Raoul, but endangered. If the vice-governor gets this notion, he will order the batteries to fire upon you, and will destroy you as an enemy. Not he, guitar. He is too fond of Le Capitaine Smeat to do so cruel a thing, and then he must shift all his guns, before they will hurt Le Feu-Follet where she lies. I never leave my little jack-o'-lantern, within reach of an enemy's hand. Look here, guitar, you can see her through this opening in the houses, that dark spot on the bay, there, and you will perceive no gun from any battery in Porto Ferrajo can as much as frighten, much less harm her. 1. The English of Feu-Follet. I know her position, Raoul, and understand why you anchored in that spot. I knew, or thought I knew you, from the first moment you came in plain sight, and so long as you remained outside, I was not sorry to look on so old a friend. Nay, I will go further, and say I rejoiced, for it seemed to me you passed so near the island just to let some whom you knew to be on it understand you had not forgotten them, but when you came into the bay, I thought you mad. Mad I should have been, dearest guitar, had I lived longer without seeing you. What are these miserables of Elbance, that I should fear them? They have no cruiser, only a few feluccas, all of which are not worth the trouble of burning. Let them but point a finger at us, and we will tow their Austrian polacca out into the bay, and burn her before their eyes. Le Feu-Follet deserves her name. She is here, there, and everywhere, before her enemies suspect her. But her enemies suspect her now, and you cannot be too cautious. My heart was in my throat a dozen times, while the batteries were firing at you this evening. And what harm did they? They cost the Grand Duke 2 cartridges, and 2 shot, without even changing the lugger's course. You have seen too much of these things, guitar, to be alarmed by smoke and noise. I have seen enough of these things, Raoul, to know that a heavy shot, fired from these heights, would have gone through your little Feu-Follet, and, coming out under water, would have sunk you to the bottom of the Mediterranean. We should have had our boats, then, answered Raoul Eva, with an indifference that was not affected, for reckless daring was his vice, rather than his virtue. Besides, a shot must first hit before it can harm, as the fish must be taken before it can be cooked. But enough of this, guitar, I get quite enough of shot, and ships, and sinkings, in everyday life, and, now I have at last found this blessed moment, we will not throw away the opportunity by talking of such matters. Nay, Raoul, I can think of nothing else, and therefore can talk of nothing else. Suppose the vice-governor should suddenly take it into his head to send a party of soldiers to Le Feu-Follet, with orders to seize her, what would then be your situation? Let him, and I would send a boat's crew to his palazzo. Here the conversation was in French, which Guitar spoke fluently, though with an Italian accent, and take him on a cruise after the English and his beloved Austrians. Bah! The idea will not cross his constitutional brain, and there is little use in talking about it. In the morning, I will send my Prime Minister, Mon Barras, Mon Carnot, Mon Cambaceres, Mon Feu-Follet, to converse with him on politics and religion. Religion, repeated Guitar, in a saddened tone. The less you say on that holy subject, Raoul, the better I shall like it, and the better it will be for yourself, in the end. The state of your country makes your want of religion matter of regret, rather than of accusation, but it is none the less a dreadful evil. Well, then, resumed the sailor, who felt he had touched a dangerous ground, we will talk of other things. Even supposing we are taken, what great evil have we to apprehend? We are honest corsairs, duly commissioned, and acting under the protection of the French Republic, one and undivided, and can but be made prisoners of war. That is a fortune which has once befallen me, and no greater calamity followed than my having to call myself Le Capitaine Smeet, and finding out the means of mystifying Le Vice-Governor. Guitar laughed, in spite of the fears she entertained, for it was one of the most powerful of the agencies the sailor employed in making others converts to his opinions, to cause them to sympathize with his light-hearted gaiety, whether it suited their natural temperaments or not. She knew that Raoul had already been a prisoner in England 2 years, where, as he often said himself, he stayed just long enough to acquire a very respectable acquaintance with the language, if not with the institutions, manners, and religion, when he made his escape aided by the American called Feu-Follet, an impressed seaman of our own republic, who, fully entering into all the plans imagined by his more enterprising friend and fellow-sufferer, had cheerfully enlisted in the execution of his future schemes of revenge. States, like powerful individuals in private life, usually feel themselves too strong to allow any considerations of the direct consequences of departures from the right to influence their policy, and a nation is apt to fancy its power of such a character as to despise all worldly amends, while its moral responsibility is divided among too many to make it a matter of much concern to its particular citizens. Nevertheless, the truth will show that none are so low but they may become dangerous to the highest, and even powerful communities seldom fail to meet with their punishment for every departure from justice. It would seem, indeed, that a principle pervades nature, which renders it impossible for man to escape the consequences of his own evil deeds, even in this life, as if God had decreed the universal predominance of truth and the never-failing downfall of falsehood from the beginning, the success of wrong being ever temporary, while the triumph of the right is eternal. To apply these consoling considerations to the matter more immediately before us, the practice of impressment, in its day, raised a feeling among the seamen of other nations, as well as, in fact, among those of Great Britain herself, that probably has had as much effect in destroying the prestige of her nautical invincibility, supported, as was that prestige, by a vast existing force, as any other one cause whatever. It was necessary to witness the feeling of hatred and resentment that was raised by the practice of this despotic power, more especially among those who felt that their foreign birth ought at least to have ensured them immunity from the abuse, in order fully to appreciate what might so readily become its consequences. Ithelbold, the seaman just mentioned, was a proof, in a small way, of the harm that even an insignificant individual can effect, when his mind is fully and wholly bent on revenge. Guitar knew him well, and, although she little liked either his character or his appearance, she had often been obliged to smile at the narrative of the deceptions he practiced on the English, and of the 1,000 low inventions he had devised to do them injury. She was not slow, now, to imagine that his agency had not been trifling in carrying on the present fraud. "You do not openly call your lugger a Feu-Follet, Raoul," she answered, after a minute's pause. "That would be a dangerous name to utter, even in Porto Ferrajo. It is not a week since I heard a mariner dwelling on her misdeeds, and the reasons that all good Italians have to detest her. It is fortunate the man is away, or he could not fail to know you." "Of that I am not so certain, Guitar. We alter our paint often, and, at need, can alter our rig. You may be certain, however, that we hide our jack-o'-lantern, and sail under another name. The lugger, now she is in the English service, is called the Ving and Ving." I heard the answer given to the hail from the shore, but it sounded different from this. "Non Ving and Ving. Ithiel answered for us, and you may be sure he can speak his own tongue. Ving and Ving is the word, and he pronounces it as I do." "Ving why Ving," repeated Guitar, in her pretty Italian tones, dropping naturally into the vice-governatress fault of pronunciation. "It is an odd name, and I like it less than Feu-Follet." "I wish, dearest Guitar, I could persuade you to like the name of Eva," rejoined the young man, in a half-reproachful, half-tender manner, "and I should care nothing for any other. You accuse me of disrespect for priests, but no son could ever kneel to a father for his blessing, half so readily or half so devoutly, as I could kneel with thee before any friar in Italy, to receive that nuptial benediction which I have so often asked at your hand, but which you have so constantly and so cruelly refused." "I am afraid the name would not then be Feu-Follet, but Guitar-Follet," said the girl, laughing, though she felt a bitter pang at the heart, that cost her an effort to control. "No more of this now, Raoul, we may be observed and watched, it is necessary that we separate." A hurried conversation, of more interest to the young couple themselves than it would prove to the reader, though it might not have been wholly without the latter, but which it would be premature to relate, now followed, when Guitar left Raoul on the hill, insisting that she knew the town too well to have any apprehensions about threading its narrow and steep streets, at any hour, by herself. This much, in sooth, must be said in favor of Andrea Barofaldi's administration of justice. He had made it safe for the gentle, the feeble, and the poor, equally, to move about the island by day or by night, it seldom happening that so great an enemy to peace and tranquillity appeared among his simple dependents, as was the fact at this precise moment. In the meantime, there was not quite as much tranquillity in Porto Ferrajo as the profound silence which reigned in the place might have induced a stranger to imagine. Tommaso Tunti was a man of influence, within his sphere, as well as the vice-governator, and having parted from Vito Viti, as has been related, he sought the little clientele of padroni and piloti, who were in the habit of listening to his opinions as if they were oracles. The usual place of resort of this set, after dark, was a certain house kept by a widow of the name of Benedetta Galoppo, the uses of which were plainly enough indicated by a small bush that hung dangling from a short pole, fastened above the door. If Benedetta knew anything of the proverb that good wine needs no bush, she had not sufficient faith in the contents of her own casks to trust to their reputation, for this bush of hers was as regularly renewed as its withering leaves required. Indeed, it was a common remark among her customers, that her bush was always as fresh as her face, and that the latter was one of the most comely that was to be met with on the island, a circumstance that aided much indifferent wine in finding a market. Benedetta bore a reasonably good name, nevertheless, though it was oftener felt, perhaps, than said, that she was a confirmed coquette. She tolerated Maso principally on two accounts, because, if he were old and unattractive in his own person, many of his followers were among the smartest seamen of the port, and because he not only drank his full proportion, but paid with punctuality. These inducements rendered the pilot always a welcome guest at La Santa Maria degli Venti, as the house was called, though it had no other sign than the often renewed bush already mentioned. At the very moment, then, when Raoul Ivar and guitar parted on the hill, Maso was seated in his usual place at the table in Benedetta's upper room, the windows of which commanded as full a view of the lugger as the hour permitted, that craft being anchored about a cable's length distant, and, as a sailor might have expressed it, just abeam. On this occasion he had selected the upper room, and but 3 companions, because it was his wish that as few should enter into his counsels as at all comported with the love of homage to his own experience. The party had been assembled a quarter of an hour, and there had been time to cause the tide to ebb materially in the flask, which, it may be well to tell the reader at once, contained very little less than half a gallon of liquor, such as it was. "I have told it all to the Podesta," said Maso, with an important manner, as he put down his glass, after potation the second, which quite equalled potation the first in quantity. "Yes, I have told it all to Vito Viti, and no doubt he has told it to Il Signor Vice-Governator, who now knows as much about the whole matter as either of us four. Cospetto, to think such a thing dare happen in a haven like Porto Ferrajo. Had it come to pass over on the other side of the island, at Porto Longan, one wouldn't think so much of it, for they are never much on the lookout, but to take place here, in the very capital of Elba, I should as soon have expected it in Livorno." "But," Maso put in Daniele Bruno, in the manner of one who was a little skeptical, "I have often seen the pavilion of the Inglese, and this is as much like that which all their frigates and corvettes were, as one of our feluccas is like another. The flag, at least, is right. What signifies a flag, Danielle, when a French hand can hoist an English ensign as easily as the King of Inglaterra himself? If that lugger was not built by the Francis, you were not built by an Italian father and mother. But I should not think so much of the hull, for that may have been captured, as the English take many of their enemies on the high seas, but look at the rigging and sails, Santa Maria. I could go to the shop of the very sailmaker, in Marseilles, who made that foresail. His name is Pierre Benoit, and a very good workman he is, as all will allow who have had occasion to employ him. This particularity greatly aided the argument, common minds being seldom above yielding to the circumstances which are so often made to corroborate imaginary facts. Tommaso Tunti, though so near the truth as to his main point, the character of the visitor was singularly out as to the sail, notwithstanding, Le Feu-Follet having been built, equipped, and manned at Nantes, and Pierre Benoit never having seen her or her foresail either. But it mattered not, in the way of discussion and assertion, one sailmaker being as good as another, provided he was French. "And have you mentioned his to the podesta?" inquired Benedetta, who stood with the empty flask in her hand, listening to the discourse. "I should think that sail would open his eyes." "I cannot say I have, but then I told him so many other things more to the point, that he cannot do less than believe this, when he hears it. Signor Viti promised to meet me here, after he has had a conversation with the vice-governor, and we may now expect him every minute." "Il Signor Podesta will be welcome," said Benedetta, wiping off a spare table, and bustling round the room to make things look a little smarter than they ordinarily did. "He may frequent grander wine houses than this, but he will hardly find better liquor." "Poverina, don't he think that the Podesta comes here on any such errand?" "He comes to meet me," answered Maso, with an indulgent smile. "He takes his wine too often on the heights, to wish to come as low as this after a glass. Friends of mine, amigi me, there is wine up at that house, that, when the oil is once out of the neck of the flask, too, goes down a man's throat as smoothly as if it were all oil itself. I could drink a flask of it without once stopping to take breath. It is that liquor which makes the nobles so light and airy. 2. It is a practice in Tuscany to put a few drops of oil in the neck of each flask of the more delicate wines, to exclude the air. I know the washy stuff put in Benedetta, with more warmth than she was used to betray to her customers. Well may you call it smooth, a good spring running near each of the wine presses that have made it. I have seen some of it that even oil would not float on." This assertion was a fair counterpoise to that of the sail, being about as true. But Benedetta had too much experience in the inconstancy of men, not to be aware that if the 3 or 4 customers who were present should seriously take up the notion that the island contained any better liquor than that she habitually placed before them, her value might be sensibly diminished in their eyes. As became a woman who had to struggle singly with the world, too, her native shrewdness taught her that the best moment to refute a calumny was to stop it as soon as it began to circulate, and her answer was as warm in manner as it was positive in terms. This was an excellent opening for an animated discussion, and one would have been very likely to occur, had there not fortunately been steps heard without, that induced Maso to expect the podesta. Sure enough, the door opened, and Vito Viti appeared, followed, to the astonishment of all the guests, and to the absolute awe of Benedetta, by the vice-governor himself. The solution of this unexpected visit is very easily given. After the departure of the Capitano Smies, Vito Viti returned to the subject of Masso's suspicions, and by suggesting certain little circumstances in the mariner's manner, that he had noted during the interview, he so far succeeded in making an impression on himself, that, in the end, his own distrust revived, and with it that of the deputy governor. Neither, however, could be said to be more than uneasy, and the podesta happening to mention his appointment with the pilot, Andrea determined to accompany him, in order to reconnoiter the strange craft in person. Both the functionaries wore their cloaks, by no means an unusual thing in the cool night air of the coast, even in midsummer, which served them for all the disguise that circumstances required. "Il Signor Vice-Governor," almost gasped Benedetta, dusting a chair, and then the table, and disposing the former near the latter by a sort of mechanical process, as if only one errand could ever bring a guest within her doors. "Your Excellenza is most welcome, and it is an honor I could oftener ask. We are humble people down here at the waterside, but I hope we are just as good Christians as if we lived upon the hill." "Doubt it not, worthy Bettina. My name is Benedetta, at your Excellenza's command Benedettina if it please the Vice-Governor, but not Bettina. We think much of our names, down here at the waterside, Excellenza." "Let it be so, then, good Benedetta, and I make no doubt you are excellent Christians. A flask of your wine, if it be convenient." The woman dropped a curtsy that was full of gratitude, and the glance of triumph that she cast at her other guests may be said to have terminated the discussion that was about to commence, as the dignitaries appeared. It disposed of the question of the wine at once, and forever silenced cavilling. If the vice-governor could drink her liquor, what mariner would henceforth dare calumniate it? "Excellenza, with 1,000 welcomes," Benedetta continued, as she placed the flask on the table, after having carefully removed the cotton and the oil with her own plump hand, this being one of half a dozen flasks of really sound, well-flavored, Tuscan liquor, that she kept for especial occasions, as she well might, the cost being only a paul, or 10 cents for near half a gallon. "Excellenza, 1,000,000 times welcome. This is an honor that don't befall the Santa Maria degli Venti more than once in a century, and you, too, Signor Podesta, once before only have you ever had leisure to darken my poor door. We bachelors, the Podesta, as well as the vice-governor, belonged to the fraternity. We bachelors are afraid to trust ourselves too often in the company of a sprightly widow like yourself, whose beauty has rather improved than lessened by a few years." This brought a coquettish answer, during which time Andrea Barofaldi, having first satisfied himself that the wine might be swallowed with impunity, was occupied in surveying the party of silent and humble mariners, who were seated at the other table. His object was to ascertain how far he might have committed himself, by appearing in such a place, when his visit could not well be attributed to more than one motive. Maso he knew, as the oldest pilot of the place, and he had also some knowledge of Daniel Bruno, but the 3 other seamen were strangers to him. "Inquire if we are among friends, here, and worthy subjects of the Grand Duke," all observed Andrea to Vito-Viti, in a low voice. "Thou hearest," Maso observed the Podesta, "canst thou answer for all of thy companions?" "Every one of them, Signor. This is Daniel Bruno, whose father was killed in a battle with the Algerians, and whose mother was the daughter of a mariner, as well known in Elba as never mind the particulars." Tommaso Tunti interrupted the vice-governor. "It is sufficient that thou knowest all thy companions to be honest men, and faithful servants of the Sovrano. You all know, most probably, the errand which has brought the Signor Viti and myself to this house, tonight." The men looked at each other, as the ill-instructed are apt to do, when it becomes necessary to answer a question that concerns many, assisting the workings of their minds, as it might be, with the aid of the senses, and then Daniel Bruno took on himself the office of spokesman. "Signor, Vostro Excellenza, we think we do," answered the man. "Our fellow, Maso here, has given us to understand that he suspects the Inglese that is anchored in the bay to be no Inglese at all, but either a pirate or a Frenchman. The blessed Maria preserve us! But in these troubled times it does not make much difference which. I will not say as much as that, friend, for one would be an outcast among all people, while the other would have the rights which shield the servants of civilized nations," returned the scrupulous and just-minded functionary. The time was when His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, and his illustrious brother, our sovereign, the Grand Duke, did not allow that the Republican government of France was a lawful government, but the fortune of war removed his scruples, and a treaty of peace has allowed the contrary. Since the late alliance, it is our duty to consider all Frenchmen as enemies, though it by no means follows that we are to consider them as pirates. But their corsairs seize all our craft, Signor, and treat their people as if they were no better than dogs. Then, they tell me that they are not Christians, no, not even Luterani or heretics. That religion does not flourish among them, is true, answered Andrea, who loved so well to discourse on such subjects, that he would have stopped to reason on religion or manners with the beggar to whom he gave a pittance, did he only meet with encouragement. But it is not as bad in France, on this important head, as it has been, and we may hope that there will be further improvement in due time. But, Signor Vice-Governor, put in Maso, these people have treated the Holy Father and his states in a way that one would not treat an infidel or a Turk. Aye, that is it, Signori, observed Benedetta. A poor woman cannot go to Mass without having her mind disturbed by the thoughts of the wrongs done the head of the Church. Had these things come from Luterani, it might have been borne, but they say the Francis were once all good Catholics. So were the Luterani, Bella Benedetta, to their chief schismatic and leader, the German monk himself. This piece of information caused great surprise, even the podesta himself turning an inquiring glance at his superior, as much as to acknowledge his own wonder that a Protestant should ever have been anything but a Protestant, or rather, a Lutheran anything but a Lutheran, the word Protestant being too significant to be in favor among those who deny there were any just grounds for a protest at all. That Luther had ever been a Romanist was perfectly wonderful, even in the eyes of Vito Viti. Signor, you would hardly mislead these honest people, in a matter as grave as this, exclaimed the podesta. I do but tell you truth, and one of these days you shall hear the whole story, neighbor Viti. 'Tis worth an hour of leisure to any man, and is very consoling and useful to a Christian. But whom have you below? Benedetta, I hear steps on the stairs, and wish not to be seen. The widow stepped promptly forward to meet her new guests, and to show them into a commoner room, below stairs, when her movement was anticipated by the door's opening, and a man standing on the threshold. It was now too late to prevent the intrusion, and a little surprise at the appearance of the newcomer held all mute and observant for a minute. The person who had followed his ears, and thus reached the sanctum sanctorum of Benedetta, was no other than Ithiel, the American seaman, already named in the earlier part of this chapter. He was backed by a Genos, who had come in the double capacity of interpreter and boon companion. That the reader may the better understand the character he has to deal with, however, it may be necessary to digress, by giving a short account of the history, appearance, and peculiarities of the former individual. Ithiel was a native of what, in this great union, is called the Granite State, notwithstanding he was not absolutely made of the stone in question. There was an absence of the ordinary symptoms of natural feeling about him, that had induced many of his French acquaintances in particular to affirm that there was a good deal more of marble in his moral temperament, at least, than usually fell to the lot of human beings. He had the outline of a good frame, but it was miserably deficient in the filling up. The bone predominated, the sinews came next in consideration, nor was the man without a proper share of muscle, but this last was so disposed of as to present nothing but angles, whichever way he was viewed. Even his thumbs and fingers were nearer square than round, and his very neck, which was bare, though a black silk kerchief was tied loosely round the throat, had a sort of pentagon look about it, that defied all symmetry or grace. His stature was just 6 feet and an inch, when he straightened himself, as he did from time to time, seemingly with a desire to relieve a very inveterate stoop in his shoulders, though it was an inch or two less in the position he most affected. His hair was dark, and his skin had got several coats of confirmed brown on it, by exposure, though originally rather fair, while the features were good, the forehead being broad and full, and the mouth positively handsome. This singular countenance was illuminated by 2 keen, restless, whitish eyes, that resembled, not spots on the sun, but rather suns on a spot. Ithiel had gone through all the ordinary vicissitudes of an American life, beneath those pursuits which are commonly thought to be confined to the class of gentlemen. He had been farmer's boy, printer's devil, schoolmaster, stage driver, and tin peddler, before he ever saw the sea. In the way of what he called chores too, he had practiced all the known devices of rustic domestic economy, having assisted even in the washing and house cleaning, besides having passed the evenings of an entire winter in making brooms. Ithiel had reached his 30th year before he dreamed of going to sea. An accident, then, put preferment in this form before his eyes, and he engaged as the mate of a small coaster, for his very first voyage. Fortunately, the master never found out his deficiencies, for Ithiel had a self-possessed, confident way with him, that prevented discovery, until they were outside of the port from which they sailed, when the former was knocked overboard by the main boom, and drowned. Most men, so circumstanced, would have returned, but Bold never laid his hand to the plough and looked back. Besides, one course was quite easy to him as another. Whatever he undertook he usually completed, in some fashion or other, though it were often much better had it never been attempted. Fortunately it was summer, the wind was fair, and the crew wanted little ordering, and as it was quite a matter of course to steer in the right direction, until the schooner was carried safely into her proper port, she arrived safely, her people swearing that the new mate was the easiest and cleverest officer they had ever sailed with. And well they might, for Ithiel took care not to issue an order until he had heard it suggested in terms by one of the hands, and then he never failed to repeat it, word for word, as if it were a suggestion of his own. As for the reputation of cleverest officer, which he so easily obtained, it will be understood, of course, that the term was used in the provincial signification that is so common in the part of the world from which Ithiel came. He was clever in this sense, precisely in proportion as he was ignorant. His success, on this occasion, gained him friends, and he was immediately sent out again as the regular master of the craft, in which he had so unexpectedly received his promotion. He now threw all the duty on the mate, but so ready was he in acquiring, that by the end of 6 months he was a much better sailor than most Europeans would have made in 3 years. As the pitcher that goes too often to the well is finally broken, so did Ithiel meet with shipwreck, at last, in consequence of gross ignorance on the subject of navigation. This induced him to try a long voyage, in a more subordinate situation, until in the course of time he was impressed by the commander of an English frigate, who had lost so many of his men by the yellow fever that he seized upon all he could lay his hands on, to supply their places, even Ithiel being acceptable in such a strait. Chapter 4. The ship is here put in, a Veronese, Michael Casho, lieutenant to the warlike Moor Othello, is come on shore. Othello. The glance which Ithiel cast around him was brief, but comprehensive. He saw that 2 of the party in the room were much superior to the other 4, and that the last were common Mediterranean mariners. The position which Benedetta occupied in the household could not be mistaken, for she proclaimed herself its mistress by her very air, whether it were in the upper or in the lower room. Vino, said Ithiel, with a flourish of the hand, to help along his Italian, this and one or two more being the only words of the language he ventured to use directly, or without calling in the assistance of his interpreter. Vino, 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 signora. Sigh, 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 signor, answered Benedetta, laughing, and this with her meaning eyes so keenly riveted on the person of her new guest, as to make it very questionable whether she were amused by anything but his appearance. Your Excellenza shall be served, but whether at a paul or a half paul the flask, depends on your own pleasure. We keep wine at both prices, and glancing toward the table of Andrea Barofaldi, usually serve the first to signori of rank and distinction. What does the woman say? Growled Ithiel to his interpreter, a Genos, who, from having served several years in the British Navy, spoke English with a very tolerable facility. You know what we want, and just tell her to hand it over, and I will fork out her St. Paul without more words. What a desperate liking your folks have for saints, Filippo, for so Ithiel pronounced Filippo, the name of his companion. What a desperate liking your folks have for saints, Filippo, that they must even call their money after them. It not so in America, Signor Bolto? Asked the Genos, after he had explained his wishes to Benedetta, in Italian. It no zeddy fashion in your country to honor zeddy saints. Honor the saints, repeated Ithiel, looking curiously round him, as he took a seat at a third table, shoving aside the glasses at the same time, and otherwise disposing of everything within reach of his hand, so as to suit his own notions of order, and then leaning back on his chair until the two ends of the uprights dug into the plaster behind him, while the legs on which the fabric was poised cracked with his weight. Honor the saints. We should be much more like to dishonor them. What does anyone want to honor a saint for? A saint is but a human, a man like you and me, after all the fuss you make about 'em. Saints abound in my country, if you'd believe people's account of themselves. Not quite so, Signor Bolto. You and me no great saint. Italian honor saint because he holy and good. By this time Ithiel had got his 2 feet on the round of his seat, his knees spread so as to occupy as much space as an unusual length of leg would permit, and his arms extended on the tops of 2 chairs, one on each side of him, in a way to resemble what is termed a spread eagle. Andrea Barofaldi regarded all this with wonder. It is true, he expected to meet with no great refinement in a wine-house like that of Benedetta, but he was unaccustomed to see such nonchalance of manner in a man of the stranger's class, or, indeed, of any class, the Italian mariners present occupying their chairs in simple and respectful attitudes, as if each man had the wish to be as little obtrusive as possible. Still he let no sign of his surprise escape him, noting all that passed in a grave but attentive silence. Perhaps he saw traces of national peculiarities, if not of national history, in the circumstances. Honor saint because he holy and good, said Ithiel, with a very ill-concealed disdain. Why, that is the very reason why we don't honor him. When you honor a holy man, mankind may concite you do it on that very account, and so fall into the notion you worship him, which would be idolatry, the awfulest of all sins, and the one to which every royal Christian gives the widest berth. I would rather worship this flask of wine any day, than worship the best saint on your parson's books." As Filippo was no casuist, but merely a believer, and Ithiel applied the end of the flask to his mouth, at that moment, from an old habit of drinking out of jugs and bottles, the Genos made no answer, keeping his eyes on the flask, which, by the length of time it remained at the other's mouth, appeared to be in great danger of being exhausted, a matter of some moment to one of his own relish for the liquor. "Do you call this wine?" exclaimed Ithiel, when he stopped literally to take breath. "There isn't as much true granite in a gallon on tea as in a pint of our cider. I could swallow a butt, and then walk a plank as narrow as your religion, Filippo." This was said, nevertheless, with a look of happiness which proved how much the inward man was consoled by what it had received, and a richness of expression about the handsome mouth, that denoted a sort of consciousness that it had been the channel of a most agreeable communication to the stomach. Sooth to say, Benedetta had brought up a flask at a paul, or at about 4 cents a bottle, a flask of the very quality which she had put before the vice-governator, and this was a liquor that flowed so smoothly over the palate, and of a quality so really delicate, that Ithiel was by no means aware of the potency of the guest which he had admitted to his interior. All this time the vice-governator was making up his mind concerning the nation and character of the stranger. That he should mistake Bolt for an Englishman was natural enough, and the fact had an influence in again unsettling his opinion as to the real flag under which the lugger sailed. Like most Italians of that day, he regarded all the families of the northern hordes as a species of barbarians, an opinion that the air and deportment of Ithiel had no direct agency in changing, for, while this singular being was not brawlingly rude and vulgar, like the coarser set of his own countrymen, with whom he had occasionally been brought in contact, he was so manifestly uncivilized in many material points, as to put his claim to gentility much beyond a cavil, and that in a negative way. "You are a Genos," said Andrea to Filippo, speaking with the authority of one who had a right to question. "Signor, I am, at your Excellenza's orders, though in foreign service at this present moment." "In what service, friend?" "I am in authority, here in Elba, and ask no more than is my duty." "Excellenza, I can well believe this," answered Filippo, rising and making a respectful salutation, and 1, 2. That was without any of the awkwardness of the same act in a more northern man, as it is to be seen in your appearance. "I am now in the service of the King of England." Filippo said this steadily, though his eyes dropped to the floor under the searching scrutiny they endured. The answer of the vice-governator was delivered coolly, though it was much to the point. "You are happy," he said, "in getting so honorable masters, more especially as your own country has again fallen into the hands of the French. Every Italian heart must yearn for a government that has its existence and its motives on this side of the Alps. Signor, we are a republic today, and ever have been, you know. Such as it is. But your companion speaks no Italian, he is an Inglese." "No, Signor, an Americano, a sort of an Inglese, and yet no Inglese, after all. He loves England very little, if I can judge by his discourse. Un Americano, repeated Andrea Barofaldi. Americano, exclaimed Vito Viti. Americano, said each of the Marines in succession, every eye turning with lively curiosity toward the subject of the discourse, who bore it all with appropriate steadiness and dignity. The reader is not to be surprised that an American was then regarded with curiosity, in a country like Italy, for, 2 years later, when an American ship of war anchored suddenly before the town of Constantinople, and announced her nation, the authorities of the Sublime Porte were ignorant that such a country existed. It is true, Leghorn was beginning to be much frequented by American ships, in the year 1799, but even with these evidences before their eyes, the people of the very ports into which these traders entered were accustomed to consider their crews a species of Englishmen, who managed to sail the vessels for the Negroes at home. 3. In a word, 2 centuries and a half of national existence, and more than half a century of national independence, have not yet sufficed to teach all the inhabitants of the Old World, that the great modern republic is peopled by men of a European origin, and possessing white skins. Even of those who are aware of the fact, the larger proportion, perhaps, have obtained their information through works of a light character, similar to this of our own, rather than by the more legitimate course of regular study and a knowledge of history. 3. As recently as 1828, the author of this book was at Leghorn. The Delaware, so, had just left there, and speaking of her appearance to a native of the place, who supposed the writer to be an Englishman, the latter observed, of course, her people were all blacks. I thought so, too, Signor, until I went on board the ship, was the answer, but they are as white as you and I are. Si, repeated Ithuel, with emphasis, as soon as he heard his nationality thus alluded to, and found all eyes on himself. Si, un Americano. I am not ashamed of my country, and if you're any way particular in such matters, I come from New Hampshire, or what we call the Granite State. Tell em this, Filippo, and let me know their days, in answer. Filippo translated this speech as well as he could, as he did the reply, and it may as well be stated here, once for all, that in the dialogue which succeeded, the instrumentality of this interpreter was necessary that the parties might understand each other. The reader will, therefore, give Filippo credit for this arrangement, although we shall furnish the different speeches very much as if the parties fully comprehended what was said. Uno stato di granito, repeated the vice-governor, looking at the podesta with some doubt in the expression of his countenance. It must be a painful existence which these poor people endure, to toil for their food in such a region. Ask him, good Filippo, if they have any wine in his part of the world. Wine, echoed Ithuel. Tell the Signor that we shouldn't call this stuff wine at all. Nothing goes down our throats that doesn't rasp like a file, and burn like a chip of Vesuvius. I wish, now, we had a drink of New England rum here, in order to show him the difference. I despise the man who thinks all his own things the best, just because they are his own. But taste is taste, ate her all, and there's no denying it. Perhaps the Signor Americano can give us an insight into the religion of his country, or are the Americani pagans? I do not remember, Vito, to have read anything of the religion of that quarter of the world. Religion too, well, a question like this, now, would make a stir among our folks in New Hampshire. Look here, Signor, we don't call your ceremonies, and images, and robes, and ringing of bells, and bowing and scraping, a religion at all, any more than we should call this smooth liquor, wine. Ithiel was more under the influence of this smooth liquor than he was aware of, or he would not have been so loud in the expression of his dissent, as experience had taught him the necessity of reserve on such subjects, in most Catholic communities. But of all this the Signor Barofaldi was ignorant, and he made his answer with the severity of a good Catholic, though it was with the temper of a gentleman. What the Americano calls our ceremonies, and images, and ringing of bells, are probably not understood by him, he said, since a country as little civilized as his own cannot very well comprehend the mysteries of a profound and ancient religion. Civilized. I calculate that it would stump this part of the world to produce such a civilization as our very youngest children are brought up on. But it's of no use talking, and so we will drink. Andrea, perceiving, indeed, that there was not much use in talking, more especially as Filippo had been a good deal mystified by the word stump, was now disposed to abandon the idea of a dissertation on religion, manners, and laws to come at once to the matter that brought him into the present company. This Americano is also a servant of the English king, it would seem, he carelessly remarked. I remember to have heard that there was a war between his country and that of the Inglesey, in which the French assisted the Americani to obtain a sort of national independence. What that independence is, I do not know, but it is probable that the people of the New World are still obliged to find mariners to serve in the navy of their former masters. Ithiel's muscles twitched, and an expression of intense bitterness darkened his countenance. Then he smiled in a sort of derision, and gave vent to his feelings in words. Perhaps you're right, Signor. Perhaps this is the real truth of the matter, for the British do take our people just the same as if they had the best right in the world to After all, we may be serving our masters, and all we say and think at home about independence is just a flash in the pan. Notwithstanding, some on us contrive, by hook or by crook, to take our revenge when occasion offers, and if I don't serve Master John Bull an ill turn, whenever luck throws a chance in my way, may I never see a bit of the old state again, granite or rotten wood. This speech was not very closely translated, but enough was said to awaken curiosity in the vice-governor, who thought it odd one who served among the English should entertain such feelings toward them. As for Ithiel himself, he had not observed his usual caution, but, unknown to himself, the oily wine had more granite in it than he imagined, and then he seldom spoke of the abuse of impressment without losing more or less of his ordinary self-command. Ask the Americano when he first entered into the service of the King of Inglaterra, said Andrea, and why he stays in it, if it is unpleasant to him, when so many opportunities of quitting it offer. I never entered, returned Ithiel, taking the word in its technical meaning. They pressed me, as if I had been a dog they wanted to turn a spit, and kept me 7 long years fighting their accursed battles, and otherwise serving their needs. I was over here, last year, at the mouth of the Nile, and in that pretty bit of work and off Cape St. Vincent, too, and in a dozen more of their battles, and sorely against my will, on every account. This was hard to be borne, but the hardest of it has not yet been said, nor do I know that I shall tell on tea at all. Anything the Americano may think proper to relate will be listened to with pleasure. Ithiel was a good deal undecided whether to go on or not, but taking a fresh pull at the flask, it warmed his feelings to the sticking point. Why, it was adding insult to injury. It's bad enough to injure a man, but when it comes to insulting him into the bargain, there must be but little grit in his nature if it don't strike fire. And yet few are wronged who are not calumniated, observed the philosophical vice-governor. This is only too much the case with our Italy, worthy neighbor Vito Viti. I calculate the English treat all mankind alike, whether it's in Italy or America, for so Ithiel would pronounce this word, notwithstanding he had now been cruising in and near the Mediterranean several years. But what I found hardest to be borne was their running their rigs on me about my language and ways, which they were all the time laughing at as Yankee conversation and usages, while they pretended that the body out of which all on it come was an English body, and so they set it up to be shot at by any of their enemies that might happen to be jogging along our road. Then, Squire, it is generally conceited among us in America, that we speak much the best English going, and sure am I, that none on us call a hog an og, an anchor a hancher, or a horse an horse. What is thought of that matter in this part of the world, Signor Squire? We are not critics in your language, but it is reasonable to suppose that the English speak their own tongue better than any other people. That much must be conceded to them, at least, Signor Bolto. I shall acknowledge no such advantage as belonging to them. I have not been to school for nothing, not I. The English call clerk, clerk, and cucumber, cowcumber, and angel, angel, and no reasoning can convince me that's right. I've got a string of words of this sort, that they pronounce out of all reason, that's as long as a pair of leading lines, or a ship's tiller rope. You must know, Signor Squire, I kept school in the early part of my life. Non-e possible, exclaimed the vice-governor, astonishment actually getting the better of his habitual good breeding. You must mean, Signor Americano, that you gave lessons in the art of rigging and sailing luggers. You never was more mistaken, Signor. I taught on the general system, all sorts of things in the education way, and had one of my scholars made such a blunder as to say clerk or angel or hearth or cowcumber, he wouldn't have heard the last of it, for that week, at least. But I despise an Englishman from the very bottom of my soul, for heart isn't deep enough for my feelings. Absurd as Ithiel's critical dissertations must appear to all who have any familiarity with real English, they were not greatly below many criticisms on the same subject that often illustrate the ephemeral literature of the country, and, in his last speech, he had made a provincial use of the word despise that is getting to be so common as almost to supplant the true signification. By despising Ithiel meant that he hated the passion, perhaps, of all others, the most removed from the feeling described by the word he had used, inasmuch as it is not easy to elevate those for whom we have a contempt, to the level necessary to be hated. Notwithstanding, the Inglese are not a despicable people, answered Andrea, who was obliged to take the stranger literally, since he knew nothing of his provincial use of terms. For a nation of the north, they have done marvelous things of late years, especially on the ocean. This was more than Ithiel could bear. All his personal wrongs, and sooth to say they had been of a most grievous nature, arose before his mind, incited and inflamed by national dislike, and he broke out into such an incoherent tirade of abuse, as completely set all Filippo's knowledge of English at fault, rendering a translation impossible. By this time, Ithiel had swallowed so much of the wine, a liquor which had far more body than he supposed, that he was ripe for mischief, and it was only his extreme violence that prevented him from betraying more than, just at the moment, would have been prudent. The vice-governor listened with attention, in the hope of catching something useful, but it all came to his ears a confused mass of incoherent vituperation, from which he could extract nothing. The scene, consequently, soon became unpleasant, and Andrea Barofaldi took measures to put an end to it. Watching a favorable occasion to speak, he put in a word, as the excited Bolt paused an instant to take breath. "Signor," observed the vice-governor, "all this may be very true, but as coming from one who serves the Inglese, to one who is the servant of their ally, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, it is quite as extraordinary as it is uncalled for, and we will talk of other things. This lugger, on board which you sail, is out of all question English, notwithstanding what you tell us of the nation." "Aye, she is English," answered Ithiel, with a grim smile, "and a pretty boat she is. But then it is no fault of hers, and what can't be cured must be endured. A Guernsey craft, and a desperate goer, when she wakes up and puts on her travelling boots. These mariners have a language of their own," remarked Andrea to Vito Viti, smiling as in consideration of Ithiel's nautical habits. "To you and me, the idea of a vessel's using boots, neighbor, seems ridiculous, but the seamen, in their imaginations, bestow all sorts of objects on them. It is curious to hear them converse, good Vito, and now I am dwelling here on our island, I have often thought of collecting a number of their images, in order to aid in illustrating the sort of literature that belongs to their calling. This idea of a lugger's putting on her boots is quite heroic." Now Vito Viti, though an Italian with so musical a name, was no poet, but a man so very literal, withal, as to render him exceedingly matter of fact in most of his notions. Accordingly, he saw no particular beauty in the idea of a vessel's wearing boots, and, though much accustomed to defer to the vice-governor's superior knowledge and more extensive reading, he had the courage, on this occasion, to put in an objection to the probability of the circumstance mentioned. Signor Vice-Governor, he replied, all is not gold that glitters. Fine words sometimes cover poor thoughts, and, I take it, this is an instance of what I mean. Long as I have lived in Porto Ferrajo, and that is now quite 50 years, seeing that I was born here, and have been off the island but 4 times in my life and long, therefore, as I have lived here, I never saw a vessel in the harbour that wore boots, or even shoes. This is metaphorical, good Vito, and must be looked at in a poetical point of view. Homer speaks of goddesses holding shields before their favorite warriors, while Ariosto makes rats and asses hold discourse together, as if they were members of an academy. All this is merely the effect of imagination, signor, and he who has the most is the aptest at inventing circumstances, which, though not strictly true, are vastly agreeable. As for Homer and Ariosto, Signor Vice-Governor, I doubt if either ever saw a vessel with a boot on, or if either ever knew as much about craft in general as we who live here in Porto Ferrajo. Harkee, friend Filippo, just ask this Americano if, in his country, he ever saw vessels wear boots. Put the question plainly, and without any of your accursed poetry. Filippo did as desired, leaving Ithiel to put his own construction on the object of the inquiry, all that had just passed being sealed to him, in consequence of its having been uttered in good Tuscan. Boots, repeated the native of the Granite State, looking round him drolly, perhaps not exactly the foot part, and the soles, for they ought, in reason, to be under water, but every vessel that isn't coppered shows her boot top of them. I'll swear I've seen 10,000, more or less. This answer mystified the Vice-Governor, and completely puzzled Vito Viti. The grave mariners at the other table, too, thought it odd, for in no other tongue is the language of the sea as poetical, or figurative, as in the English, and the term of boot top, as applied to a vessel, was Greek to them, as well as to the other listeners. They conversed among themselves on the subject, while their 2 superiors were holding a secret conference on the other side of the room, giving the American time to rally his recollection, and remember the precise circumstances in which not only he himself, but all his shipmates, were placed. No one could be more wily and ingenious than this man, when on his guard, though the inextinguishable hatred with which he regarded England and Englishmen had come so near causing him to betray a secret which it was extremely important, at that moment, to conceal. At length a general silence prevailed, the different groups of speakers ceasing to converse, and all looking towards the Vice-Governor, as if in expectation that he was about to suggest something that might give a turn to the discourse. Nor was this a mistake, for, after inquiring of Benedetta if she had a private room, he invited Ithiel and the interpreter to follow him into it, leading the way, attended by the podesta. As soon as these 4 were thus separated from the others, the door was closed, and the 2 Tuscans came at once to the point. Signor Americano, commenced the Vice-Governor, between those who understand each other, there is little need of many words. This is a language which is comprehended all over the world, and I put it before you in the plainest manner, that we may have no mistake. It is tolerable plain, sartin, exclaimed Ithiel 246,810, all good-looking gold pieces, that in this part of the world you call zecchini or sequins, as we name 'em, in English. What have I done, Señor Squire, or what am I to do for these $20? Name your terms. This working in the dark is in the grain of my nature. You are to tell the truth. We suspect the lugger of being French, and by putting the proof in our hands, you will make us your friends, and serve yourself. Andrea Barofaldi knew little of America and Americans, but he had imbibed the common European notion that money was the great deity worshipped in this hemisphere, and that all he had to do was to offer a bribe, in order to purchase a man of Ithiel's deportment and appearance. In his own island 10 sequins would buy almost any mariner of the port to do any act short of positive legal criminality, and the idea that a barbarian of the West would refuse such a sum, in preference to selling his shipmates, never crossed his mind. Little, however, did the Italian understand the American. A greater knave than Ithiel, in his own way, it was not easy to find, but it shocked all his notions of personal dignity, self-respect, and republican virtue, to be thus unequivocally offered a bribe, and had the lugger not been so awkwardly circumstanced, he would have been apt to bring matters to a crisis at once by throwing the gold into the vice-governor's face, although, knowing where it was to be found, he might have set about devising some means of cheating the owner out of it at the very next instant. Boon or bribe, directly or unequivocally offered in the shape of money, as coming from the superior to the inferior, or from the corrupter to the corrupted, had he never taken, and it would have appeared in his eyes a species of degradation to receive the first, and of treason to his nationality to accept the last, though he would lie, invent, manage, and contrive, from morning till night, in order to transfer even copper from the pocket of his neighbor to his own, under the forms of opinion and usage. In a word, Ithiel, as relates to such things, is what is commonly called law honest, with certain broad salvos, in favor of smuggling of all sorts, in foreign countries. At home he never dreamed of such a thing, custom-house oaths, and legal trickery, and this is just the class of men apt to declaim the loudest against the roguery of the rest of mankind. Had there been a law giving half to the informer, he might not have hesitated to betray the lugger, and all she contained, more especially in the way of regular business, but he had long before determined that every Italian was a treacherous rogue, and not at all to be trusted like an American rogue, and then his indomitable dislike of England would have kept him true in a case of much less complicated risk than this. Commanding himself, however, and regarding the sequins with natural longing, he answered with a simplicity of manner that both surprised and imposed on the vice-governor. No, Señor Squire, he said, in the first place, I've no secret to tell, and it would be a trickish thing to touch your money and not give you its worth in return, and then the lugger is Guernsey built, and carries a good King George's commission. In my part of the world we never take gold unless we sell something of equal value. Gifts and begging we look upon as mean and unbecoming, and the next thing to going on to the town as a pauper, though if I can serve you lawfully, I'm just as willing to work for your money as for that of any other man. I've no preference for kings in that particular." All this time Ithiel held out the sequins, with a show of returning them, though in a very reluctant manner, leaving Andrea, who comprehended his actions much better than his words, to understand that he declined selling his secret. "You can keep the money, friend," observed the vice-governor, "for when we give, in Italy, it is not our practice to take the gift back again. In the morning, perhaps, you will remember something that it may be useful for me to know." "I've no occasion for gifts, nor is it exactly according to the granite rule to accept 'em," answered Ithiel, a little sharply. "Handsome conduct is handsome conduct, and I call the fellow creature that would oppress and overcome another with a gift, little better than an English aristocrat. Hand out the dollars in the way of trade, in as large amounts as you will, and I will find the man, and that, too, in the lugger, who will see you out in tea to your heart's content. Harkee, Filippo, tell the gentleman, in an undertone, about the 3 kegs of tobacco we got out of the Virginie ship the day we made the north end of Corsica, and perhaps that will satisfy him we are not his enemies. There is no use in bawling it out so that the woman can hear what you say, or the men who are drinking in the other room." "Signor Ithulo," answered the Genos, in English, "it will not do to let these gentlemen know anything of them kegs, one being the deputy governor and the other a magistrate. The lugger will be seized for a smuggler, which will be the next thing to being seized for an enemy. Yet I've a longing for the mere sequins, to tell you the truth, Filippo. I see no other means of getting at 'em, except it be through them 3 kegs of tobacco. Why you don't take 'em, when the signor put 'em into your very hand. All you do is put him in your pocket, and say, 'Excellenza, what you please to wish.' That isn't granite, man, but more in the nature of you Italians. The most disgraceful thing on earth is a pauper," so Ithiel pronounced pauper -- the next is a street beggar, after him comes your chaps who takes sixpences and shillings, in the way of small gifts, and last of all an Englishman. All these I despise, but let this signor say but the word, in the way of trade, and he'll find me as ready and expert as he can wish. I'd defy the devil in a trade." Filippo shook his head, positively declining to do so foolish a thing as to mention a contraband article to those whose duty it would be to punish a violation of the revenue laws. In the meanwhile the sequins remained in the hands of Andrea Barofaldi, who seemed greatly at a loss to understand the character of the strange being whom chance had thus thrown in his way. The money was returned to his purse, but his distrust and doubts were by no means removed. "Answer me one thing, Signor Bolto," asked the vice-governor, after a minute of thought, "if you hate the English so much, why do you serve in their ships? Why not quit them on the first good occasion? The land is as wide as the sea, and you must be often on it. I calculate, Signor Squire, you don't often study charts, or you wouldn't fall into such a conceit. There's twice as much water as solid ground on this earth, to begin with, as in reason there ought to be, seeing that an acre of good productive land is worth 5 or 6 of oceans, and then you have little knowledge of my character and prospects to ask such a question. I serve the King of England to make him pay well for it. If you want to take an advantage of a man, first get him in debt, then you can work your will on him in the most profitable and safe manner. All this was unintelligible to the vice-governor, who, after a few more questions and answers, took a civil leave of the strangers, intimating to Benedetta that they were not to follow him back into the room he had just quitted. As for Ithiel, the disappearance of the 2 gentlemen gave him no concern, but as he felt that it might be unsafe to drink any more wine, he threw down his reckoning, and strolled into the street, followed by his companion. Within an hour from that moment, the 3 kegs of tobacco were in the possession of a shopkeeper of the place, that brief interval sufficing to enable the man to make his bargain, and to deliver the articles, which was his real object on shore. This little smuggling transaction was carried on altogether without the knowledge of Raoul Eva, who was to all intents and purposes the captain of his own lugger, and in whose character there were many traits of chivalrous honor, mixed up with habits and pursuits that would not seem to promise qualities so elevated. But this want of a propensity to turn a penny in his own way was not the only distinguishing characteristic between the commander of the little craft and the being he occasionally used as a mask to his true purposes. Chapter V. The great contention of the sea and skies parted our fellowship, but, hark! A sail. Casho. Whatever may have been the result of the vice-governor's further inquiries and speculations that night, they were not known. After consuming an hour in the lower part of the town, in and around the port, he and the podesta sought their homes and their pillows, leaving the lugger riding quietly at her anchor in the spot where she was last presented to the reader's attention. If Raoul Eva and Guitar had another interview, too, it was so secretly managed as to escape all observation, and can form no part of this narrative. A Mediterranean morning, at midsummer, is one of those balmy and soothing periods of the day that affect the mind as well as the body. Everywhere we have the mellow and advancing light that precedes the appearance of the sun, the shifting hues of the sky, that pearly softness that seems to have been invented to make us love the works of God's hand, and the warm glow of the brilliant sun. But it is not everywhere that these fascinating changes occur, on a sea whose blue vies with the darkest depths of the void of space, beneath a climate that is as winning as the scenes it adorns, and amid mountains whose faces reflect every varying shade of light with the truth and the poetry of nature. Such a morning as this last was that which succeeded the night with which our tale opened, bringing with it the reviving movements of the port and town. Italy, as a whole, is remarkable for an appearance of quiet and repose that are little known in the more bustling scenes of the greedier commerce of our own quarter of the world, or, indeed, in those of most of the northern nations of Europe. There is in her aspect, modes of living, and even in her habits of business, an air of decayed gentility that is wanting to the ports, shops, and marts of the more vulgar parts of the world, as if conscious of having been so long the focus of human refinement, It was unbecoming, in these later days, to throw aside all traces of her history and power. Man, and the climate, too, seem in unison, one meeting the cares of life with a fainéant manner that is singularly in accordance with the dreamy and soothing atmosphere he respires. Just as day dawned, the fall of a billet of wood on the deck of the Feu-Follet gave the first intimation that anyone was stirring in or near the haven. If there had been a watch on board that craft throughout the night, and doubtless such had been the case, it had been kept in so quiet and unobtrusive a manner as to render it questionable to the jealous eyes which had been riveted on her from the shore until long past midnight. Now, however, everything was in motion, and in less than 5 minutes after that billet of wood had fallen from the hands of the cook, as he was about to light his galley fire, the tops of the hats and caps of some 50 or 60 sailors were seen moving to and fro, just above the upper edge of the bulwarks. 3 minutes later, and 2 men appeared near the night heads, each with his arms folded, looking at the vessel's hawse, and taking a survey of the state of the harbor, and of objects on the surrounding shore. The 2 individuals who were standing in the conspicuous position named were Raoul Ivar himself, and Ithiel Bolt. Their conversation was in French, the part borne by the last being most execrably pronounced, and paying little or no attention to grammar, but it is necessary that we should render what was said by both into the vernacular, with the peculiarities that belonged to the men. "I see only the Austrian that is worth the trouble of a movement," quietly observed Raoul, whose eye was scanning the inner harbor, his own vessel lying 200 yards without it. "It will be remembered, and she is light, and would scarce pay for sending her to Toulon. These feluccas would embarrass us, without affording much reward, and then their loss would ruin the poor devils of owners, and bring misery into many a family." "Well, that's a new idea, for a privateer," said Ithiel sneeringly. "Luck's luck, in these matters, and every man must count on what war turns up. I wish you'd read the history of our revolution, and then you'd ha' seen that liberty and equality are not to be had without some ups and downs in fortunes and chances." "The Austrian might do," added Raoul, who paid little attention to his companion's remarks, "if he were a streak or 2 lower in the water, but, after all, E2L, for so he pronounced the other's name, I do not like a capture that is made without any éclat, or spirit, in the attack and defense." Well, this word Ithiel invariably pronounced, well, to my notion. The most profitable and the most agreeable battles are the shortest, and the pleasantest victories are them in which there's the most prize money. Howsoever, as that brig is only an Austrian, I care little what you may determine to do with her. Was she English, I'd head a boat myself, to go in and tow her out here, expressly to have the satisfaction of burning her. English ships make a cheerful fire. And that would be a useless waste of property, and perhaps of blood, and would do no one any good, Ithiel. But it would do the accursed English harm, and that counts for a something, in my reckoning. Nelson wasn't so over-scrupulous, at the Nile, about burning your ships, Mr. Raoul Tunner. Why do you always bring in that Malhero Nile? Is it not enough that we were beaten, disgraced, destroyed, that a friend must tell us of it so often? You forget, Mr. Rule, that I was an enemy," then returned Ithiel, with a grin and a grim smile. "If you'll take the trouble to examine my back, you'll find on it the marks of the lashes I got for just telling my captain that it was ag in the grain for me, a Republican as I was by day and nature, to fight other Republicans. He told me he would first try the grain of my skin, and see how that would agree with what he called my duty, and I must own, he got the best on't. I fit like a tiger agin you, rather than be flogged twice the same day. Flogging on a sore back is an awful argument. And now has come the hour of revenge, pauvre Tuel. This time you are on the right side, and may fight with heart and mind those you so much hate." A long and gloomy silence followed, during which Raoul turned his face aft, and stood looking at the movements of the men as they washed the decks, while Ithiel seated himself on a knight-head, and his chin resting on his hand, he sat ruminating, in bitterness of spirit, like Milton's devil, in some of his dire cogitations, on the atrocious wrong of which he had really been the subject. Bodies of men are proverbially heartless. They commit injustice without reflection, and vindicate their abuses without remorse. And yet it may be doubtful if either a nation or an individual ever tolerated or was an accessory in a wrong, that the act, sooner or later, did not recoil on the offending party, through that mysterious principle of right which is implanted in the nature of things, bringing forth its own results as the seed produces its grain, and the tree its fruits. A supervision of holiness that it is usual to term, and rightly enough, when we remember who created principles, the providence of God. Let that people dread the future, who, in their collective capacity, systematically encourage injustice of any sort, since their own eventual demoralization will follow as a necessary consequence, even though they escape punishment in a more direct form. We shall not stop to relate the moody musings of the New Hampshire man. Unnurtured, and, in many respects, unprincipled as he was, he had his clear conceptions of the injustice of which he had been one among thousands of other victims, and, at that moment, he would have held life itself as a cheap sacrifice, could he have had his fill of revenge. Time and again, while a captive on board the English ship in which he had been immured for years, had he meditated the desperate expedient of blowing up the vessel, and had not the means been wanting, mercenary and selfish as he ordinarily seemed, he was every way equal to executing so dire a scheme, in order to put an end to the lives of those who were the agents in wronging him, and his own sufferings, together. The subject never recurred to his mind without momentarily changing the current of its thoughts, and tinging all his feelings with an intensity of bitterness that it was painful to bear. At length, sighing heavily, he rose from the knight-head, and turned toward the mouth of the bay, as if to conceal from Raoul the expression of his countenance. This act, however, was scarcely done, ere he started, and an exclamation escaped him that induced his companion to turn quickly on his heel and face the sea. There, indeed, the growing light enabled both to discover an object that could scarcely be other than one of interest to men in their situation. It has been said already that the deep bay, on the side of which stands the town of Porto Ferrajo, opens to the north, looking in the direction of the headland of Piombino. On the right of the bay, the land, high and broken, stretches several miles ere it forms what is called the canal, while, on the left, it terminates with the low bluff on which stands the residence then occupied by Andrea Barofaldi, and which has since become so celebrated as the abode of one far greater than the worthy vice-governor. The haven lying under these heights, on the left of the bay and by the side of the town, it followed, as a matter of course, that the anchorage of the lugger was also in this quarter of the bay, commanding a clear view to the north, in the direction of the mainland, as far as the eye could reach. The width of the canal, or of the passage between Elba and the point of Piombino, may be some 6 or 7 miles, and at the distance of less than 1 mile from the northern end of the former stands a small rocky islet, which has since become known to the world as the spot on which Napoleon stationed a corporal's guard, by way of taking possession, when he found his whole empire dwindled to the sea-girt mountains in its vicinity. With the existence and position of this island both Raoul and Ithiel were necessarily acquainted, for they had seen it and noted its situation the previous night, though it had escaped their notice that, from the place where the Feu-Follet had brought up, it was not visible. In their first look to seaward, that morning, which was ere the light had grown sufficiently strong to render the houses on the opposite side of the bay distinct, an object had been seen in this quarter which had then been mistaken for the rock, but by this time the light was strong enough to show that it was a very different thing. In a word, that which both Raoul and Ithiel had fancied an islet was neither more nor less than a ship. The stranger's head was to the northward, and his motion, before a light southerly air, could not have exceeded a knot an hour. He had no other canvas spread than his 3 topsails and jib, though his courses were hanging in the brails. His black hull was just beginning to show its details, and along the line of light yellow that enlivened his side were visible the dark intervals of 13 ports, a real gun frowning in each. Although the hammocks were not stowed, and the hammock cloths had that empty and undressed look which is so common to a man of war in the night, it was apparent that the ship had an upper deck, with quarter-deck and forecastle batteries, or, in other words, that she was a frigate. As she had opened the town of Porto Ferrajo several minutes before she was herself seen from the Feu-Follet, an ensign was hanging from the end of her gaff, though there was not sufficient air to open its folds, in a way to let the national character of the stranger be known. "Peste!" exclaimed Raoul Eva, as soon as he had gazed a minute at the stranger in silence, "a pretty cul-de-sac are we in, if that gentleman should happen to be an Englishman. What say you, Ituel? Can you make out anything of that ensign? Your eyes are the best in the lugger." "It is too much for any sight to determine, at this distance, and that before the sun is risen, but, by having a glass ready, we shall soon know. 5 minutes will bring us the great luminary, as our minister used to call him." Ithiel had descended from the bulwark while speaking, and he now went aft in quest of a glass, returning to his old station, bringing 2 of the instruments, one of which he handed to his commander, while he kept the other himself. In another minute both had leveled their glasses at the stranger, whom each surveyed attentively, for some time, in profound silence. "Pardie," exclaimed Raoul, "that ensign is the tricolour, or my eyes are untrue to my own country. Let me see, Etoile, what ship of 42, or 44, has the Republic on this coast?" "Not that, Monsieur Yvar," answered Etoile, with a manner so changed, and an emphasis so marked, as at once to draw his companion's attention from the frigate to his own countenance, "not that, Monsieur Capitaine. It is not easy for a bird to forget the cage in which he was shut up for 2 years. If that is not the accursed Proserpine, I have forgotten the cut of my own jib." "La Proserpine," repeated Raoul, who was familiar with his shipmate's adventures, and did not require to be told his meaning. "If you are not mistaken, Etoile, Le Feu-Follet needs put her lantern under a shade. This is only a 40, if I can count her ports. I care nothing for ports or guns, it is the Proserpine, and the only harm I wish her is, that she were at the bottom of the ocean." The Proserpine, 36, Captain Cuff, though Captain Flog would have been a better name for him. "Yes, the Proserpine, 36, Captain Cuff, heaven bless her. Bah, this vessel has 44 guns now I can see to count them, I make 22 of a side. Aye, that's just her measure, a 36 on the list and by rate, and 44 by count, 26 long 18s below, 12 32s, carronades, on her quarter-deck, and 4 more carronades, with 2 barkers, forward. She'd just extinguish your jack-o'-lantern, Monsieur Raoul, at one broadside, for what are 10-12-pound carronades, and 70 men, to such a frigate. I am not madman enough, Etoile, to dream of fighting a frigate, or even a heavy sloop of war, with the force you have just mentioned, but I have followed the sea too long to be alarmed before I am certain opound my danger. La Rayleuse is just such a ship as that." "Hearken to reason, Monsieur Raoul," answered Etoile earnestly. "La Rayleuse, nor no other French frigate, would show her colors to an enemy's port, for it would be uselessly telling her errand. Now, an English ship might show a French ensign, for she always has it in her power to change it, and then she might be benefited by the cheat. The Proserpine is French built, and has French legs, too. Boots or no boots," here Etoile laughed a little, involuntarily, but his face instantly became serious again, "and I have heard she was a sister vessel of the other. So much for size and appearance, but every shroud, and port, and sail, about yonder craft, is registered on my back in a way that no sponge will ever wash out." "He muttered Raoul between his teeth. "Etoile, if an Englishman, he may very well take it into his head to come in here, and perhaps anchor within half a cable's length of us. What think you of that, mon brave Americain?" "That it may very well come to pass, though one hardly sees, either, what is to bring a cruiser into such a place as this. Every one hasn't the curiosity of a jack-o'-lantern. Mais que diable allait il faire dans cette galerie? Bien, we must take the weather as it comes, sometimes a gale, and sometimes a calm. As he shows his own ensign so loyally, let us return the compliment, and show ours." Hoist the ensign thereaft. Which one, monsieur? Demanded an old, demure-looking quartermaster, who was charged with that duty, and who was never known to laugh. The captain will remember we came into port under the drapeau of Monsieur Jean Boule. Bien, hoist the drapeau of Monsieur Jean Boule again. We must brazen it out, now we have put on the mask. Monsieur Lieutenant, clap on the hawser, and run the lugger ahead, over her anchor, and see everything clear for spreading our pocket handkerchiefs. No one knows when Le Feu-Follet may have occasion to wipe her face. Ah, now, Etoile, we can make out his broadside fairly, he is heading more to the westward. The two seamen levelled their glasses, and renewed their examinations. Etoile had a peculiarity that not only characterized the man, but which is so common among Americans of his class as in a sense to be national. On ordinary occasions he was talkative, and disposed to gossip, but, whenever action and decision became necessary, he was thoughtful, silent, and, though in a way of his own, even dignified. This last fit was on him, and he waited for Raoul to lead the conversation. The other, however, was disposed to be as reserved as himself, for he quitted the Knighthead, and took refuge from the splashing of the water used in washing the decks, in his own cabin. 2 hours, though they brought the sun, with the activity and hum of the morning, had made no great change in the relative positions of things within and without the bay. The people of Le Feu-Follet had breakfasted, had got everything on board their little craft in its proper place, and were moody, observant, and silent. One of the lessons that Etoile had succeeded in teaching his shipmates was to impress on them the necessity of commanding their voluble propensities if they would wish to pass for Englishmen. It is certain, more words would have been uttered in this little lugger in 1 hour, had her crew been indulged to the top of their bent, than would have been uttered in an English first-rate in 2. But the danger of using their own language, and the English peculiarity of grumness, had been so thoroughly taught them, that her people rather caricatured, than otherwise, ce grand talent pour la silence that was thought to distinguish their enemies. Etoile, who had a waggery of his own, smiled as he saw the seamen folding their arms, throwing discontent and surliness into their countenances, and pacing the deck singly, as if misanthropical and disdaining to converse, whenever a boat came alongside from the shore. Several of these visitors arrived in the course of the 2 hours mentioned, but the sentinel at the gangway, who had his orders, repulsed every attempt to come on board, pretending not to understand French when permission was asked in that language. Raoul had a boat's crew of 4, all of whom had acquired the English, like himself, in a prison ship, and with these men he now prepared to land, for, as yet, he had made little progress in the business which brought him into his present awkward predicament, and he was not a man to abandon an object so dear to him, lightly. Finding himself in a dilemma, he was resolved to make an effort to reap, if possible, some advantage from his critical situation. Accordingly, after he had taken his coffee and given his orders, the boat's crew was called, and he left the lugger's side. All this was done tranquilly, as if the appearance of the stranger in the offing gave no trouble to any in Le Feu-Follet. On this occasion the boat pulled boldly into the little harbour, its officer touching the shore at the common landing. Nor were the men in any haste to return. They lounged about the quay, in waiting for their captain, cheapening fruits, chatting with the women in such Italian as they could muster, and affecting to understand the French of the old sea dogs that drew near them, all of whom knew more or less of that universal language, with difficulty. That they were the objects of suspicion, their captain had sufficiently warned them, and practice rendered them all good actors. The time they remained in waiting for Raoul was consequently spent in eluding attempts to induce them to betray themselves, and in caricaturing Englishmen. 2 of the 4 folded their arms, endeavoured to look surly, and paced the quay in silence, refusing even to unbend to the blandishments of the gentler sex, 3 or 4 of whom endeavoured to insinuate themselves into their confidence by offerings of fruit and flowers. Amico said Annunziate, one of the prettiest girls of her class in Porto Ferrajo, and who had been expressly employed by Vito Viti to perform this office, "Here are figs from the mainland. Will you please to eat a few, that when you go back to Ingilterra you may tell your countrymen how we poor Albans live?" "Bad figs," sputtered Jacques, Raoul's coxswain, to whom this offering was made, and speaking in broken English, "better at home. Pick up better in Z.E. Street of Portsmouth. But, Signor, you need not look as if they would hurt you, or bite you. You can eat them and, take my word for it, you will find them as pleasant as the melons of Napoli. No melon good but English melon. English melon plenty as pomme de terre. Yes, Signor, as the melons of Napoli," continued Annunziate, who did not understand a syllable of the ungracious answers she received. "Signor Vito Viti, our podesta, ordered me to offer these figs to the forestieri the Inglesi, who are in the bay." "Goddam," returned Jacques, in a quick, sententious manner, that was intended to get rid of the fair tormentor, and which, temporarily at least, was not without its effect. But, leaving the boat's crew to be badgered in this manner until relief came, as will be hereafter related, we must follow our hero in his way through the streets of the town. Raoul, guided by an instinct, or having some special object before his eyes, walked swiftly up the heights, ascending to the promontory so often mentioned. As he passed, every eye was turned on him, for, by this time, the distrust in the place was general, and the sudden appearance of a frigate, wearing a French ensign, before the port, had given rise to apprehensions of a much more serious nature than any which could possibly attend the arrival of a craft as light as the lugger, by herself. Vito Viti had long before gone up the street, to see the vice-governator, and 8 or 10 of the principal men of the place had been summoned to a council, including the 2 senior military dignitaries of the island. The batteries, it was known, were manned, and although it would have puzzled the acutest mind of Elba to give a reason why the French should risk so unprofitable an attack as one on their principal port, long ere Raoul was seen among them such a result was not only dreaded, but in a measure anticipated with confidence. As a matter of course, then, Every eye followed his movements as he went with bounding steps up the narrow terraces of the steep street, and the least of his actions was subjected to the narrowest and most jealous scrutiny. The heights were again thronged with spectators of all ages and classes, and of both sexes. The mantles and flowing dresses of females prevailed as usual, for whatever is connected with curiosity is certain to collect an undue proportion of a sex whose imaginations are so apt to get the start of their judgments. On a terrace in front of the palace, as it was the custom to designate the dwelling of the governor, was the group of magnates, all of them paying the gravest attention to the smallest change in the direction of the ship, which had now become an object of general solicitude and apprehension. So intent, indeed, were they in gazing at this apprehended enemy, that Raoul stood in front of Andrea Barofaldi, cap in hand, and bowing his salutation, before his approach was even anticipated. This sudden and unannounced arrival created great surprise, and some little confusion, one or two of the group turning away instinctively, as it might be, to conceal the flushes that mounted to their cheeks at being so unexpectedly confronted by the very man whom the minute before they had been strongly denouncing. "Buongiorno, Signor Vice-Governor," commenced Raoul, in his gay, easy, and courteous manner, and certainly with an air that betrayed any feeling but those of apprehension and guilt. "We have a fine morning on the land, here, and apparently a fine frigate of the French Republic in the offing yonder." "We were conversing of that vessel, Signor Smees," answered Andrea, "as you approached. What, in your judgment, can induce a Frenchman to appear before our town in so menacing a manner?" "Cospetto. You might as well ask me, Signor, what induces these Republicans to do 1,000 other out-of-the-way things. What has made them behead Louis XVI? What has made them overrun half of your Italy, conquer Egypt, and drive the Austrians back upon their Danube? To say nothing of their letting Nelsoni destroy them at Abalxa," added Vito Viti, with a grunt. "True, Signor, or letting Nelson, my gallant countryman, annihilate them near the mouth of the Nile. I did not consider it proper to boast of English glory, though that case, too, may very well be included. We have several men in Zediving and Ving who were in that glorious battle, particularly our sailing master, Ituel Bolt, who was on board Nelson's own ship, having been accidentally sent on service from the frigate to which he properly belonged, and carried off expressly to share, as it might be, in the glory of this famous battle." "I have seen the Signor," dryly remarked Andrea Barofaldi. "You know Americano." "An American!" exclaimed Raoul, starting a little in spite of his assumed indifference of manner. "Why, yes, I believe Bolt was born in America, English America, you know, Signore, and that is much the same thing as having been born in England herself. We look upon Zeddy Yanks as but a part of our own people, and take them into our service most cheerfully. So the Signor Chuilo has given us reason to believe, he is seemingly a great lover of the English nation." Raoul was uneasy, for he was entirely ignorant of all that had passed in the wine-house, and he thought he detected irony in the manner of the vice-governor. "Certainly, Signor," he answered, "however, with unmoved steadiness, "Certainly, Signor, the Americani adoring Iltera, and well they may, considering all that great nation has done for them. But, Signor Vice-Governor, I have come to offer you the service of my lugger, should this Frenchman really intend mischief. We are small, it is true, and our guns are but light, nevertheless we may break the frigate's cabin windows, while you are doing him still greater injury from these heights. I trust you will assign Ving some honorable station, should you come to blows with the Republicans." "And what particular service would it be most agreeable to you to undertake, Signor?" inquired the Vice-Governor, with considerate courtesy. "We are no mariners, and must leave the choice to yourself. The Colonello, here, expects some firing, and has his artillerists already at their guns. The preparation of Porto Ferrajo is celebrated among the mariners of the Mediterranean, and, should the Frenchman venture within reach of your shot, I expect to see him unrigged faster than if he were in a dockyard. As for Ving, in my opinion, while the frigate is busy with these batteries, it might be well for us to steer along the shore on the east side of the bay until we can get outside of her, when we shall have the beggars between two fires." That was just what Nelson did at Abalxa, Signor Podesta, a battle you seem so much to admire. "That would be a maneuver worthy of a follower of Nelsoni, Signor," observed the colonel, "if the metal of your guns were heavier. With short pieces of 12, however, you would hardly venture within reach of long pieces of 18, although the first should be manned by Inglese, and the last by Francis. One never knows. At the Nile one of our 50s laid the Orient, a 3-decker, athwart hawse, and did her lots of injury. The Vasio, in fact, was blown up. Naval combats are decided on principles altogether different from engagements on the land, Signor Colonello." "It must be so," truly answered the soldier, "but what means this movement? You, as a seaman, may be able to tell us, Capitano." This drew all eyes to the frigate again, where, indeed, were movements that indicated some important changes. As these movements have an intimate connection with the incidents of the tale, it will be necessary to relate them in a manner to render them more intelligible to the reader. The distance of the frigate from the town might now have been 5 English miles. Of current there was none, and there being no tides in the Mediterranean, the ship would have lain perfectly stationary all the morning, but for a very light air from the southward. Before this air, however, she had moved to the westward about a couple of miles, until she had got the government house nearly abeam. At the same time she had been obliquely drawing nearer, which was the circumstance that produced the alarm. With the sun had risen the wind, and a few minutes before the colonel interrupted himself in the manner related, the topsails of the stranger had swelled, and he began to move through the water at the rate of some 4 or 5 knots the hour. The moment her people felt that they had complete command of their vessel, as if waiting only for that assurance, they altered her course and made sail. Putting her helm a starboard, the ship came close by the wind, with her head looking directly in for the promontory, while her tacks were hauled on board, and her light canvas aloft was loosened and spread to the breeze. Almost at the same instant, for everything seemed to be done at once, and as by instinct, the French flag was lowered, another went up in its place, and a gun was fired to leeward, a signal of amity. As this second emblem of nationality blew out, and opened to the breeze, the glasses showed the white field and St. George's Cross of the noble old ensign of England. An exclamation of surprise and delight escaped the spectators on the promontory, as their doubts and apprehensions were thus dramatically relieved. No one thought of Raoul at that happy moment, though to him there was nothing of new interest in the affair, with the exception of the apparent intention of the stranger to enter the bay. As Le Feu-Follet lay in plain view from the offing, he had his doubts, indeed, whether the warlike appearance of that craft was not the true reason of this sudden change in the frigate's course. Still, lying as he did in a port hostile to France, there was a probability that he might yet escape without a very critical or close examination. "Signor Smees, I felicitate you on this visit of a countryman," cried Andrea Barofaldi, a pacific man by nature, and certainly no warrior, and who felt too happy at the prospects of passing a quiet day, to feel distrust at such a moment. "I shall do you honor in my communications with Florence, for the spirit and willingness which you have shown in the wish to aid us on this trying occasion. Signor Vice-Governor, do not trouble yourself to dwell on my poor services," answered Raoul, scarce caring to conceal the smile that struggled about his handsome mouth. "Think rather of those of these gallant signori, who greatly regret that an opportunity for gaining distinction has been lost. But here are signals that must be meant for us. I hope my stupid fellows will be able to answer them in my absence." It was fortunate for Le Feu-Follet, perhaps, that her commander was not on board, when the stranger, the Proserpine, the very ship that Ithiel so well knew, made her number. The mystification that was to follow was in much better hands while conducted by the New Hampshire man than it could possibly be in his own, Ithiel answered promptly, though what, he did not know himself. But he took good care that the flags he showed should become so entangled as not to be read by those in the frigate, while they had every appearance of being hoisted fearlessly and in good faith. Chapter 6. Are all prepared? They are Namor embarked, the latest boat waits but my chief, my sword and my capote. The Corsair. What success attended the artifice of Ithiel it was impossible to tell, so far as the frigate was concerned, though the appearance of mutual intelligence between the two vessels had a very favorable tendency toward removing suspicion from the lugger among those on shore. It seemed so utterly improbable that a French corsair could answer the signals of an English frigate that even Vito Viti felt compelled to acknowledge to the vice-governor in a whisper that, so far, the circumstance was much in favor of the lugger's loyalty. Then the calm exterior of Raoul counted for something, more especially as he remained apparently an unconcerned observer of the rapid approach of the ship. "We shall not have occasion to use your gallant offer, Signor Smees," said Andrea kindly, as he was about to retire into the house with one or two of his counselors, "but we thank you none the less. It is a happiness to be honored with the visit of 2 cruisers of your great nation on the same day, and I hope you will so far favor me as to accompany your brother commander, when he shall do me the honor to pay the customary visit, since it would seem to be his serious intention to pay Porto Ferrajo the compliment of a call. Can you not guess at the name of the frigate? Now I see she is a countryman. I think I can, Signor, answered Raoul carelessly. I take her to be La Proserpine, a French-built ship, a circumstance that first deceived me as to her character. And the noble cavalier, her commander, you doubtless know his name and rank. Oh, perfectly. He is the son of an old admiral, under whom I was educated, though we happen ourselves never to have met. Sir Brown is the name and title of the gentleman. Ah, that is a truly English rank, and name, too, as one might say. Often have I met that honorable appellation in Shakespeare, and other of your eminent authors. Milton has a Sir Brown, if I am not mistaken, Signor. Several of them, Signor Vice-Governor, answered Raoul, without a moment's hesitation or the smallest remorse, though he had no idea whatever who Milton was. Milton, Shakespeare, Cicero, and all our great writers, often mention signori of this family. Cicero, repeated Andrea, in astonishment. He was a Roman, and an ancient, Capitano, and died before Ingilterra was known to the civilized world. Raoul perceived that he had reached too far, though he was not in absolute danger of losing his balance. Smiling, as in consideration of the other's provincial view of things, he rejoined, with an aplomb that would have done credit to a politician, in an explanatory and half-apologetic tone. Quite true, Signor Vice-Governor, as respects him you mention, he said, but not true as respects Sir Cicero, my illustrious compatriot. Let me see, I do not think it is yet a century since our Cicero died. He was born in Devonshire. This was the county in which Raoul had been imprisoned, and must have died in Dublin. Sigh, now I remember, it was in Dublin that this virtuous and distinguished author yielded up his breath. To all this Andrea had nothing to say, for, half a century since, so great was the ignorance of civilized nations as related to such things, that one might have engrafted a Homer on the literature of England, in particular, without much risk of having the imposition detected. Signor Barofaldi was not pleased to find that the barbarians were seizing on the Italian names, it is true, but he was fain to set the circumstance down to those very traces of barbarism which were the unavoidable fruits of their origin. As for supposing it possible that one who spoke with the ease and innocence of Raoul was inventing as he went along, it was an idea he was himself much too unpracticed to entertain. And the very first thing he did on entering the palace was to make a memorandum which might lead him, at a leisure moment, to inquire into the nature of the writings and the general merits of Sir Cicero, the illustrious namesake of him of Rome. As soon as this little digression terminated, he entered the palace, after again expressing the hope that Sir Smees would not fail to accompany Sir Brown in the visit which the functionary fully expected to receive from the latter, in the course of the next hour or two. The company now began to disperse, and Raoul was soon left to his own meditations, which just at that moment were anything but agreeable. The town of Porto Ferrajo is so shut in from the sea by the rock against which it is built, its fortifications, and the construction of its own little port, as to render the approach of a vessel invisible to its inhabitants, unless they choose to ascend to the heights and the narrow promenade already mentioned. This circumstance had drawn a large crowd upon the hill again, among which Raoul Ivan now threaded his way, wearing his sea cap and his assumed naval uniform in a smart, affected manner, for he was fully sensible of all the advantages he possessed on the score of personal appearance. His unsettled eye, however, wandered from one pretty face to another in quest of Guitar, who alone was the object of his search and the true cause of the awkward predicament into which he had brought not only himself, but Le Feu-Follet. In this manner, now thinking of her he sought, and then reverting to his situation in an enemy's port, he walked along the whole line of the cliff, scarce knowing whether to return or to seek his boat by doubling on the town, when he heard his own name pronounced in a sweet voice which went directly to his heart. Turning on his heel, Guitar was within a few feet of him. "Salute me distantly and as a stranger," said the girl, in almost breathless haste, "and point to the different streets, as if inquiring your way through the town. This is the place where we met last evening, but, remember, it is no longer dark." As Raoul complied with her desire, any distant spectator might well have fancied the meeting accidental, though he poured forth a flood of expressions of love and admiration. "Enough, Raoul," said the girl, blushing and dropping her eyes, though no displeasure was visible on her serene and placid face. "Another time I might indulge you. How much worse is your situation now than it was last night? Then you had only the port to fear, now you have both the people of the port and this strange ship, an Inglese, as they tell me. No doubt La Proserpine, Etoile says, and he knows. You remember Etoile, dearest Guitar, the American who was with me at the Tower? Well, he has served in this very ship, and knows her to be La Proserpine, of 44. Raoul paused a moment, then he added, laughing in a way to surprise his companion, "Qui La Proserpine, le Capitaine Sir Brown." "What you can find to amuse you in all this, Raoul, is more than I can discover. Sir Brown, or Sir anybody else, will send you again to those evil English prison ships, of which you have so often told me, and there is surely nothing pleasant in that idea. Bah! My sweet Guitar, Sir Brown, or Sir White, or Sir Black has not yet got me. I am not a child, to tumble into the fire because the leading strings are off, and Le Feu-Follet shines or goes out, exactly as it suits her purposes. The frigate, 10-1, will just run close in and take a near look, and then square away and go to Livorno, where there is much more to amuse her officers, than here in Porto Ferrajo. This Sir Brown has his guitar, as well as Raoul Ivar." "No, not a guitar, I fear," Raoul answered the girl, smiling in spite of herself, while her color almost insensibly deepened. "Livorno has few ignorant country girls, like me, who have been educated in a lone watchtower on the coast." "Guitar," answered Raoul, with feeling, that poor lone watchtower of thine might well be envied by many a noble dame at Roma and at Napoli. It has left thee innocent and pure, a gem that gay capitals seldom contain, or, if found there, not in its native beauty, which they sully by use. What knowest thou, Raoul, of Roma and Napoli, and of noble dames and rich gems? Asked the girl, smiling, the tenderness which had filled her heart at that moment betraying itself in her eyes. What do I know of such things, truly? Why, I have been at both places, and have seen what I describe. I went to Roma on purpose to see the Holy Father, in order to make certain whether our French opinions of his character and infallibility were true or not, before I set up in religion for myself. And thou didst find him holy and venerable, Raoul, interposed the girl, with earnestness and energy, for this was the great point of separation between them. I know thou foundest him thus, and worthy to be the head of an ancient and true church. My eyes never beheld him, but this do I know to be true. Raoul was aware that the laxity of his religious opinions that he may be said to have inherited from his country, as it then existed morally, alone prevented Guittard from casting aside all other ties, and following his fortunes in weal and in woe. Still he was too frank and generous to deceive, while he had ever been too considerate to strive to unsettle her confiding and consoling faith. Her infirmity even, for so he deemed her notions to be, had a charm in his eyes. Few men, however loose or skeptical in their own opinions on such matters, finding any pleasure in the contemplation of a female infidel, and he had never looked more fondly into her anxious but lovely face than he did at this very instant, making his reply with a truth that bordered on magnanimity. "Thou art my religion, Guittard," he said, "in thee I worship purity and holiness, and nay, Raoul, do not refrain. If thou really lovest me, utter not this frightful blasphemy. Tell me, rather, if thou didst not find the Holy Father as I describe him." "I found him a peaceful, venerable, and, I firmly believe, a good old man, Guittard, but only a man. No infallibility could I see about him, but a set of roguish cardinals and other plotters of mischief, who were much better calculated to set Christians by the ears than to lead them to heaven, surrounded his chair. Say no more, Raoul, I will listen to no more of this. Thou knowest not these sainted men, and thy tongue is thine own enemy, without hark. What means that? It is a gun from the frigate, and must be looked to. Say, when and where do we meet again? I know not, now. We have been too long, much too long, together as it is, and must separate. Trust to me to provide the means of another meeting. At all events, we shall shortly be in our tower again." Guittard glided away as she ceased speaking and soon disappeared in the town. As for Raoul, he was at a loss for a moment whether to follow or not. Then he hastened to the terrace in front of the government house again, in order to ascertain the meaning of the gun. The report had drawn others to the same place, and on reaching it the young man found himself in another crowd. By this time the Proserpine, for Ithiel was right as to the name of the stranger, had got within a league of the entrance of the bay and had gone about, stretching over to its eastern shore, apparently with the intention to fetch fairly into it on the next tack. The smoke of her gun was sailing off to leeward in a little cloud, and signals were again flying at her main royal masthead. All this was very intelligible to Raoul, it being evident at a glance that the frigate had reached in nearer both to look at the warlike lugger that she saw in the bay, and to communicate more clearly with her by signals. Ithiel's expedient had not sufficed. The vigilant Captain Cuff, alias Sir Brown, who commanded the Proserpine, not being a man likely to be mystified by so stale a trick. Raoul scarcely breathed as he watched the lugger in anticipation of her course. Ithiel certainly seemed in no hurry to commit himself, for the signal had now been flying on board the frigate several minutes, and yet no symptoms of any preparation for an answer could be discovered. At length the halyards moved, and then 3 fair, handsome flags rose to the end of Le Feu-Follet's jigger yard, a spar that was always kept aloft in moderate weather. What the signal meant Raoul did not know, for though he was provided with signals by means of which to communicate with the vessels of war of his own nation, the Directory had not been able to supply him with those necessary to communicate with the enemy. Ithiel's ingenuity, however, had supplied the deficiency. While serving on board the Proserpine, the very ship that was now menacing the lugger, he had seen a meeting between her and a privateer English lugger, one of the 2 or 3 of that rig which sailed out of England, and his observant eye had noted the flags she had shown on the occasion. Now, as privateersmen are not expected to be expert or even very accurate in the use of signals, he had ventured to show these very numbers, let it prove for better or worse. Had he been on the quarter-deck of the frigate, he would have ascertained, through the benedictions bestowed by Captain Cuff, that his ruse had so far succeeded as to cause that officer to attribute his unintelligible answer to ignorance, rather than to design. Nevertheless, the frigate did not seem disposed to alter her course, for, either influenced by a desire to anchor, or by a determination to take a still closer look at the lugger, she stood on, nearing the eastern side of the bay, at the rate of some 6 miles to the hour. Raoul Yvain now thought it time to look to the safety of Le Feu-Follet in person. Previously to landing he had given instructions as to what was to be done in the event of the frigate's coming close in, but matters now seemed so very serious that he hurried down the hill, overtaking Vito Viti in his way, who was repairing to the harbour to give instructions to certain boatmen concerning the manner in which the quarantine laws were to be regarded, in an intercourse with a British frigate. "You ought to be infinitely happy at the prospect of meeting an honourable countryman in this," Sir Brown observed the short-winded Podesta, who usually put himself out of breath both in ascending and descending the steep street, "for he really seems determined to anchor in our bay, Signor Smees. To tell you the truth, Signor Podesta, I wish I was half as well persuaded that it is Sir Brown and La Proserpine as I was an hour ago. I see symptoms of its being a Republican, after all, and must have a care for Zediving and Ving. The devil carry away all Republicans, is my humble prayer, Signor Capitano. But I can hardly believe that so graceful and gracious-looking a frigate can possibly belong to such wretches." Ah, Signor, if that were all, I fear we should have to yield the palm to the French, answered Raoul, laughing, for the best-looking craft in His Majesty's service are Republican prizes. Even should this frigate turn out to be the Proserpine herself, she can claim no better origin. But I think the Vice-Governor has not done well in deserting the batteries, since this stranger does not answer our signals as she should. The last communication has proved quite unintelligible to him. Raoul was nearer to the truth than he imagined perhaps, for certainly Ithiel's numbers had made nonsense, according to the signal book of the Proserpine, but his confident manner had an effect on Vito Viti, who was duped by his seeming earnestness, as well as by a circumstance which, rightly considered, told as much against as it did in favor of his companion. "And what is to be done, Signor?" demanded the podesta, stopping short in the street. "We must do as well as we can, under the circumstances. My duty is to look out for Zediving and Ving, and yours to look out for the town. Should the stranger actually enter the bay and bring his broadside to bear on this steep hill, there is not a chamber window that will not open on the muzzles of his guns. You will grant me permission to haul into the inner harbor, where we shall be sheltered by the buildings from his shot, and then perhaps it will be well enough to send my people into the nearest battery. I look for bloodshed and confusion ere long." All this was said with so much apparent sincerity that it added to the podesta's mystification. Calling a neighbor to him, he sent the latter up the hill with a message to Andrea Barofaldi, and then he hurried down toward the port, it being much easier for him, just at that moment, to descend than to ascend. Raoul kept at his side, and together they reached the water's edge. The podesta was greatly addicted to giving utterance to any predominant opinion of the moment, being one of those persons who feel quite as much as they think. On the present occasion he did not spare the frigate, for, having caught at the bait that his companion had so artfully thrown out to him, he was loud in the expression of his distrust. All the signaling and showing of colors he now believed to be a Republican trick, and precisely in proportion as he became resentful of the supposed fraud of the ship, was he disposed to confide blindly in the honesty of the lugger. This was a change of sentiment in the magistrate, and, as in the case of all sudden but late conversions, he was in a humor to compensate for his tardiness by the excess of his zeal. In consequence of this disposition and the character and loquacity of the man, all aided by a few timely suggestions on the part of Raoul, in 5 minutes it came to be generally understood that the frigate was greatly to be distrusted, while the lugger rose in public favor exactly in the degree in which the other fell. This interposition of Vito Viti's was exceedingly apropos, so far as La Feu-Follet and her people were concerned, inasmuch as the examination of and intercourse with the boat's crew had rather left the impression of their want of nationality in a legal sense, than otherwise. In a word, had not the podesta so loudly and so actively proclaimed the contrary, Tommaso and his fellows were about to report their convictions that these men were all bona fide wolves in sheep's clothing alias Frenchmen. "No, no, amicia," said Vito Viti, bustling about on the narrow little quay, all is not gold that glitters, of a certainty, and this frigate is probably no ally, but an enemy. A very different matter is it with Zediving Wiving and Il Signor Smees. We may be said to know him, have seen his papers, and the Vice-Governor and myself have examined him, as it might be, on the history and laws of his island, for England is an island, neighbours, as well as Elba, another reason for respect and amity. But we have gone over much of the literature and history of Ingilterra together and find everything satisfactory and right, therefore are we bound to show the lugger protection and love. Most true, Signor Podesta, answered Raoul from his boat, and such being the case, I hasten to haul my vessel into the mouth of your basin, which I will defend against boats or any attempt of these rascally republicans to land. Waving his hand, the young sailor pulled quickly out of the crowded little port, followed by 100 vivers. Raoul now saw that his orders had not been neglected. A small line had been run out from the lugger and fastened to a ring in the inner end of the eastern side of the narrow haven, apparently with the intention of hauling the vessel into the harbour itself. He also perceived that the light anchor, or large kedge, by which Le Feu-Follet rode, was underfoot, as seamen term it, or that the cable was nearly up and down. With a wave of the hand he communicated a new order, and then he saw that the men were raising the kedge from the bottom. By the time his foot touched the deck, indeed, the anchor was up and stowed, and nothing held the vessel but the line that had been run to the quay. 50 pairs of hands were applied to this line, and the lugger advanced rapidly toward her place of shelter. But an artifice was practiced to prevent her heading into the harbour's mouth, the line having been brought inboard abaft her larboard cathede, a circumstance which necessarily gave her a sheer in the contrary direction, or to the eastward of the entrance. When the reader remembers that the scale on which the port had been constructed was small, the entrance scarce exceeding 100 feet in width, he will better understand the situation of things. Seemingly to aid the movement, too, the jigger was set, and the wind being south, or directly aft, the lugger's motion was soon light and rapid. As the vessel drew nearer to the entrance, her people made a run with the line and gave her a movement of some 3 or 4 knots to the hour, actually threatening to dash her bows against the pier head. But Raoul Ivar contemplated no such blunder. At the proper moment the line was cut, the helm was put a port, the lugger's head sheered to starboard, and just as Vito Viti, who witnessed all without comprehending more than half that passed, was shouting his vivers and animating all near him with his cries, the lugger glided past the end of the harbour, on its outside, however, instead of entering it. So completely was everyone taken by surprise by this evolution that the first impression was of some mistake, accident, or blunder of the helmsman, and cries of regret followed, lest the frigate might have it in her power to profit by the mishap. The flapping of canvas, notwithstanding, showed that no time was lost, and presently Le Feu-Follet shot by an opening between the warehouses, under all sail. At this critical instant the frigate, which saw what passed, but which had been deceived like all the rest, and supposed the lugger was hauling into the haven, tacked and came round with her head to the westward. but intending to fetch well into the bay, she had stretched so far over toward the eastern shore as, by this time, to be quite 2 miles distant, and as the lugger rounded the promontory close under its rocks, to avoid the shot of the batteries above, she left, in less than 5 minutes, her enemy that space directly astern. Nor was this all. It would have been dangerous to fire as well as useless, on account of the range, since the lugger lay nearly in a line between her enemy's chase guns and the residence of the vice-governor. It only remained, therefore, for the frigate to commence what is proverbially a long chase, viz. a stern chase. All that has just been related may have occupied 10 minutes, but the news reached Andrea Barofaldi and his counselors soon enough to allow them to appear on the promontory in time to see the Vingwiving pass close under the cliffs beneath them, still keeping her English colours flying. Raoul was visible, trumpet in hand, but as the wind was light, his powerful voice sufficed to tell his story. "Signori," he shouted, "I will lead the rascally Republican away from your port in chase. That will be the most effectual mode of doing you a service." These words were heard and understood, and a murmur of applause followed from some, while others thought the whole affair mysterious and questionable. There was no time to interpose by acts, had such a course been contemplated, the lugger keeping too close in to be exposed to shot, and there being, as yet, no new preparations in the batteries to meet an enemy. Then there were the doubts as to the proper party to assail, and all passed too rapidly to admit of consultation or preconcert. The movement of La Feu-Follet was so easy, as to partake of the character of instinct. Her light sails were fully distended, though the breeze was far from fresh, and as she rose and fell on the long ground swells, her wedge-like bows caused the water to ripple before them like a swift current meeting a sharp obstacle in the stream. It was only as she sank into the water, in stemming a swell, that anything like foam could be seen under her forefoot. A long line of swift receding bubbles, however, marked her track, and she no sooner came abreast of any given group of spectators than she was past it, resembling the progress of a porpoise as he sports along a harbour. 10 minutes after passing the palace, or the pitch of the promontory, the lugger opened another bay, one wider and almost as deep as that on which Porto Ferrajo stands, and here she took the breeze without the intervention of any neighbouring rocks, and her speed was essentially increased. Hitherto, her close proximity to the shore had partially becalmed her, though the air had drawn round the promontory, making nearly a fair wind of it, but now the currents came fully on her beam, and with much more power. She hauled down her tacks, flattened in her sheets, luffed, and was soon out of sight, breasting up to windward of a point that formed the eastern extremity of the bay last mentioned. All this time the Proserpine had not been idle. As soon as she discovered that the lugger was endeavouring to escape, her rigging was alive with men. Sail after sail was set, one white cloud succeeding another, until she was a sheet of canvas from her trucks to her bulwarks. Her lofty sails taking the breeze above the adjacent coast, her progress was swift, for this particular frigate had the reputation of being one of the fastest vessels in the English marine. It was just 20 minutes by Andrea Barofaldi's watch after Le Feu-Follet passed the spot where he stood, when the Proserpine came abreast of it. Her greater draught of water induced her to keep half a mile from the promontory, but she was so near as to allow a very good opportunity to examine her general construction and appearance as she went by. The batteries were now manned, and a consultation was held on the propriety of punishing a Republican for daring to come so near a Tuscan port. But there flew the respected and dreaded English ensign, and it was still a matter of doubt whether the stranger were friend or enemy. Nothing about the ship showed apprehension, and yet she was clearly chasing a craft which, coming from a Tuscan harbor, an Englishman would be bound to consider entitled to his protection rather than to his hostility. In a word, opinions were divided, and when that is the case, in matters of this nature, decision is obviously difficult. Then, if a Frenchman, she clearly attempted no injury to any on the island, and those who possessed the power to commence a fire were fully aware how much the town lay exposed, and how little benefit might be expected from even a single broadside. The consequence was that the few who were disposed to open on the frigate, like the 2 or 3 who had felt the same disposition toward the lugger, were restrained in their wishes, not only by the voice of superior authority, but by that of numbers. In the meanwhile the Proserpine pressed on, and in 10 minutes more she was not only out of the range, but beyond the reach of shot. As she opened the bay west of the town, Le Feu-Follet was seen from her decks, fully a league ahead, close on a wind, the breeze hauling round the western end of the island, glancing through the water at a rate that rendered pursuit more than doubtful. Still the ship persevered, and in little more than an hour from the time she had crowded sail she was up with the western extremity of the hills, through more than a mile to the leeward. Here she met the fair southern breeze, uninfluenced by the land, as it came through the pass between Corsica and Elba, and got a clear view of the work before her. The studding sails and royals had been taken in 20 minutes earlier, the bowlines were now all hauled, and the frigate was brought close upon the wind. Still the chase was evidently hopeless, the little Feu-Follet having everything as much to her mind as if she had ordered the weather expressly to show her powers. With her sheets flattened in until her canvas stood like boards, her head looked fully a point to windward of that of the ship, and, what was of equal importance, she even went to windward of the point she looked at, while the Proserpine, if anything, fell off a little, though but a very little, from her own course. Under all these differences the lugger went through the water 6 feet to the frigate's 5, beating her in speed almost as much as she did in her weatherly qualities. The vessel to windward was not the first lugger, by 50, that Captain Cuff had assisted in chasing, and he knew the hopelessness of following such a craft under circumstances so directly adapted to its qualities. Then he was far from certain that he was pursuing an enemy at all, whatever distrust the signals may have excited, since she had clearly come out of a friendly port. Bastia, too, lay within a few hours' run, and there was the whole of the east coast of Corsica, abounding with small bays and havens, in which a vessel of that size might take refuge if pressed. After convincing himself, Therefore, by half an hour's further trial in open sailing under the full force of the breeze, of the fruitlessness of his effort, that experienced officer ordered the Proserpine's helm put up, the yards squared, and he stood to the northward, apparently shaping his course for Lagorn or the Gulf of Genoa. When the frigate made this change in her course, the lugger, which had tacked some time previously, was just becoming shut in by the western end of Elba, and she was soon lost to view entirely, with every prospect of her weathering the island altogether, without being obliged to go about again. It was no more than natural that such a chase should occasion some animation in a place as retired and ordinarily as dull as Porto Ferrajo. Several of the young idlers of the garrison obtained horses and galloped up among the hills to watch the result, the mountains being pretty well intersected by bridle paths, though totally without regular roads. They who remained in the town, as a matter of course, were not disposed to let so favourable a subject for discourse die away immediately, for want of a disposition to gossip on it. Little else was talked of that day than the menaced attack of the Republican frigate, and the escape of the lugger. Some, indeed, still doubted, for every question has its two sides, and there was just enough of dissent to render the discussions lively and the arguments ingenious. Among the disputants, Vito Viti acted a prominent part. Having committed himself so openly by his vivas and his public remarks in the port, he felt it due to his own character to justify all he had said, and Raoul Ivar could not have desired a warmer advocate than he had in the Podesta. The worthy magistrate exaggerated the vice-governor's knowledge of English, by way of leaving no deficiency in the necessary proofs of the lugger's national character. Nay, he even went so far as to affirm that he had comprehended a portion of the documents exhibited by the Senior Smees himself, and as to even wiving anyone acquainted in the least with the geography of the British Channel would understand that she was precisely the sort of craft that the semi-Gallic inhabitants of Guernsey and Jersey would be apt to send forth to cruise against the out-and-out Gallic inhabitants of the adjacent main. During all these discussions, there was one heart in Porto Ferrajo that was swelling with the conflicting emotions of gratitude, disappointment, joy, and fear, though the tongue of its owner was silent. Of all of her sex in the place, Guitar alone had nothing to conjecture, no speculation to advance, no opinion to maintain, nor any wish to express. Still she listened eagerly, and it was not the least of her causes of satisfaction to find that her own hurried interviews with the handsome privateersman had apparently escaped observation. At length her mind was fully lightened of its apprehensions, leaving nothing but tender regrets, by the return of the horsemen from the mountains. These persons reported that the upper sails of the frigate were just visible in the northern board, so far as they could judge, even more distant than the island of Caprera, while the lugger had beaten up almost as far to windward as Pianessa, and then seemed disposed to stand over toward the coast of Corsica, doubtless with an intention to molest the commerce of that hostile island. Chapter 7. And indeed, sir, there are casinos abroad, therefore it behoves men to be wary. Fear not thou, man, thou shalt lose nothing here. and I hope so, sir, for I have about me many parcels of change. Winter's Tale. Such was the state of things at Porto Ferrajo at noon, or about the hour when its inhabitants bethought them of their midday meal. With most the siesta followed, though the sea air, with its invigorating coolness, rendered that indulgence less necessary to these islanders than to most of their neighbors on the main. Then succeeded the reviving animation of the afternoon, and the return of the zephyr, or the western breeze. So regular, indeed, are these changes in the currents of the air during the summer months, that the mariner can rely with safety on meeting a light breeze from the southward throughout the morning, a calm at noon, the siesta of the Mediterranean, and the delightfully cool wind from the west, after 3 or 4 o'clock. This last is again succeeded at night by a breeze directly from the land. Weeks at a time have we known this order of things to be uninterrupted, and when the changes did occasionally occur, it was only in the slight episodes of showers and thunderstorms, of which, however, Italy has far fewer than our own coast. Such, then, was the state of Porto Ferrajo toward the evening that succeeded this day of bustle and excitement. The zephyr again prevailed, the idle once more issued forth for their sunset walk, and the gossips were collecting to renew their conjectures and to start some new point in their already exhausted discussions, when a rumor spread through the place, like fire communicated to a train, that Zeving was once more coming down on the weather side of the island, precisely as she had approached on the previous evening, with the confidence of a friend and the celerity of a bird. Years had passed since such a tumult was awakened in the capital of Elba. Men, women, and children poured from the houses and were seen climbing the streets, all hastening to the promenade, as if to satisfy themselves with their own eyes of the existence of some miracle. In vain did the infirm and aged call on the vigorous and more youthful for the customary assistance. They were avoided like the cases of plague, and were left to hobble up the terraced street as best they might. Even mothers, after dragging them at their own sides till fearful of being too late, abandoned their young in the highway, certain of finding them rolled to the foot of the declivity, should they fail of scrambling to its summit. In short, it was a scene of confusion in which there was much to laugh at, something to awaken wonder, and not a little that was natural. 10 minutes had not certainly elapsed after the rumor reached the lower part of the town ere 2,000 persons were on the hill, including nearly all the principal personages of the place, Maso Tunti, guitar, and the different characters known to the reader. So nearly did the scene of this evening resemble that of the past, the numbers of the throng on the hill and the greater interest excepted, that one who had been present at the former might readily have fancied the latter merely its continuation. There, indeed, was the lugger, under her foresail and mainsail, with the jigger brailed, coming down wing and wing, and glancing along the glittering sea like the duck sailing toward her nest. This time, however, the English ensign was flying at the end of the jigger yard, as if in triumph, and the little craft held her way nearer to the rocks, like one acquainted with the coast and fearing no danger. There was a manner of established confidence in the way in which she trusted herself under the muzzles of guns that might have destroyed her in a very few minutes, and no one who saw her approach could very well believe that she was anything but a known, as well as a confirmed, friend. Would any of the Republican rascals, think you, Signor Andrea asked Vito-Viti, in triumph, dare to come into Portoferraggio in this style, knowing, too, as does this Sir Smees the sort of people he will have to deal with? Remember, Vice-Governor, that the man has actually been ashore among us, and would not be likely to run his head into the lion's mouth. Thou hast changed thine opinion greatly, neighbor Vito, answered the Vice-Governor, somewhat dryly, for he was far from being satisfied on the subject of Sir Cicero and on those of certain other circumstances in English history and politics. It better becomes magistrates to be cautious and wary. Well, if there be a more cautious and circumspect man in Elba than the poor Podesta of the Portoferraggio, let him stand forth, O God's name, and prove his deeds. I do not esteem myself, Signor Vice-Governor, as the idlest or as the most ignorant man in the Grand Duke's territories. There may be wiser, among whom I place your Excellenza, but there is not a more loyal subject or a more zealous friend of truth. I believe it, good Vito, returned Andrea, smiling kindly on his old associate, and have ever so considered thy advice and services. Still, I wish I knew something of this Sir Cicero, for, to be frank with thee, I have even foregone my siesta in searching the books in quest of such a man. And do they not confirm every syllable the Signor Smees has said? So far from it, that I do not even find the name. It is true, several distinguished orators of that nation are styled English Ciceros, but then all people do this, by way of commendation. I do not know that, Signor, I do not know that it may happen in our Italy, but would it come to pass, think you, among remote and so lately barbarous nations as England, Germany, and France? Thou forgettest, friend Vito, returned the Vice-Governor, smiling now, in pity of his companion's ignorance and prejudices, as just before he had smiled in kindness, that we Italians took the pains to civilize these people 1,000 years ago, and that they have not gone backward all this time. But there can be no doubt that Zeving means to enter our bay again, and there stands the Signor Smees examining us with a glass, as if he, too, contemplated another interview. It strikes me, Vice-Governor, that it would be a sin next to heresy to doubt the character of those who so loyally put their trust in us. No Republican would dare to anchor in the Bay of Portoferraggio a second time. Once it might possibly be done, but twice, no, never, never. I do not know, but you are right, Vito, and I am sure I hope so. Will you descend to the port and see that the forms are complied with? Then glean such useful circumstances as you can. The crowd was now in motion toward the lower part of the town to meet the lugger, and at this suggestion the Podesta hurried down in the throng, to be in readiness to receive the Signor Smees as soon as he should land. It was thought more dignified and proper for the Vice-Governor to remain, and await to hear the report of the supposed English officer where he was. Guitar was one of the few also who remained on the heights, her heart now beating with renewed apprehensions of the dangers that her lover had again braved on her account, and now nearly overflowing with tenderness, as she admitted the agreeable conviction that, had she not been in Porto Ferrajo, Raoul Ivar would never have incurred such risks. Guitar del Torre, or Guitar of the Towers, as the girl was ordinarily termed by those who knew her, from a circumstance in her situation that will appear as we advance in the tale, or Guitar Caraccioli, as was her real name, had been an orphan from infancy. She had imbibed a strength of character and a self-reliance from her condition, that might otherwise have been wanting in one so young, and of a native disposition so truly gentle. An aunt had impressed on her mind the lessons of female decorum, and her uncle, who had abandoned the world on account of a strong religious sentiment, had aided in making her deeply devout and keenly conscientious. The truth of her character rendered her indisposed to the deception which Raoul was practicing, while feminine weakness inclined her to forgive the offense in the motive. She had shuddered again and again, as she remembered how deeply the young sailor was becoming involved in frauds, too, that might so easily terminate in violence and bloodshed, and then she had trembled under the influence of a gentler emotion as she remembered that all these risks were run for her. Her reason had long since admonished her that Raoul Ivar and Guitar Caraccioli ought to be strangers to each other, but her heart told a different story. The present was an occasion suited to keeping these conflicting feelings keenly alive, and, as has been said, when most of the others hastened down toward the port to be present when the wing came in, she remained on the hill, brooding over her own thoughts, much of the time bathed in tears. But Raoul had no intention of trusting his jack-o'-lantern where it might so readily be extinguished by the hand of man. Instead of taking shelter against any new roving Republican who might come along behind the buildings of the port, as had been expected, he shot past the end of the quay and anchored within a few fathoms of the very spot he had quitted that morning, merely dropping his kedge underfoot as before. Then he stepped confidently into his boat and pulled for the landing. Signor Capitano, cried Vito Viti, as he met his new protege with an air of cordiality as soon as the foot of the latter touched the shore. We looked for the pleasure of receiving you into our bosom, as it were, here in the haven. How ingeniously you led off that sans-culotte this morning. Ah, the Inglese are the great nation of the ocean, Colombo notwithstanding. The vice-governor told me all about your illustrious female admiral, Elizabetta, and the Spanish Armada, and there was Nelsoni, and now we have Smees. Raoul accepted these compliments, both national and personal, in a very gracious manner, squeezing the hand of the podesta with suitable cordiality and condescension, acting the great man as if accustomed to this sort of incense from infancy. As became his public situation, as well as his character, he proposed paying his duty immediately to the superior authorities of the island. King George, my master, continued Raoul, as he and Vito Viti walked from the quay toward the residence of Andrea Barofaldi, is particularly pointed on this subject, with us all, in his personal orders. Never enter a port of one of my allies, Smeet, he said. The very last time I took leave of him, without immediately hastening with your duty to the commandant of the place. You never lose anything by being liberal in politeness, and England is too polished a country to be outdone in these things by even the Italians, the parents of modern civilization. You are happy in having such a sovrano, and still more so in being allowed to approach his sacred person. Oh! As to the last, the navy is his pet. He considers us captains in particular as his children. Never enter London, my dear Smeet, he said to me, without coming to the palace, where you will always find a father. You know he has one son among us who was lately a captain, as well as myself. San Stefano. And he the child of a great king. I did not know that, I confess, Signor. Why, it is a law in England that the king shall give at least one son to the marine. Yes, said His Majesty, always be prompt in calling on the superior authorities, and remember me benevolently and affectionately to them, one and all, even down to the subordinate magistrates, who live in their intimacy. Raoul delighted in playing the part he was now performing, but he was a little addicted to overacting it. Like all exceedingly bold and decided geniuses, he was constantly striding across that step which separates the sublime from the ridiculous, and consequently ran no small hazard in the way of discovery. But with Vito Viti he incurred little risk on this score, provincial credulity and a love of the marvellous coming in aid of his general ignorance, to render him a safe depository of anything of this sort that the other might choose to advance. Vito Viti felt it to be an honor to converse with a man who, in his turn, had conversed with a king. And as he puffed his way up the steep ascent again he did not fail to express some of the feelings which were glowing in his breast. Is it not a happiness to serve such a prince? He exclaimed. Nay, to die for him. The latter is a service I have not yet performed, answered Raoul, innocently, but which may one day well happen. Do you not think, Podesta, that he who lays down his life for his prince merits canonization? That would fill the calendar too soon, in these wars, Signor Smees, but I will concede you the generals and admirals, and other great personages. A general or an admiral who dies for his sovereign does deserve to be made a saint. This would leave these miserable French republicans, Signor, without hope or honor. They are cannel from the highest to the lowest, and can reasonably expect nothing better. If they wish to be canonized, let them restore the Bourbons, and put themselves lawfully in the way of such a blessing. The chase of this morning, Signor Vito Viti, must at least have amused the town. The Podesta wanted but this opening to pour out a history of his own emotions, sensations, and raptures. He expatiated in glowing terms on the service the lugger had rendered the place by leading off the rascally republicans, showing that he considered the maneuver of passing the port, instead of entering it, as one of the most remarkable of which he had ever heard, or even read. I defied the vice-governor to produce an example of a finer professional inspiration in the whole range of history, beginning with his Tacitus and ending with your new English work on Roma. I doubt if the elder Pliny, or Mark Antony, or even Caesar, ever did a finer thing, Signor, and I am not a man addicted to extravagance in compliments. Had it been a fleet of vessels of 3 decks, instead of a little lugger, Christendom would have rung with the glory of the achievement. Had it been but a frigate, my excellent friend, the maneuver would have been unnecessary. Pest. It is not a single Republican ship that can make a stout English frigate skulk along the rocks and fly like a thief at night. Ah, there is the Vice-Governor walking on his terrace, Sir Smees, and dying with impatience to greet you. We will drop the subject for another occasion, and a bottle of good Florence liquor. The reception which Andrea Barofaldi gave Raoul was far less warm than that he received from the Podesta, though it was polite, and without any visible signs of distrust. "I have come, Signor Vice-Governor," said the privateersman, "in compliance with positive orders from my master, to pay my respects to you again, and to report my arrival once more in your bay, though the cruise made since my last departure has not been so long as an East India voyage. Short as it has been, we should have reason to regret your absence, Signor, were it not for the admirable proofs it has afforded us of your resources and seamanship," returned Andrea, with due complaisance. "To own the truth, when I saw you depart it was with the apprehension that we should never enjoy this satisfaction again. But, like your English Sir Cicero, the second coming may prove even more agreeable than the first." Raoul laughed, and he even had the grace to blush a little, after which he appeared to reflect intensely on some matter of moment. Smiles struggled round his handsome mouth, and then he suddenly assumed an air of sailor-like frankness and disclosed his passing sensations in words. "Signor Vice-Governor, I ask the favor of one moment's private conference. Signor Vito Viti, give us leave a single moment, if you please." "I perceive, Signor," continued Raoul, as he and Andrea walked a little aside, "that you have not easily forgotten my little fanfaronade about our English Cicero. But what will you have? We sailors are sent to see children, and we know little of books. My excellent father, Milord Smeet, had me put in a frigate when I was only 12, an age at which one knows very little of Cicero's or Dante's or Corneille's, even as you will confess. Thus, when I found myself in the presence of a gentleman whose reputation for learning has reached far beyond the island he so admirably governs, a silly ambition has led me into a folly that he finds it hard to forgive. If I have talked of names of which I know nothing, it may be a weakness such as young men will fall into, but surely it is no heinous crime. You allow, Signor, that there has been no English Sir Cicero. The truth compels me to say, I know nothing about it. But it is hard for a very young man, and one, too, that feels his deficiencies of education, to admit all this to a philosopher on a first acquaintance. It becomes a different thing when natural modesty is encouraged by a familiar goodness of heart, and a day's acquaintance with the Signor Barofaldi is as much as a year with an ordinary man. If this be the case, Sir Smees, I can readily understand, and as willingly overlook what has passed, returned the Vice-Governor, with a self-complacency that in nothing fell short of that which Vito Viti had so recently exhibited. It must be painful to a sensitive mind to feel the deficiencies which unavoidably accompany the want of opportunities for study, and I at least can now say how delightful it is to witness the ingenuousness which admits it. Then, if England has never possessed a Cicero in name, doubtless she has had many in qualifications, after allowing for the halo which time ever throws around a reputation. Should your duty often call you this way, Signor, during the summer, it will add to the pleasure I experience in enjoying the advantage of your acquaintance, to be permitted, in some slight degree, to direct your reading to such works as, with a mind like yours, will be certain to lead to profit and pleasure. Raoul made a suitable acknowledgment for this offer, and from that moment the best understanding existed between the parties. The privateersman, who had received a much better education than he pretended to, and who was a consummate actor as well as, on certain occasions, a practiced flatterer, determined to be more cautious in future, sparing his literary conjectures, whatever liberties he might take with other subjects. And yet this reckless and daring mariner never flattered nor deceived Guittard in anything. With her he had been all sincerity, the influence he had obtained over the feelings of that pure-minded girl being as much the result of the nature and real feeling he had manifested, as of his manly appearance and general powers of pleasing. It would have been, indeed, matter of interesting observation for one curious in the study of human nature to note how completely the girl's innocence and simplicity of character had extended itself over every act of the young man that was any way connected with her, preventing his even feigning that religion which he certainly did not feel, and the want of which was the sole obstacle to the union he had now solicited for near a 12-month, and which, of all others, was the object by far the closest to his heart. With Andrea Barofaldi and Vito Viti, and most especially with the hated English, it was a very different thing, however, and seldom was Raoul happier than when he was employed in precisely such a scene of mystification as that in which he was at that moment engaged. The vice-governor having established relations so completely amicable with the Signor Smees could do no less than invite his guest to enter the palazzo, along with himself and the podesta. As it was yet too light for the sailor to seek an interview with Guittard, he cheerfully accepted the offer, making a careful examination of the whole of the northern margin of the sea, from his elevated position, however, before he crossed the threshold. This little delay on Raoul's part enabled the podesta to have a passing word with his friend unobserved. "You have found, Sir Smees," said Vito Viti, with earnestness, "all that your wisdom and prudence could desire, I trust. For my part, I consider him a most interesting youth, one destined at some future time to lead fleets and dispose of the fortunes of nations. He is more amiable and even better informed than I had thought, neighbor Vito Viti. He gives up his Sir Cicero with a grace that causes one regret it was necessary, and, like yourself, I make no doubt of his becoming an illustrious admiral in time. It is true his father, my Lord Smees, has not done justice to his education, but it is not too late yet to repair that evil. Go, desire him to enter, for I am impatient to draw his attention to certain works that may be useful to one in his line of life." At this suggestion the podesta returned to the door in order to usher the imaginary Guernsey man into the residence. He found Raoul still standing on the entrance, examining the sea. There were 2 or 3 coasters, feluccas, as usual, stealing along the coast, in the Italian fashion, equally afraid of the barbarians of the south shore and of the French of the north. All these would have been good prizes, but, to do the privateersman justice, he was little in the habit of molesting mariners of so low a class. There was one felucca, however, that was just rounding the promontory, coming in from the north, and with the people of this craft he determined to have some communication as soon as he returned to the port, with a view to ascertain if she had fallen in with the frigate. Just as he had come to this resolution, the podesta joined him, and he was ushered into the house. It is unnecessary to give the discourse which succeeded. It related more to literature and matters in general than to anything connected with our tale, the worthy vice-governor being disposed to reward the ingenuousness of the young sailor, by furnishing him as much instruction as the time and circumstances would allow. Raoul bore this very well, waiting patiently for the light to disappear, when he felt a perfect confidence of again meeting Guittard on the promenade. As he had discovered how much more safety there was in diffidence than in pretension, he found his task of deception comparatively easy, and by letting the vice-governor have his own way, he not only succeeded in gaining that functionary over to a full belief in his assumed nationality, but in persuading him to believe the Signor Smys a young man of even more erudition than he had at first supposed. By means as simple and natural as these, Raoul made more progress in the good graces of Andrea Barofaldi in the next 2 hours, than he could have done in a year by setting up his own knowledge and reading as authority. There is little doubt that the vice-governor found this interview agreeable, from the time he was disposed to waste on it, and, it is certain, Raoul thought it some of the hardest duty in which he had ever been engaged. As for Vito Viti, he was edified, and he did not care to conceal it, giving frequent manifestations of his satisfaction by expressions of delight, occasionally venturing a remark, as if expressly to betray his own ignorance. "I have often known you great, Vice-Governor," he cried, when Andrea had closed a dissertation on the earlier history of all the northern nations, which lasted fully half an hour, "but never so great as you are tonight. Signor, you have been most illustrious this evening. Is it not so, Signor Smys? Could any professor of Pisa, or even of Papua, do more justice to a subject than we have seen done to this to which we have been listening?" "Signor Podesta," added Raoul, "but one feeling has prevailed in my mind while attending to what has been said, and that has been deep regret that my profession has cut me off from all these rich stores of profound thought. But it is permitted us to admire that even which we cannot imitate." "Quite true, Signori," answered Andrea, with gentle benevolence, "but with dispositions like yours, Sir Smys, it is not so very difficult to imitate what we admire. I will write out a list of works which I would recommend to your perusal, and, by touching at Livorno or Napoli, you will obtain all the books at reasonable prices. You may expect to see the list on your breakfast table tomorrow morning, as I shall not sleep until it is completed." Raoul gladly seized upon this promise as a hint to depart, and he took his leave with suitable acknowledgments of gratitude and delight. When he got out of the palazzo, however, he gave a long, low whistle, like a man who felt he had escaped from a scene in which persecution had been a little lightened by the ridiculous, and uttered a few curses on the nations of the North, for being so inconsiderate as to have histories so much longer and more elaborate than he conceived to be at all necessary. All this passed as he hastened along the promenade, which he found deserted, every human being having apparently left it. At length he thought he perceived a female form some distance ahead of him and in a part of the walk that was never much frequented. Hastening toward it, his quick eye discerned the person of her he sought, evidently waiting for his approach. Raoul exclaimed Guitar, reproachfully, "In what will these often repeated risks finally end? When so fairly and cleverly out of the harbour of Porto Ferrajo, why did you not possess the prudence to remain there? Thou knowest the reason, Guitar, and why ask this question? San Nettuno. Was it not handsomely done, and is not this brave vice-governor rarely mystified? I sometimes think, Guitar, I have mistaken my vocation, which should have been that of a diplomate." "And why a diplomate in particular? Raoul, thou art too honest to deceive long. Whatever thou mayest do on an occasion like this, and in a pressing emergency." "Why, but no matter. This Andrea Barofaldi and this Vito Viti will one day know why. And now to our business, Guitar, since Le Feu-Follet cannot always decorate the Bay of Porto Ferrajo." "True," interrupted the girl, "and I have come for no other purpose than to say as much myself. My dear uncle has arrived, and he intends to sail for the Torre with the first felucca. There, this has done more to make me believe in a providence than all the preaching of all the padri of Italy. Here is the lugger to take the place of the felucca, and we can sail this very night. My cabin shall be yours entirely, and with your uncle for a protector no one can raise an evil tongue against the step." Guitar, to own the truth, expected this very offer, which, agreeable as it was, her sense of propriety would certainly have prevented her from accepting, but for one consideration, it might be made the means of getting Raoul out of an enemy's port and, in so much, out of harm's way. This, with one of her affectionate heart, was an object to which she would have sacrificed appearances of even a graver character. We do not wish the reader, however, to get a false impression of this girl's habits and education. Although the latter, in many particulars, was superior to that received by most young women of her class in life, the former were simple, and suited to her station, as well as to the usages of her country. She had not been brought up with that severe restraint which regulates the deportment of the young Italian females of condition, perhaps in a degree just as much too severely, as it leaves the young American too little restrained, but she had been taught all that decorum and delicacy required, either for the beautiful or the safe, and her notions inculcated the inexpediency, if not the impropriety, of one in her situation taking a passage in a privateer at all, and particularly so one commanded by an avowed lover. But, on the other hand, the distance between Porto Ferrajo and the Towers was only about 50 miles, and a few hours would suffice to place her in safety beneath her own roof, and, what was of more importance in her view just then, Raoul in safety along with her. On all this had she pondered, and she was consequently prepared with an answer to the proposal that had just been made. If my uncle and myself could accept this generous offer, when would it be convenient for you to sail, Raoul? The girl demanded. We have now been absent longer than we intended, and longer than we ought. Within an hour, if there were any wind. But you see how it is, Guitar, the zephyr has done blowing, and it now seems as if every fan of Italy had gone to sleep. You can depend on our sailing the instant it shall be in our power. At need, we will use the sweeps. I will then see my uncle and mention to him that there is a vessel about to sail, in which we had better embark. Is it not odd, Raoul, that he is profoundly ignorant of your being in the bay? He gets more and more lost to things around him every day, and I do believe he does not recollect that you command an enemy's vessel half the time. Let him trust to me, he shall never have occasion to know it, Guitar. We are assured of that, Raoul. The generous manner in which you interposed to save us from the corsair of the Algerians, which began our acquaintance, and for which we shall always have occasion to bless you, has made peace between you and us forever. But for your timely succor, last summer, my uncle and myself would now have been slaves with barbarians. That is another thing that inclines me to believe in a providence, Guitar. Little did I know, when rescuing you and your good kinsman from the boat of the Algerian, who I was saving. And yet you see how all has come to pass, and that in serving you I have merely been serving myself. Would thou couldst learn to serve that God who disposes of us all at his holy pleasure, murmured Guitar, tears forcing themselves to her eyes, and a convulsive effort alone suppressing the deep emotion with which she uttered the words. But we thank thee again and again, Raoul, as the instrument of his mercy in the affair of the Algerian, and are willing to trust to thee now and always. It will be easy to induce my uncle to embark, but, as he knows thy real character when he chooses to recollect it, I hardly think it will do to say with whom. We must arrange an hour and a place to meet, when I will see to his being there and in readiness. Raoul and Guitar next discussed the little details, a place of rendezvous without the town, a short distance below the wine house of Benedetta, being selected, in preference to choosing one that would necessarily subject them to observation. This portion of the arrangements was soon settled, and then Guitar thought it prudent to separate. In this proposal her companion acquiesced with a better grace than he might have done, had he not the girl's assurance of meeting him within an hour, in order that everything might be ready for a start with the first appearance of wind. When left alone, Raoul bethought him that Ithiel and Filippo were on shore as usual, the New Hampshire man consenting to serve only on condition of being allowed to land, a privilege he always abused by driving a contraband trade on occasions like the present. So great was the fellow's dexterity in such matters, that Raoul, who disdained smuggling, while he thought himself compelled to wink at it in others, had less apprehensions of his committing the lugger than he might have felt in the case of one less cunning. But it was now necessary to get these two men off or abandon them, and fortunately remembering the name of the wine-house where they had taken their potations the previous night, he repaired to it without delay, luckily finding Ithiel and his interpreter deep in the discussion of another flask of the favourite Tuscan beverage. Maso and his usual companions were present also, and there being nothing unusual in the commander of an English ship of war's liking good liquor, Raoul, to prevent suspicion, drew a chair and asked for his glass. By the conversation that followed, the young privateersman felt satisfied that, though he might have succeeded in throwing dust into the eyes of the vice-governor and the podesta, these experienced old seamen still distrusted his character. It was so unusual a thing for a French frigate, while it was so usual for an English frigate to be standing along the coast, near in, that these mariners, who were familiar with all such matters, had joined this circumstance to the suspicious signs about the lugger, and were strongly disposed to believe the truth concerning both vessels. To all this, however, Raoul was more indifferent than he might have been but for the arrangement to sail so soon. He took his wine, therefore, with apparent indifference, and in proper season withdrew, carrying with him Ithiel and the Genos. Chapter 8. Within our bay, one stormy night, the Isle's men saw boats make for shore, with here and there a dancing light that flashed on man and oar. When hailed, the rowing stopped, and all was dark. Ha! Lantern work, Will home. They're playing shark. Dana. It was dark when Raoul quitted the government house, leaving Andrea Barofaldi and Vito Viti in the library of the former. No sooner was the young seaman's back turned, than the vice-governor, who was in a humour to display his acquirements, resumed a discussion that he had found so agreeable to his self-esteem. It is easy to see, good Vito Viti, that this young Inglese is a gentle of noble birth, though not of a liberal education, he said. Doubtless his father, my Lord O'Smees, has a large family, and the usages of England are different from those of Italy, in respect to birthright. There, the eldest son alone inherits the honours of the family, while the cadets are put into the army and navy to earn new distinctions. Nelsoni is the son of a priest, I hear. Cospetto of a padre. Signor Vice-Governor interrupted the podesta, it is most indecent to own it. A priest must be possessed of the devil himself to own his issue, though issue he may certainly have. There, again, good Vito, it is different with the Luterani and us Catholics. The priests of England, you will please remember, marry, while ours do not. I should not like to be shrived by such a padre. The man would be certain to tell his wife all I confessed, and the saints could only say what would be the end on't. Porto Ferrajo would soon be too hot to hold an honest man or even an honest woman in the bargain. But the Luterani do not confess, and are never shrived at all, you will remember. San Stefano, how do they expect, then, ever to get to heaven? I will not answer that they do, friend Vito, and we are certain that if they have such expectations they must be most treacherous to them. But, talking of this Sir Smees, you perceive in his air and manner the finesse of the Anglo-Saxon race, which is a people altogether distinct from the ancient Gauls, both in history and character. Pietro Ginon, in his Storia Civile del Regno di Napoli, speaks of the Normans, who were a branch of these adventurers, with great interest and particularity, and I think I can trace in this youth some of the very peculiarities that are so admirably delineated in his well-told but too free writings. Well, Pietro, I was not speaking of thee, but of a namesake of thine, of the family of Ginon, an historian of Naples, of note and merit. What is thy will? This question was put to a servant, who entered at that moment, holding in his hand a piece of paper, which he desired to lay before his master. A cavalier is without, Signor Andrea, who asks the honor of an audience, and who sends in his name, as your Excellenza will find it on this paper. The vice-governor took the slip of paper and read aloud, Edward Griffin, Tenente della Marina Inglesa. Ah! Here is an officer sent from Zeving with some communication, friend Vito. It is fortunate you are still here to hear what he has to say. Show the lieutenant in, Pietro. One who understood Englishmen better than Andrea Barofaldi would have been satisfied at a glance that he who now entered was really a native of that country. He was a young man of some 2 or 23, of a ruddy, round, good-natured face, wearing an undress coat of the service to which he professed to belong, and whose whole air and manner betrayed his profession quite as much as his country. The salutations he uttered were in very respectable Italian, familiarity with the language being the precise reason why he had been selected for the errand on which he had come. After these salutations he put a piece of parchment into Andrea's hand, remarking, If you read English, Signor, you will perceive by that commission I am the person I represent myself to be. Doubtless, Signor Tenente, you belong to Zeving and are a subordinate of Sir Smees. The young man looked surprised and at the same time half disposed to laugh, though a sense of decorum suppressed the latter inclination. I belong to His Britannic Majesty's ship Proserpine, Signor, he dryly answered, and know not what you mean by the Ving. Captain Cuff of that ship, the frigate you saw off your harbour this morning, has sent me down in the felucca that got in this evening to communicate intelligence concerning the lugger which we chased to the southward about 9 o'clock, but which, I see, is again snug at her anchor in this bay. Our ship was lying behind Caprea when I left her, but will be here to take me off, and to hear the news, before daylight, should the wind ever blow again. Andrea Barofaldi and Vito Viti stared, and that, too, as if a messenger had come from the lower regions to summon them away for their misdeeds. Lieutenant Griffin spoke unusually good Italian for a foreigner, and his manner of proceeding was so straightforward and direct as to carry with it every appearance of truth. You do not know what I mean by zeving wiving, demanded the vice-governor, with emphasis. To be frank with you, I do not, Signor. Vingwiving is not English, nor do I know that it is Italian. Mr. Griffin lost a good deal of ground by this assertion, which implied a doubt of Andrea's knowledge of foreign tongues. You say, Signor Tenente, if I comprehend your meaning, that Vingwiving is not English. Indeed I do, sir, at least no English that I have ever heard spoken, at sea or ashore, and we seamen have a language of our own. Will you, then, permit me to ask you what is the translation of Ayla e Ayla, word for word? The lieutenant paused a moment and pondered. Then he laughed involuntarily, checking himself almost immediately with an air of respect and gravity. I believe I now understand you, Signor Vice-Governor, he said. We have a sea phrase something like this, to describe a fore and aft vessel with her sails swinging off on both sides, but we call it wing and wing. Sigh, Signor Vingwiving. Such is the name of the lugger of your king that now lies in our bay. Ah! We thought as much, Signore. The scoundrel has deceived you, as he has done 100 before you, and will do 100 again unless we catch him tonight. The lugger is a celebrated French privateer, that we have 6 cruisers in chase of at this moment, our own ship included. She is called La Feu-Follet, which is not wing and wing, but Will-o'-the-Wisp, or Jack-o'-lantern, in English, and which you, in Italian, would call Il Fuoco Faccio. Her commander is Raoul Ivar, than whom there is not a greater desperado sailing out of France. Thought it is admitted that the fellow has some good, nay, some noble qualities. At every word uttered by the lieutenant, a page of history was blotted out from the memory of his listener. The vice-governor had heard the name of Raoul Ivar, and even that of La Feu-Follet, which the malignancy of a bitter war had blackened nearly to the hues of piracy. The thought that he had been the dupe of this corsair, nay, that he had actually been entertaining him with honors and hospitality, within an hour was almost too much for his philosophy. Men do not often submit to such humiliating sensations without a struggle, and before he would, or could, accord full credence to what was now told him, it was natural to oppose the objections that first offered. All this must be a mistake, observed the vice-governor. There are English as well as French luggers, and this is one of the former. Her commander is a noble English gentleman, a son of my Lord O'Smees, and though his education has been in a trifling degree neglected, he shows his origin and national character in all he says and does. Vingwiving is commanded by Sir Smees, a young officer of merit, as you must have seen yourself, Signor, by his evolutions this very morning. Surely, you have heard of Il Capitano Sir Smees, the son of my Lord O'Smees. We do not deny that his escape this morning was a clever thing, Vice-Governor, for the fellow is a seaman, every inch of him, and he is as brave as a lion, but, then, he is as impudent as a beggar's dog. There is no Sir Smees, nor Sir anybody else, in command of any of our luggers anywhere. In the Mediterranean we have no cruiser of this rig at all, and the 2 or 3 we have elsewhere are commanded by old sea dogs who have been brought up in that sort of craft. As for sirs, they are scarce out here, though the Battle of the Nile has made a few of them for the navy. Then you'll not meet with a nobleman's sort in a clipper like this, for that sort of gentry generally go from a frigate's quarter-deck into a good sloop, as commander, and, after a 12-month's work or so in the small one, into a fast frigate again, as a post-captain. Much of this was gibberish to Andrea Barofaldi, but Griffin being exclusively naval, he fancied everyone ought to take the same interest as he did himself in all these matters. But, while the vice-governor did not understand more than half of the other's meaning, that half sufficed to render him exceedingly uneasy. The natural manner of the lieutenant, too, carried conviction with it, while all the original impressions against the lugger were revived by his statements. "What say you, Signor Vitoviti?" demanded Andrea. "You have been present at the interviews with Sir Smees." "That we have been deceived by one of the most oily-tongued rogues that ever took in honest men, if we have been deceived at all, Vice-Governor. Last evening I would have believed this, but since the escape and return of the lugger I could have sworn that we had an excellent friend and ally in our bay. You had your signals, Signor Tenente, and that is proof of amity and understanding. We made our number when we saw the lugger with an English ensign set, for we did not suppose a Frenchman would be quietly lying in a Tuscan port, but the answer we got was nonsense, and then we remembered to have heard that this Raoul Ivar was in the habit of playing such tricks all along the Italian coast. Once on the scent, we were not the men to be easily thrown off it. You saw the chase and know the result. There must be some error in all this. Would it not be well, Signor, to see the commander of the lugger or to go on board of her and satisfy yourself with your own eyes of the truth or falsehood of your surmises? 10 minutes might clear up everything. Your pardon, Signor Vice-Governor, were I to trust myself on board Le Feu-Follet, I might remain a prisoner until a peace was made, and I have yet 2 steps to gain before I can afford that risk. Then as to letting Ivan know of my presence here, it would just give him the alarm, and cause us to lose the bird before we can spring the net. My orders are positive, not to let anyone but the authorities of the island know of my visit or its object. All we ask of you is to detain the lugger until morning, then we will see to it that she will never trouble the Italian coast again. Nay, Signor, we have guns of our own and could easily dispose of so small a vessel, once assured of her being an enemy, returned the Vice-Governor, with a little pride and loftiness of manner. Convince us of that fact, and we'll sink the lugger at her anchors. That is just what we do not wish you to do, Signor, answered the lieutenant, with interest. From what passed this morning, Captain Cuff has thought it probable that Monsieur Ivar, for some reason best known to himself, would come back here as soon as he was rid of us, or that, finding himself on the south side of the island, he might put into Porto Longan, and, had I not met him here, I was to get a horse and ride across to the latter place and make my arrangements there. We wish by all means to get possession of the lugger, which, in smooth water, is the fastest craft in the Mediterranean, and would be of infinite service to us. We think the Proserpine would prove too much for her, blowing fresh, but in moderate weather she will go 6 feet to our 5. Now if you open on her she will either escape or be sunk, for Raoul Ivar is not a man to strike to a town. All I ask is to be permitted to make night signals, for which I am prepared, as soon as the frigate approaches, and that you will throw all the delays, by means of forms and permits, in the way of the Frenchman's sailing, until tomorrow morning. We will answer for the rest. I should think there would be but little danger of the luggers departing in the night, Signor Tenente, her commander rather expressing an intention of passing several days with us, and it is this ease and confidence of his which cause me to think that he cannot be the person you take him for. Why should Raoul Ivar and Le Feu-Follet come into Porto Ferrajo at all? No one knows. It is the man's habit, and doubtless he has reasons for it. 'Tis said he has even been in at Gibraltar, and it is certain he has cut several valuable storeships out of our convoys. There is an Austrian loading with iron, I perceive, in the harbour. Probably he is waiting for her to fill up, and finds it easier to watch her at an anchor than by lying outside. You naval gentlemen have ways known only to yourselves. All this may be so, but it seems an enigma to me. Have you any other proofs of your own character, Signor Tenente, than the commission you have shown me? For Sir Smees, as I have been taught to call the commander of the lugger, has one, too, that has an air of as much authenticity as this you have shown, and he wears quite as English-looking a uniform. How am I to judge between you? That difficulty has been foreseen, Signor Vice-Governor, and I come well provided with the necessary proofs. I handed you my commission, as that is a document which, if wanting, might throw a distrust on all other proofs. But here is a communication from your superior at Florence, recommending us to the kindness of the authorities of all the Tuscan ports, which you will readily understand. Captain Cuff has furnished me with other proofs, which you can look over at your leisure. Andrea Barofaldi now set about a cautious and deliberate examination of the papers shown him. They proved to be of a nature to remove every doubt, and it was not possible to distrust the party that presented them. This was a great deal toward convicting the Signor Smees of imposition, though both the Vice-Governor and the Podesta were of opinion that Captain Cuff might yet be mistaken as to the identity of the lugger. It is impossible, Signori, answered the lieutenant. We know every English cruiser in these seas, by name and description at least, and most of them by sight. This is none, and everything about her, particularly her sailing, betrays her real name. We hear there is a man in her who once belonged to our own ship, a certain Ithuriel Cospetto, exclaimed the Podesta. Then we must set down this Sir Smees, after all, for an arrant rogue, for this is the very man we met at Benedetto's the past night. An Americano, Signor Tenente, is he not? Why, the fellow pretends to be some such thing, answered the young man, colouring, for he was loath to confess the wrong that had been done the deserter. but half the British seamen one falls in with nowadays call themselves Americans, in order to escape serving His Majesty. I rather think this rascal is a Cornish or a Devonshire man. He has the twang and the nasal sing-song of that part of the island. If an American, however, we have a better right to him than the French, speaking our language and being descended from a common ancestry and having a common character. It is quite unnatural for an American to serve any but the English. I did not know that, Vice-Governor. I thought the Americani a very inferior sort of people to us Europeans, generally, and that they could scarcely claim to be our equals in any sense. You are quite right, Signor Podesta, said the lieutenant, briskly. They are all you think them, and anyone can see that at a glance. Degenerate Englishmen, we call them in the service. And yet you take them occasionally, Signor Tenente, and, as I understand from this Ithulo, frequently contrary to their wishes and by force, dryly observed Andrea Barofaldi. How can we help it, Signor? The king has a right to and he has need of the services of all his own seamen, and, in the hurry of impressing, we sometimes make a mistake. Then, these Yankees are so like our own people, that I would defy the devil himself to tell them apart. The Vice-Governor thought there was something contradictory in all this, and he subsequently said as much to his friend the Podesta, but the matter went no further at the moment, most probably because he ascertained that the young lieutenant was only using what might be termed a national argument, the English government constantly protesting that it was impossible to distinguish one people from the other. Quote this particular practice, while nothing was more offensive to their eyes, in the abstract, than to maintain any affinity in appearance or characteristics. The result of the discussion, notwithstanding, was to make the two Italians reluctant converts to the opinion of the Englishman, that the lugger was the dreaded and obnoxious Feu-Follet. Once convinced, however, shame, revenge, and mortification united with duty to quicken their exertions and to render them willing assistants in executing the schemes of Captain Cuff. It was, perhaps, fortunate for Raoul and his associates that the English officers had so strong a desire, as Griffin expressed it, to take the lugger alive. Else might she have been destroyed where she lay by removing a gun or two from its proper embrasure and planting them behind some natural ramparts among the rocks. The night was dark, it is true, but not so much so as to render a vessel indistinct at the short distance at which Le Feu-Follet lay, and a cannonade would have been abundantly certain. When all parties were of a mind as to the true character of the little craft in the bay, a consultation was had on the details of the course proper to be pursued. A window of the government house that looked toward the direction of Caprera, or that in which the Proserpine was expected to arrive, was assigned to Griffin. The young man took his station at it about midnight, in readiness to burn the blue lights with which he was provided the instant he should discern the signals of his ship. The position of this window was well adapted to the desired object, inasmuch as the lights could not be seen from the town, while they were plainly open to the sea. The same was essentially true as to the signals of the frigate, the heights interposing between her and the houses, and there being a still greater physical impossibility that anything lying in the bay should discover an object at sea on the northern side of the promontory. In this manner, then, did hour after hour pass away, a light land breeze blowing, but coming so directly into the bay as to induce Raoul not to lift his kedge. Guitar and her uncle, Carlo Giuntardi, had come off about 10, but there were still no signs of movement on board the lugger. To own the truth, Raoul was in no hurry to sail, for the longer his departure was protracted the longer would he have the happiness of retaining the lovely girl on board, and the zephyr of the succeeding day would be almost certain to carry Le Feu-Follet up to the island-like promontory of Monte Argentero, the point where stood the watchtowers of which Carlo was the keeper, and in one of which he resided. Under these circumstances, therefore, it is not surprising that the rising of the land breeze was overlooked, or at least disregarded, and that Raoul sat conversing with Guitar on deck until long past midnight, ere he allowed her to seek her little cabin, where everything had been properly arranged for her reception. To own the truth, Raoul was so confident of having completely mystified all on shore that he felt no apprehensions from that quarter, and, desirous of prolonging his present happiness as much as possible, he had very coolly determined not to sail until the southerly air of the morning should come, which, as usual, would just suffice to carry him well into the canal, when the zephyr would do the rest. Little did this hardy adventurer suspect what had occurred on shore since he quitted it, nor was he at all aware that Tommaso Tunti was at watch in the harbour, ready to report the slightest indication on the part of the lugger of a wish to quit the bay. But, while Raoul was so indifferent to the danger he ran, the feeling was quite the reverse with Ithiel. The Proserpine was the bane of this man's life, and he not only hated every stick and every timber in her, but every officer and man who was attached to her, the king whose colors she wore and the nation whose interest she served. An active hatred is the most restless of all passions, and this feeling made Ithiel keenly alive to every chance which might still render the frigate dangerous to the lugger. He thought it probable the former would return in quest of her enemy, and, expressly with a view to this object, when he turned in at 9 he left orders to be called at 2, that he might be on the alert in season. Ithiel was no sooner awaked when he called 2 trusty men, whom he had prepared for the purpose, entered a light boat that was lying in readiness on the off side of the lugger, and pulled with muffled oars toward the eastern part of the bay. When sufficiently distant from the town to escape observation, he changed his course, and proceeded directly out to sea. Half an hour sufficed to carry the boat as far as Ithiel deemed necessary, leaving him about a mile from the promontory, and so far to the westward as to give him a fair view of the window at which Griffin had taken post. The first occurrence out of the ordinary course of things that struck the American was the strong light of a lamp shining through an upper window of the government house, not that at which the lieutenant was posted, but one above it, and which had been placed there expressly as an indication to the frigate that Griffin had arrived, and was actively on duty. It was now 2 o'clock. Or an hour or two before the appearance of light, and the breeze off the adjoining continent was sufficiently strong to force a good sailing vessel, whose canvas had been thickened by the damps of night, some 4 knots through the water, and as Capraia was less than 30 miles from Porto Ferrajo, abundant time had been given to the Proserpine to gain her offing, that ship having come from behind her cover, as soon as the sun had set, and the haze of evening settled upon the sea. Ithiel, usually so loquacious and gossiping in his moments of leisure, was silent and observant when he had anything serious on hand. His eye was still on the window in which the lamp was visible, the pure olive oil that was burning in it throwing out a clear, strong flame, when suddenly a blue light flashed beneath the place, and he got a momentary glimpse of the body of the man who held it, as he leaned forward from another window. The motion which now turned his head seaward was instinctive. It was just in time to let him detect a light descending apparently into the water like a falling star, but which, in fact, was merely a signal lantern of the Proserpine coming rapidly down from the end of her gaff. "Ah! Dnu," said Ithiel, grating his teeth and shaking his fist in the direction of the spot where this transient gleam of brightness had disappeared. "I know you, and your old tricks with your lanterns and night signals. Here goes the answer." As he said this he touched a rocket, of which he had several in the boat, with the lighted end of the cigar he had been smoking, and it went hissing up into the air, ascending so high as to be plainly visible from the deck of Le Feu-Follet before it exploded. Griffin saw this signal with wonder. The frigate noted it with embarrassment, for it was far to seaward of the lamp, and even Masso conceived it necessary to quit his station in order to report the circumstance to the colonel, whom he was to call in the event of any unusual occurrence. The common impression, however, among all these parties was that a second cruiser had come through the canal from the southward in the course of the night, and that she wished to notify the Proserpine of her position, probably expecting to meet that ship off the island. On board Le Feu-Follet the effect was different. The land breeze of Italy is a sidewind to vessels quitting the Bay of Porto Ferrajo, and 2 minutes after the rocket exploded the lugger was gliding almost imperceptibly, and yet at the rate of a knot or two, under her jigger and jib, toward the outer side of the port, or along the very buildings past which she had brushed the previous day. This movement was made at the critical instant when Masso was off his watch, and the ordinary sentinels of the works had other duties to attend to. So light was this little vessel that a breath of air set her in motion, and nothing was easier than to get 3 or 4 knots out of her in smooth water, especially when she opened the comparatively vast folds of her 2 principal lugs. This she did when close under the citadel or out of sight of the town, the sentinels above hearing the flaps of her canvas, without exactly understanding whence they came. At this instant Ithiel let off a second rocket, and the lugger showed a light on her starboard bow, so concealed, however, on all sides but one, as to be visible only in the direction of the boat. As this was done she put her helm hard down and hauled her foresheet over flat to windward. 5 minutes later Ithiel had reached her deck, and the boat was hauled in as if it had been inflated silk. Deceived by the second rocket, the Proserpine now made her number with regular signal lanterns, with the intention of obtaining that of the stranger, trusting that the promontory would conceal it from the vessels in the bay. This told Raoul the precise position of his enemy, and he was not sorry to see that he was already to the westward of her, a fact that permitted him to slip round the island again, so near in as to be completely concealed by the background of cliffs. By the aid of an excellent night glass, too, he was enabled to see the frigate, distant about a league, under everything that would draw, from her royals down, standing toward the mouth of the bay on the larboard tack, having made her calculations so accurately as to drop into windward of her port, with the customary breeze off the land. At this sight Raoul laughed and ordered the mainsail taken in. Half an hour later he directed the foresail to be brailed, brought his jigger sheet in flat, put his helm hard down, and hauled the jib sheet to windward. As this last order was executed, day was just breaking over the mountains of Radicofani and Aquapendant. By this time Le Feu-Follet lay about a league to the westward of the promontory, and abreast of the deep bay that has been already mentioned as being in that direction from the town. Of course she was far beyond the danger of missiles from the land. The night wind, however, had now failed, and there was every appearance that the morning would be calm. In this there was nothing extraordinary at that season, the winds which prevailed from the south being usually short and light, unless accompanied by a gust. Just as the sun appeared the south air came, it is true, but so lightly as to render it barely possible to keep the little lugger in command, by heaving to with her head to the southwest. The Proserpine stood in until the day had advanced far enough to enable her lookouts to detect Le Feu-Follet braving her, as it might be, in the western board, at the distance of about a league and a half, under her jib and jigger, as described. This sight produced a great commotion in the ship, even the watch below tumbling up to get another sight of a craft so renowned for evading the pursuit of all the English cruisers of those seas. A few minutes later Griffin came off, crestfallen and disappointed. His first glance at the countenance of his superior announced a coming storm, for the commander of a vessel of war is no more apt to be reasonable under disappointment than any other potentate. Captain Cuff had not seen fit to wait for his subordinate on deck, but as soon as it was ascertained that he was coming off in a shore boat, he retired to his cabin, leaving orders with the first lieutenant, whose name was Winchester, to send Mr. Griffin below the instant he reported himself. "Well, sir," commenced Cuff, as soon as his lieutenant came into the after cabin, without offering him a seat. "Here we are, and out yonder 2 or 3 leagues at sea is the D.D. Feu-Follet, for so most of the seamen of the English service pronounced Feu-Follet." "I beg your pardon, Captain Cuff," answered Griffin, who found himself compelled to appear a delinquent. Whatever might be the injustice of the situation, it could not be helped. "We got in proper time, and I went to work with the deputy governor and an old chap of a magistrate who was with him, as soon as I could get up to the house of the first. Eva had been beforehand with me, and I had to underrun about 100 of his lying yawns before I could even enter the end of an idea of my own. You speak Italian, sir, like a Neapolitan born, and I depended on your doing everything as it should have been." "Not so much like a Neapolitan, I hope, Captain Cuff, as like a Tuscan or a Roman," returned Griffin, biting his lip. After an hour of pretty hard and lawyer-like work, and overhauling all the documents, I did succeed in convincing the two Elban gentry of my own character, and of that of the lugger. And while you were playing advocate, Master Raoul Ivar coolly lifted his anchor and walked out of the bay as if he were just stepping into his garden to pick a nosegay for his sweetheart. No, sir, nothing of the sort happened. As soon as I had satisfied the Signor Barofaldi, the Vice-Governor Treviche the Tory, D.N. all Veaches, and D.N. all the governatories, do speak English, Griffin, on board an English ship, if you please, even should your Italian happen to be Tuscan. Call the fellow Vice-Governor at once, if that be his rank. Well, sir, as soon as I had satisfied the Vice-Governor that the lugger was an enemy, and that we were friends, everything went smoothly enough. He wanted to sink the lugger as she lay at her anchor. And why the devil didn't he do it? 2 or 3 heavy shot would have given her a stronger dose than she could bear. You know, Captain Cuff, it has all along been your wish to take her alive. I thought it would tell so well for the ship to have it to say she had caught Le Feu-Follet, that I opposed the project. I know Mr. Winchester hopes to get her as a reward for carrying her, himself. And that would make you first. Well, sir, even if you didn't sink her, it was no reason for letting her escape. We could not prevent it, Captain Cuff. I had a lookout set upon her, one of the very best men in Porto Ferrajo, as everybody will tell you, sir, and I made the signals of the lamp and the blue lights, as agreed upon, and, the ship answering, I naturally thought all was as it should be, until and who burnt the rockets off here where we are at this moment. They deceived me, for I took them to be signals of their presence from the Weasel or the Sparrow. When I saw those rockets, Griffin, I was just as certain of the Feu-Follet as I am now of having my own ship. Yes, sir, those rockets did all the mischief, for I have since learned that, as soon as the first one was thrown, Master Ivar tripped his kedge and went out of the bay as quietly as one goes out of a dining room when he don't wish to disturb the company. He took French leave, the B.Y. sans-culotte, returned the captain, putting himself in a better humor with his own pun. But did you see nothing of all this? The first I knew of the matter, sir, was seeing the lugger gliding along under the rocks so close in that you might have jumped aboard her, and it was too late to stop her. Before those lazy Farnians could have pricked and primed, she was out of gunshot. Lazy what? Demanded the captain. Farnians, sir, which is a nickname we give these siesta gentry, you know, Captain Cuff. I know nothing about it, sir, and I'll thank you always to speak to me in English, Mr. Griffin. That is a language which I flatter myself I understand, and it's quite good enough for all my wants. Yes, sir, and for any man's wants. I'm sure, I am sorry I can speak Italian, since it has led to this mistake. Papa Griffin, you mustn't lay everything to heart that comes wrong end foremost. Dine with me today, and we'll talk the matter over at leisure. Chapter 9. Now in the fervid noon the smooth bright sea heaves slowly, for the wandering winds are dead that stirred it into foam. The lonely ship rolls wearily, and idly flap the sails against the creaking masts. The lightest sound is lost not on the ear, and things minute attract the observant eye. Richardson. Thus terminated the setting down, like many others that Captain Cuff had resolved to give, but which usually ended in a return to good nature and reason. The steward was told to set a plate for Mr. Griffin among the other guests, and then the commander of the frigate followed the lieutenant on deck. Here he found every officer in the ship, all looking at Le Feu-Follet with longing eyes, and most of them admiring her appearance, as she lay on the mirror-like Mediterranean, with the two light sails just holding her stationary. "A regular-billed snake in the grass," growled the boatswain, Mr. Strand, who was taking a look at the lugger over the hammock cloths of the waist, as he stood on the heel of a spare topmast to do so. "I never fell in with a scamp that had a more my eyes look." This was said in a sort of soliloquy, for Strand was not exactly privileged to address a quarter-deck officer on such an occasion, though several stood within hearing, and was far too great a man to enlighten his subordinates with his cogitations. It was overheard by Cuff, however, who just at that instant stepped into the gangway to make an examination for himself. "It is a snake out of the grass, rather," Strand observed the captain, for he could speak to whom he pleased, without presumption or degradation. "Had she stayed in port, now, she would have been in the grass, and we might have scotched her." "Well, your honour, we can English her, as it is, and that'll be quite as natural, and quite as much to the purpose, as scotching her, any day," answered Strand, who, being a native of London, had a magnificent sort of feeling toward all the dependencies of the Empire, and to whom the word Scotch, in that sense, was Greek, though he well understood what it meant to clap a Scotchman on a rope. "We are likely to have a flat calm all the morning, and our boats are in capital order, and, then, nothing will be more agreeable to our gentlemen than a row." Strand was a grey-headed seaman, and he had served with Captain Cuff when the latter was a midshipman, and had even commanded the top of which the present boatswain had been the captain. He knew the cut of the captain's jib better than any other man in the Proserpine, and often succeeded with his suggestions, when Winchester and the other lieutenants failed. His superior now turned round and looked him intently in the face, as if struck with the notion the other thus indirectly laid before him. This movement was noted, and, at a sign secretly given by Winchester, the whole crew gave 3 hearty cheers, Strand leading off as soon as he caught the idea. This was the only manner in which the crew of a man-of-war can express their wishes to their commander, it being always tolerated in a navy to hurrah, by way of showing the courage of a ship's company. Cuff walked aft in a thoughtful manner and descended to his cabin again, but a servant soon came up, to say that the captain desired to see the first lieutenant. "I do not half like this boat service in open daylight," Winchester observed the senior, beckoning to the other to take a chair. "The least bungling may spoil it all, and then it's 10 to 1 but your ship goes half-manned for a 12-month, until you are driven to pressing from colliers and neutrals. But we hope, sir, there'll be no bungling in anything that the Proserpine undertakes. 9 times in 10 an English man-of-war succeeds when she makes a bold dash in boats against one of these picaroons. This lugger is so low in the water, too, that it will be like stepping from one cutter into another to get upon her decks, and then, sir, I suppose, you don't doubt what Englishmen will do. Winchester, once on her deck, I make no doubt you'd carry her, but it may not be so easy as you imagine to get on her deck. Of all duty to a captain, this of sending off boats is the most unpleasant. He cannot go in person, and if anything unfortunate turns up he never forgives himself. Now, it's a very different thing with a fight in which all share alike, and the good or evil comes equally on all hands. Quite true, Captain Cuff, and yet this is the only chance that the lieutenants have for getting ahead a little out of the regular course. I have heard, sir, that you were made commander for cutting out some coasters in the beginning of the war. You have not been misinformed, and a devil of a risk we all ran. Luck saved us and that was all. One more fire from a cursed carronade would have given a Flemish account of the whole party, for, once get a little under, and you suffer like game in a battio. Captain Cuff wished to say battue, but, despising foreign languages, he generally made sad work with them whenever he did condescend to resort to their terms, however familiar. This Raoul Ivar is a devil incarnate himself at this boarding work, and is said to have taken off the head of a master's mate of the Theseus with one clip of his sword when he retook that ship's prize in the affair of last winter, that which happened off Alicant. I'll warrant you, sir, the master's mate was some slender-necked chap that might better have been at home, craning at the girls as they come out of a church door. I should like to see Raoul Ivar or any Frenchman who was ever born take off my head at a single clip. Well, Winchester, to be frank with you, I should not. You are a good first, and that is an office in which a man usually wants all the head he has, and I'm not at all certain you have any to spare. I wonder if one could not hire a felucca, or something larger than a boat, in this place, by means of which we could play a trick upon this fellow, and effect our purpose quite as well as by going up to him in our open boats bulldog fashion. No question of it at all, sir. Griffin says there are a dozen feluccas in port here, all afraid to budge an inch in consequence of this chap's being in the offing. Now one of these trying to slip along shore might just serve as a bait for him, and then he would be famously hooked. I think I have it, Winchester. You understand, we have not yet been seen to communicate with the town, and luckily our French colors have been flying all the morning. Our head, too, is inshore, and we shall drift so far to the eastward in a few minutes as will shut in our hull, if not our upper sails, from the lugger where she now lies. As soon as this is done you shall be off with 40 picked men for the shore. Engage a felucca and come out stealing along the rocks as close as you can, as if distrusting us. In due time we will chase you in the boats, and then you must make for the lugger for protection as fast as you can, when, betwixt the two, I'll answer for it, you get this Master Ivar, by fair means or foul. Winchester was delighted with the scheme, and in less than 5 minutes orders were issued for the men to be detailed and armed. Then a conference was held as to all the minor arrangements, when, the ship having become shut in from the lugger by the promontory, as expected, the boats departed. Half an hour later, or just as the Proserpine, after wearing, had got near the point where the lugger would be again open, the boats returned and were run up. Presently the two vessels were again in sight of each other, everything on board of each remaining apparently in statu quo. Thus far, certainly, the stratagem had been adroitly managed. To add to it, the batteries now fired 10 or 12 guns at the frigate, taking very good care not to hit her, which the Proserpine returned, under the French ensign, having used the still greater precaution of drawing the shot. All this was done by an arrangement between Winchester and Andrea Barofaldi, and with the sole view to induce Raoul Ivar to fancy that he was still believed to be an Englishman by the worthy vice-governor, while the ship in the offing was taken for an enemy. A light air from the southward, which lasted from 8 to 9 o'clock, allowed the frigate to get somewhat more of an offing the while, placing her seemingly beyond the reach of danger. During the prevalence of the light air mentioned, Raoul Ivar did not see fit to stir tack or sheet, as it is termed among seamen. Le Feu-Follet remained so stationary that, had she been by compass from any station on the shore, her direction would not have varied a degree the whole time. But this hour of comparative breeze sufficed to enable Winchester to get out of the harbour with La Divina Providenza, the felucca he had hired, and to round the promontory, under the seeming protection of the guns by which it was crowned, coming in view of the lugger precisely as the latter relieved her man at the helm for 10 o'clock. There were 8 or 9 men visible on the felucca's deck, all dressed in the guise of Italians, with caps and striped shirts of cotton. 35 men were concealed in the hold. Thus far everything was favourable to the wishes of Captain Cuff and his followers. The frigate was about a league from the lugger, and half that distance from La Divina Providenza. The latter had got fairly to sea and was slowly coming to a situation from which it might seem reasonable and a matter of course for the Proserpine to send boats in chase, while the manner in which she gradually drew nearer to the lugger was not such as to excite distrust or to appear in the least designed. The wind, too, had got to be so light as to favour the whole scheme. It is not to be supposed that Raoul Ivar and his followers were unobservant of what was passing. It is true that the latter wilfully protracted his departure, under the pretence that it was safer to have his enemy in sight during the day, knowing how easy it would be to elude him in the dark, but, in reality, that he might prolong the pleasure of having guitar on board, and it is also true that he had passed a delightful hour that morning in the cabin, but, then, his understanding eye noted the minutest fact that occurred, and his orders were always ready to meet any emergency that might arise. Very different was the case with Ithuel. The Proserpine was his bane, and, even while eating his breakfast, which he took on the heel of the bowsprit, expressly with that intent, his eye was seldom a minute off the frigate, unless it was for the short period she was shut in by the land. It was impossible for anyone in the lugger to say whether her character was or was not known in Porto Ferrajo, but the circumstance of the blue lights burnt in the government house itself, and witnessed by Ithuel, rendered the latter, to say the least, probable, and induced more caution than might otherwise have been shown. Still, there was no reason to suspect the character of the felucca, and the confident manner in which she came down toward the lugger, though considerably insure of her, gave reason to believe that she at least was ignorant that Le Feu-Follet was an enemy. "That felucca is the craft which lay near the landing," quietly observed Raoul, who had now come on the forecastle with a view to converse with Ithuel. "Her name is La Divina Providenza. She is given to smuggling between Leghorn and Corsica, and is probably bound to the latter at this moment. It is a bold step, too, to stand directly for her port under such circumstances." "Leghorn is a free port," returned Ithuel, "and smuggling is not needed." "Aye, free as to friends, but not free to come and go between enemies. No port is free in that sense, it being treason for a craft to communicate with the foe, unless she happen to be Le Feu-Follet," observed Raoul, laughing. "We are privileged, mon brave. Corsica or Capre, she'll reach neither today, unless she find more wind. I do not understand why the man has sailed with no more air than will serve to blow out a pocket handkerchief. These little feluccas, like our little lugger, slip along even when there seems to be no wind at all. Then he may be bound to Bastia, in which case he is wise in getting an offing before the zephyr sets in for the afternoon. Let him get a league or two out here more to the northwest, and he can make a straight wake to Bastia, after his siesta is over. Aye, there go those greedy Englishmen after him," said Ithuel. "It's as I expected, let 'em see the chance of making a guinea, and they'll strive for it, though it be agin law or agin nature. Now, what have they to do with a Neapolitan felucca, England being a sworn friend of Naples?" Raoul made no reply to this, but stood watching the movement in silence. The reader will readily enough understand that Ithuel's remark was elicited by the appearance of the boats, which, 5 in number, at that instant pulled off from the frigate's side and proceeded steadily toward the felucca. It may be necessary now to mention the relative positions of the parties, the hour, and the precise state of the weather, with a view to give the reader clear ideas of the events that succeeded. Le Feu-Follet had not materially changed her place since her jib sheet was first hauled over. She still lay about a league a little north of west from the residence of Andrea Barofaldi, and in plain view of it, a deep bay being south of her and abeam. No alterations had been made in her canvas or her helm, most of the first being still in the brails and the latter down. As the head of the frigate had been kept to the westward for the last hour, she had forged some distance in that direction, and was now quite as near the lugger as was the promontory, though nearly 2 miles off the land. Her courses were hauled up, on account of the lightness of the air, but all her upper sails stood, and were carefully watched and trimmed, in order to make the most of the cat's paws, or rather of the breathings of the atmosphere, which occasionally caused the royals to swell outward. On the whole, she might be drawing nearer to the lugger at the rate of about a knot in an hour. La Divina Providencia was just out of gunshot from the frigate and about a mile from the lugger when the boats shoved off from the former, though quite near the land, just opening the bay so often named. The boats, of course, were pulling in a straight line from the vessel they had just left toward that of which they were in pursuit. As to the time, the day had advanced as far as 11, which is a portion of the 24 hours when the Mediterranean, in the summer months, is apt to be as smooth as a mirror and as calm as if it never knew a tempest. Throughout the morning there had been some irregularity in the currents of air, the southerly breeze, generally light and frequently fickle, having been even more light and baffling than common. Still, as has been seen, there was sufficient air to force a vessel through the water, and, had Raoul been as diligent as the people of the two other craft, he might at that moment have been off the western end of the island and far out of harm's way. As it was, he had continued watching the result, but permitting all the other parties gradually to approach him. It must be allowed that the ruse of the felucca was well planned, and it now seemed about to be admirably executed. Had it not been for Ithiel's very positive knowledge of the ship, his entire certainty of her being his old prison, as he bitterly called her, it is not improbable that the lugger's crew might have been the dupe of so much well-acted ingenuity, and as it was, opinions were greatly divided, Raoul himself being more than half disposed to fancy that his American ally, for once, was wrong, and that the ship in sight was actually what she professed to be, a cruiser of the Republic. Both Winchester, who was in La Divina Providencia, and Griffin, who commanded the boats, played their parts in perfection. They understood too well the character of the wily and practiced foe with whom they had to deal, to neglect the smallest of the details of their well-concerted plan. Instead of heading toward the lugger as soon as the chase commenced, the felucca appeared disposed to enter the bay and to find an anchorage under the protection of a small battery that had been planted for this express purpose near its head. But the distance was so great as obviously to render such an experiment bootless, and, after looking in that direction a few minutes, the head of La Divina Providencia was laid offshore, and she made every possible effort to put herself under the cover of the lugger. All this was done in plain view of Raoul, whose glass was constantly at his eye, and who studied the smallest movement with jealous distrust. Winchester, fortunately for his purpose, was a dark-complexioned man of moderate stature and with bushy whiskers, such as a man-of-war's man is apt to cultivate on a long cruise, and, in his red Phrygian cap, striped shirt, and white cotton trousers, he looked the Italian as well as could have been desired. The men in sight, too, had been selected for their appearance, several of them being actually foreigners, born on the shores of the Mediterranean, it being seldom indeed that the crew of an English or an American vessel of war does not afford a representation of half the maritime nations of the earth. These men exhibited a proper degree of confusion and alarm, too, running to and fro as soon as the chase became lively, exerting themselves, but doing it without order and concert. At length, the wind failing almost entirely, they got out 2 sweeps and began to pull lustily, the real as well as the apparent desire being to get as near as possible to the lugger. "Peste!" exclaimed Raoul, all this seems right. What if the frigate should be French after all? These men in the boats look like my brave compatriots. They are regular John Bulls, answered Ithiel, positively, and the ship is the spiteful Proserpine, for so the New Hampshire man always called his old prison. As for them French hats and the way they have of rowing, they act it all for a take-in. Just let a 6-pound shot in among 'em, and see how they'll throw off their French airs and take to their English schooling. I'll not do that, for we might injure a friend. What are those fellows in the felucca about now? Why, they've got a small gun. Yes, it's a 12-pound carronade, under the tarpaulin, for'ard of their foremast, and they are clearing it away for sarvice. We shall have something doing for the end of the week. Bn it is as you say, and, voila, they train the piece on the boats. As this was said, the felucca was half concealed in smoke. Then came the discharge of the gun. The shot was seen skipping along the water, at a safe distance from the leading boat certainly, and yet sufficiently near to make it pass for indifferent gunnery. This leading boat was the Proserpine's launch, which carried a similar carronade on its grating forward, and not half a minute was suffered to pass before the fire was returned. So steady were the men, and so nicely were all parts of this plot calculated, that the shot came whistling through the air in a direct line for the felucca, striking its mainyard about halfway between the mast and the peak of the sail, letting the former down by the run. Human nature, ejaculated Ithiel, this is acting up to the contract, dollars and cents. Captain Rule, they shoot better in sport than when they're in downright earnest. This looks like real work, answered Raoul. A man does not often shoot away the mainyard of his friend on purpose. As soon as the crews of the boats saw the end of the yard come down, they ceased rowing and gave 3 hearty cheers, taking the signal from Griffin, who stood erect in the stern of the launch, to give it. Bah! Cried Raoul, these are English John Bulls without a shadow of doubt. Whoever knew the men of the Republic shout like so many Italian fantoccini pulled by wires? Ah! Messieurs les Anglais, you have betrayed your secret by your infernal throats. Now look to hear us tell the remainder of the story. Ithiel rubbed his hands with delight, perfectly satisfied that Raoul could no longer be deceived, though the fire between the felucca and the launch was kept up with spirit, the shooting being such as might have done credit to a bona fide conflict. All this time the sweep of the felucca were plied, the boats advancing at least 2 feet to the chase's one. La Divina Providence arm might now have been 300 yards from the lugger, and the launch, the nearest of the pursuers, about the same distance astern of the felucca. 10 minutes more would certainly bring the seeming combatants alongside of each other. Raoul ordered the sweeps of Le Feu-Follet to be run out and manned. At the same time her guns, 12-pound carronades, were cast loose and primed. Of these she had 4 of a side, while the 2 6s on her forecastle were prepared for similar service. When everything was ready, the 12 sweeps dropped into the water, as by a common instinct, and a powerful effort started the lugger ahead. Her jib and jigger were both brailed at that instant. A single minute sufficed to teach Winchester how hopeless pursuit would be in the felucca, if not in the boats themselves, should the lugger endeavour to escape in this manner, it being quite practicable for her strong crew to force her through the water by means of her sweeps alone from 3 to 3½ knots in the hour. But flight did not appear to be her object, for her head was laid toward La Divina Providenza, as if, deceived by the artifice of the English, she intended to prevent the capture of the felucca and to cover a friend. Raoul, however, understood himself far better than this supposition would give reason to suppose. He swept the lugger up in a line with La Divina Providenza and the boats, in the first place, as the position in which she would be the least likely to suffer from the fire of the latter, well knowing that whatever shot were thrown were purposely sent so high as to do no mischief, and, in the second place, that he might bring his enemies in a single range from his own guns. In the meanwhile, the felucca and the boats not only continued to use their carronades, but they commenced on both sides a brisk fire of musketry, the former being now distant only 100 yards from Le Feu-Follet, exceedingly hard pressed by her adversaries, so far as appearances were concerned. There being no wind at all, at this juncture, the little there had been having been entirely killed by the concussions of the guns, the sea was getting to be fast covered with smoke, the felucca, in particular, showing more than common of the wreathy canopy over her decks and about her spars, for in truth powder was burnt in considerable quantities in different parts of the vessel with this express object. Ithiel observed, too, that in the midst of this confusion and cloud the crew of La Divina Providenza was increasing in numbers instead of diminishing by the combat, 4 sweeps next being out, each manned by 3 men, while near 20 more were shortly visible, running to and fro, and shouting to each other in a language that was intended to be Italian, but which sounded much more, in his practiced ears, like bastard English. The felucca was not 50 yards distant when this clamour became the loudest, and the crisis was near. The cheers of the boats on the other side of her proclaimed the quick approach of Griffin and his party, the bows of La Divina Providenza having been laid, in a species of blind haste, directly in a line which would carry her athwart hawse of Le Feu-Follet. Mise en fans shouted Raoul Soyez calms fire. The whole of the 5 guns, loaded heavily with canister, were discharged into the smoke of La Divina Providenza. The shrieks that succeeded sufficiently proclaimed with what effect. A pause of solemn, wondering silence followed on the part of the English, and then arose a manly shout, as if, prepared for every contingency, they were resolved to brave the worst. The boats were next seen coming round the bows and stern of the felucca, dashing earnestly at their real enemy, while their 2 carronades returned the fire, this time loaded and aimed with deadly intent. But it was too late for success. As Griffin in the launch came out of La Divina Providenza smoke, he saw the lugger's sails all opened and filled with the dying effort of the southerly air. So light, however, was Le Feu-Follet that a duck could hardly have sailed away more readily from the fowler, than this little craft shot ahead, clearing the smoke, and leaving her pursuers an additional 100 yards behind her. As the air seemed likely to stand long enough to place his party in extreme jeopardy, under the fire of the French, Winchester promptly ordered the boats to relinquish the pursuit and to rally round the felucca. This command was reluctantly obeyed, when a moment was given to both sides for deliberation. Le Feu-Follet had sustained no injury worth mentioning, but the English had not less than a dozen men slain or hurt. Among the latter was Winchester himself, and as he saw that any success which followed would fall principally to the share of his subordinate, his wound greatly indisposed him to pursue any further a struggle that was nearly hopeless as it was. Not so with Raoul Eva, however. Perceiving that the frigate had taken the breeze as well as himself, and that she was stealing along in the direction of the combatants, he determined to take an ample revenge for the audacity of the attempt, and then proceed on his voyage. The lugger accordingly tacked, and passed to windward of the felucca, delivering a close and brisk fire as she approached. At first this fire was returned, but the opposition soon ceased, and when Le Feu-Follet ranged up past her adversary, a few yards to windward, it was seen that the English had deserted her to a man, carrying off their wounded. The boats were pulling through the smoke toward the bay, taking a direction opposite to that in which the lugger's head was laid. It would have been easy for the French to wear and probably to have overtaken the fugitives, sinking or capturing them to a man, but there was a touch of high chivalry in the character of Raoul Eva, and he declared that as the artifice had been ingeniously planned and daringly attempted, he would follow up his success no further. Perhaps the appearance of Guittard on deck, imploring him to be merciful, had its influence. It is certain that not another shot did he allow to be fired at the enemy. Instead of pursuing her advantage in this manner, the lugger took in her after sails, wore short round on her heel, came to the wind to leeward of the felucca, shivered all forward, set her jigger again, and luffed up so near what may be called the prize that the two vessels came together so gently as not to break an egg, as it is termed. A single rope secured the felucca to the lugger, and Raoul, Ithuel, and a few more stepped on board the former. The decks of La Divina Providencia were reeking with blood, and grape and canister were sticking in handfuls in different parts of the vessel. 3 dead bodies were found in her hold, but nothing having life was met with on board. There was a tar bucket filled at hand, and this was placed beneath the hatch, covered with all the combustible materials that could be laid hold of, and set on fire. So active were the flames at that dry season that Raoul regretted he had not taken the precaution to awaken them after he had removed his own vessel, but the southerly air continuing, he was enabled to get to a safe distance before they actually ascended the felucca's rigging and seized upon her sails. 10 minutes were thus lost, and they had sufficed to carry the boats out of gunshot inshore, and to bring the frigate very nearly down within gunshot from the southeast. But, hauling aft all his sheets, Raoul soon took the lugger clear of her flaming prize, and then she stood toward the west end of Elba, going, as usual in so light an air, 3 feet to the frigate's 2. The hour, however, was not favorable to the continuance of the breeze, and in 10 more minutes it would have puzzled the keenest senses to have detected the slightest current of air over the surface of the sea. Such flickerings of the lamp before it burnt entirely out were common, and Raoul felt certain that there would be no more wind that day until they got the Zephyr. Accordingly he directed all the sails to be hauled up, an awning to be spread over the quarter-deck, and permission was given to the people to attend to their own affairs. The frigate, too, seemed to be aware that it was the moment for the siesta of vessels as well as of men, for she clewed up her royals and top-gallant sails, brailed her jib and spanker, hauled up her courses, and lay on the water as motionless as if sticking on a shoal. The two vessels were barely long gunshot apart, and, under ordinary circumstances, the larger might have seen fit to attack the smaller in boats, but the lesson just given was a sufficient pledge to the French against the renewal of any such attempt, and they scarcely paid their neighbor's prowess the compliment to watch him. Half an hour later, when Winchester got back to the ship, limping with a hurt in his leg, and with his people exhausted and mortified, it was found that the undertaking had cost the lives of 7 good men, besides the temporary suspension of the services of 15 more. Captain Cuff was aware that his enterprise had failed as soon as he perceived the lugger under her canvas, playing around the felucca, and the boats held in perfect command. But when he discovered the latter pulling for the shore he was certain that they must have suffered, and he was prepared to learn a serious loss, though not one that bore so large a proportion to the whole numbers of the party sent on the expedition. Winchester he considerately declined questioning while his wound was being dressed, but Griffin was summoned to his cabin as soon as the boats were hoisted in and stowed. "Well, Mr. Griffin, a pretty scrape is this into which you have led me, among you, with your wish to go boating about after luggers and Raoul Evas. What will the Admiral say when he comes to hear of 22 men's being laid on the shelf, and a felucca to be paid for, as a morning's amusement? Really, Captain Cuff, we did our best, but a man might as well have attempted to put out Vesuvius with snowballs as to stand the canister of that infernal lugger. I don't think there was a square yard in the felucca that was not peppered. The men never behaved better, and down to the moment when we last cheered I was as sure of Le Feu-Follet as I ever was of my own promotion. They needn't call her Le Feu-Follet any longer, the Great Folly being a better name. What the devil did you cheer for at all, sir? Did you ever know a Frenchman cheer in your life? That very cheering was the cause of your being found out before you had time to close. You should have shouted Vive la République, as all their craft do when we engage them. A regular English hurrah would split a Frenchman's throat. I believe we did make a mistake there, sir, but I never was in an action in which we did not cheer, and when it got to be warm or to seem warm I forgot myself a little. But we should have had her, sir, for all that, had it not been for one thing." "And what is that, pray?" "You know, Griffin, I must have something plausible to tell the Admiral. It will never do to have it published in the Gazette that we were thrashed by our own hallooing. I was about to say, Captain Cuff, that had not the lugger fired her first broadside just as she did, and had she given us time to get out of the range of her shot, we should have come in upon her before she could have loaded again, and carried her in spite of the breeze that so much favored her. Our having 3 men hurt in the launch made some difference, too, and set as many oars catching crabs at a most critical instant. Everything depends on chance in these matters, you know, sir, and that was our bad luck. It will never do to tell Nelson that. Everything was going well, my lord, until 3 of the launch's people went to work catching crabs with their oars, which threw the boat astern. No, no, that will never do for a gazette. Let me see, Griffin, after all, the lugger made off from you. You would have had her had she not made sail and stood to the southward and westward on a bowline. Yes, sir, she certainly did that. Had she not made sail as you say, nothing could have prevented our getting alongside. Well, then, she ran. Wind sprung up, enemy made sail, every attempt to get alongside unsuccessful. Brave fellows, cheering and doing their utmost. Not so bad an account, after all, but how about that D.D. Felucca? You see, she is burned to the water's edge and will go down in a few minutes. Very true, Captain Cuff. But not a Frenchman entered her while we were there. Yes, I now see how it was, threw all hands into the boats in chase, the Felucca being too unwieldy and every effort to get alongside unsuccessful. He's a devil of a fellow, that Nelson and Bronte, and I had rather hear the thunder of 10,000 tempests than get one of his tempestuous letters. Well, I think I understand the affair now and shall speak of you all as you deserve. 'Twas a gallant thing, though it failed. You deserved success, whatever may have caused you to lose it. In this Captain Cuff was nearer right than in anything else he uttered on the occasion. Chapter XO, 'tis a thought sublime, that man can force a path upon the waste, can find a way where all is trackless, and compel the winds, those freest agents of almighty power, to lend them untamed wings, and bear him on to distant climes. Where the situation of Guitar Caraccioli, on board the lugger, was of the most unpleasant nature during the fierce struggle we have related. Fortunately for her, this struggle was very short, Raoul having kept her in profound ignorance of the approach of any danger until the instant Le Feu-Follet commenced her fire. It is true she heard the guns between the Felucca and the boats, but this she had been told was an affair in which the privateer had no participation, and the reports sounding distant to one in the cabin, she had been easily deceived. While the actual conflict was going on, she was on her knees, at the side of her uncle, and the moment it ceased, she appeared on deck, and interposed to save the fugitives in the manner related. Now, however, the scene was entirely changed. The lugger had escaped all damage worthy of notice, her decks had not been stained with blood, and her success had been as complete as could be desired. In addition to these advantages, the result removed all apprehension from the only source of danger that Raoul thought could exist as between his own vessel and the frigate, of a boat attack in a calm, for men who had just been so roughly handled in an enterprise so well concealed would not be likely to renew the attempt while they still smarted under the influence of the late repulse. Affairs of this sort exact all the discipline and resolution that a well-regulated service can afford, and are not to be thought of under the temporary demoralization of defeat. All in the lugger, therefore, considered this collision with the Proserpine at an end, for the moment at least. Guitar had dined, for the day had now turned some time, and the girl had come on deck to escape the confinement of a very small cabin, leaving her uncle to enjoy his customary siesta. She was seated under the awning of the quarter-deck, using her needle, as was her wont at that hour on the heights of Argentero. Raoul had placed himself on a gunslide near her, and Ithiel was busy within a few feet of them, dissecting a spyglass, with a view to clean its lenses. "I suppose the most excellent Andrea Barofaldi will sing a Te Deum for his escape from our fangs," suddenly exclaimed Raoul, laughing. "Pardi. He is a great historian and every way fit to write an account of this glorious victory, which Monsieur l'Anglais, la base, is about to send to his government." "And you, Raoul, have no occasion for a Te Deum after your escape?" demanded Guitar, gently, and yet with emphasis. "Is there no God for you to thank, as well as for the vice-governator? Peste, our French deity is little thought of just now, Guitar. Republics, as you know, have no great faith in religion, is it not so, mon brave Americain? Tell us, Ituile, have you any religion in America?" As Ithiel had often heard Raoul's opinions on this subject and knew the prevailing state of France in this particular, he neither felt nor expressed any surprise at the question. Still, the idea ran counter to all his own notions and prejudices, he having been early taught to respect religion, even when he was most serving the devil. In a word, Ithiel was one of those descendants of Puritanism who, Godward as it is termed, was quite unexceptionable, so far as his theory extended, but who, manward, was as the scribes and Pharisees. Nevertheless, as he expressed it himself, he always stood up for religion, a fact that his English companions had commented on in jokes, maintaining that he even stood up when the rest of the ship's company were on their knees. "I'm a little afraid, Monsieur Raoul," he answered, "that in France you have entered the rope of republicanism at the wrong end. In America, we even put religion before dollars, and if that isn't convincing I'll give it up. Now, I do wish you could see a Sunday once in the Granite State, Signorina Guitar, that you might get some notion what our Western religion really is. All real religion, all real devotion to God is, or ought to be, the same, Signor Ithulo, whether in the East or in the West. A Christian is a Christian, let him live or die where he may. That's not exactly platform, I fancy. Why, Lord bless ye, young lady, your religion, now, is no more like mine than my religion is like that of the Archbishop of Canterbury's, or Monsieur Raoul's, here." "La mienne," exclaimed Raoul, "I pretend to none, mon brave, there can be no likeness to nothing." Guitar's glance was kind, rather than reproachful, but it was profoundly sorrowful. In what can our religion differ, she asked, if we are both Christians? Americans or Italians, it is all the same. That comes of knowing nothing about America, said Ithiel, filled with the conceit of his own opinion of himself and of the part of the world from which he came. In the first place, you have a pope and cardinals and bishops and all such things in your religion, while we have none. Certainly, there is the Holy Father, and there are cardinals, but they are not my religion, answered Guitar, looking surprised. Bishops, it is true, are appointed of God and form part of his church, and the Bishop of Rome is the head of the church on earth, but nothing more. Nothing more. Don't you worship images, and take off and put on garments at your prayers, and kneel down in a make-believe, profane way, and don't you turn everything into vain ceremonies. Had Ithiel been engaged, body and soul, in maintaining one of the propositions of the Oxford Tracts controversy, he could not have uttered these words with greater zeal or with a more self-righteous emotion. His mind was stored with the most vulgar accusations of an exceedingly vulgar set of sectarian distinctions, and he fancied it a high proof of Protestant perfection to hold all the discarded usages in abhorrence. On the other hand, Guitar listened with surprise, for, to her, the estimation in which the rites of the Roman Church are held by the great bulk of Protestants was a profound secret. The idea of worshipping an image never crossed her innocent mind, and although she often knelt before her own little ivory crucifix, she had never supposed any could be so ignorant as to confound the mere material representation of the sacrifice it was meant to portray with the divine expiation itself. It is decent to use proper vestments at the altar, she replied, and its servants ought not to be clad like other men. We know it is the heart, the soul, that must be touched, to find favor with God, but this does not make the outward semblance of respect that we show even to each other the less necessary. As to worshipping images, that would be idolatry, and as bad as the poor heathens themselves. Ithiel looked mystified, for he never doubted in the least that the worshipping of images was a material part of Catholic devotion, and, as for the Pope and the cardinals, he deemed them all as indispensable to the creed of this church, as he fancied it important in his own that the priests should not wear gowns, and that the edifices in which they worshipped should have square-topped windows. Absurd as all this may seem today, and wicked as it will probably appear a century hence, it formed, and forms, no small part of sectarian belief, and entered into the animosities and jealousies of those who seem to think it necessary to quarrel for the love of God. Could we but look back at our own changes of opinion, it would render us less confident of the justice of our sentiments, and, most of all, one would think that the American who has lived long enough to witness the somersets that have been thrown in the practices and creeds of most of the more modern sects of his own country, within the last quarter of a century, would come to have something like a suitable respect for the more stable and venerable divisions of the Christian world. Proper vestments, repeated Ithiel, with contempt. What vestments are wanting in the eyes of the Supreme Being? No, if I must have religion, and I know it's necessary and wholesome, let it be a pure, naked religion that will stand to reason. Is not that your way of thinking, Monsieur Rule? Mar Foi. Reason before all things, guitar, and, most of all, reason in religion. Raoul. This it is which misleads and betrays you, returned the girl, earnestly. Faith and a meek dependence is what makes a proper state of feeling, and yet you demand a reason of Him who created the universe and breathed into you the breath of life. Are we not reasoning creatures? Guitar, returned Raoul, gently, and yet with a sincerity and truth for the circumstances that rendered even his skepticism piquant and respectable. And is it unreasonable to expect us to act up to our natures? Can I worship a God I do not understand? Couldst thou worship one thou didst? He would cease to be a deity and would become one of ourselves were his nature and attributes brought down to the level of our comprehensions. Did one of thy followers come on this quarter-deck and insist on hearing all thine own motives for the orders given in this little felucca, how readily wouldst thou drive him back as mutinous and insolent, and yet thou wouldst question the God of the universe and pry into his mysteries. Raoul was mute, while Ithiel stared. It was so seldom that Guitar lost her exceeding gentleness of manner that the flush of her cheek, the severe earnestness of her eyes, the impassioned modulations of her voice, and the emphasis with which she spoke on this occasion produced a sort of awe that prevented the discourse from proceeding further. The girl herself was so much excited, that, after sitting for a minute with her hands before her face, the tears were seen forcing their way through her fingers. She then arose, and darted into the cabin. Raoul was too observant of the rules of propriety to think of following, but he sat moody and lost in thought, until Ithiel drew his attention to himself. Gals will be gals, said that refined and philosophical observer of the human family, and nothing touches their natures sooner than a little religious excitement. I dare say, if it wasn't for images and cardinals and bishops and such creatures, the Italians, Ithiel always pronounced this word Italians, would make a very good sort of Christians. But Raoul was in no humor to converse, and as the hour had now arrived when the Zephyr was to be expected, he rose, ordered the awning to be taken in, and prepared to make himself master of the state of things around him. There lay the frigate, taking her siesta, like all near, her 3 topsails standing, but every other sail that was loose hanging in festoons, waiting for the breeze. Notwithstanding her careless appearance, so closely had she been tended, for the last few hours, however, and so sedulously had even the smallest breath of air been improved, that Raoul started with surprise when he found how much nearer she was than when he had last looked at her. The whole trick was apparent to him at a glance, and he was compelled to acknowledge his own remissness when he perceived that he lay within the reach of the shot of his powerful foe, though still so distant as to render her also a little uncertain, more especially should a set get up. The felucca had burnt to the water's edge, but, owing to the smoothness of the water, her wreck still floated and was slowly setting into the bay, there being a slight current in that direction, where she now lay. The town was basking in the afternoon's sun, though hid from view, and the whole island of Elba had the appearance of being asleep. "What a siesta," said Raoul to Ithiel, as both stood on the heel of the bowsprit, looking curiously at the scene, sea, land, mountains, bourgeois, and mariners all dozing. "BN, there is life yonder at the west, and we must get further from Votre Proserpine. Call the hands, Monsieur Lieutenant. Let us get our sweeps and put the head of Le Feu-Follet the other way. Peste! The lugger is so sharp, and has such a trick of going exactly where she looks, that I am afraid she has been crawling up toward her enemy, as the child creeps into the fire that burns its fingers." All hands were soon in motion on board Le Feu-Follet. The sweeps were on the point of being handled, when the jigger fluttered and the first puff of the expected western breeze swept along the surface of the waters. To the seaman it was like inhaling oxygen gas. Every appearance of drowsiness deserted the people of both vessels, and every one was instantly busy in making sail. Raoul had a proof into what dangerous proximity to the frigate he had got by the sound of the calls on board her, and the stillness of the sea was yet so great that the creaking of her foreyard was actually audible to him as the English rounded in their braces briskly while laying their foretopsail aback. At that moment a second respiration of the atmosphere gave birth to the breeze. Raoul whistled for the wind, and the lugger moved ahead, gliding toward the frigate. But in half a minute she had gathered sufficient way, her helm was put down, and she came round as easily and as gracefully as the bird turns on his wing. Not so with the heavier frigate. She had hauled in her starboard head braces and had to get the foretopsail aback, and to pay well off with her head to leeward, in order to swing her yards and fill her sails, while Le Feu-Follet was slipping through the water, going seemingly into the wind's eye. By this single evolution the lugger gained more than a cable's length on her enemy, and 5 minutes more would have put her beyond all immediate danger. But Captain Cuff knew this as well as his competitor, and had made his preparations accordingly. Keeping his head yards aback, he knocked his ship round off, until her broadside bore on the lugger, when he let fly every gun of his starboard batteries, the utmost care having been taken to make the shot tell. 22 heavy round shot coming in at once upon a little craft like Le Feu-Follet was a fearful visitation, and the boldest held their breath for a time as the iron whirlwind whistled past them. Fortunately the lugger was not hulled, but a grave amount of mischief was done aloft. The jigger-mast was cut in two and flew upward like a pipe stem. A serious wound was given to the mainmast below the hounds, and the yard itself was shivered in the slings. No less than 6 shot plunged through both lugs, leaving holes in the canvas that made it resemble a beggar's shirt, and the jibstay was cut in two halfway between the masthead and the end of the bowsprit. No one was hurt, and yet for a moment every one looked as if destruction had suddenly lighted on the lugger. Then it was that Raoul came out in his true colors. He knew he could not spare a stitch of canvas just at that moment, but that on the next 10 minutes depended everything. Nothing was taken in, therefore, to secure spars and sails, but all was left to stand, trusting to the lightness of the breeze, which usually commenced very moderately. Hands were immediately set to work to get up a new stay, a new mainyard and sail were got along, and everything was prepared for hoisting both as soon as it could be ascertained that the mast would bear them. Nearly similar preparations were made forward as the shortest way of getting rid of the torn foresail, for that it was the intention to unbend and bend, the yard being sound. Luckily, Captain Cuff determined to lose no more time with his guns, but swinging his head yards, the frigate came sweeping up to the wind, and in 3 minutes everything was trimmed for the utmost. All this time Le Feu-Follet had not stood still. Her canvas fluttered, but it held on, and even the spars kept their places, though so much injured. In a word, the wind was not yet strong enough to tear the one or to carry away the other. It was an advantage, too, that these casualties, particularly the loss of her jigger, rendered Le Feu-Follet less weatherly than she would otherwise have been, since, by keeping the frigate directly in her wake, she was less exposed to the chase guns than she would have been a little on either bow. Of this truth Raoul was soon persuaded, the Proserpine beginning to work both her bow guns, as soon as she came to the wind, though neither exactly bore, the shot of one ranging a little to windward and the other about as much on the other side. By these shot, too, the young Frenchman soon had the satisfaction of seeing that, notwithstanding her injuries, the lugger was drawing ahead, a fact of which the English became so sensible themselves that they soon ceased firing. So far things went better than Raoul had reason at first to hope, though he well knew that the crisis was yet to come. The westerly wind often blew fresh at that period of the day, and should it now increase he would require all his canvas to get clear of a ship with the known qualities of the vessel in chase. How much longer his mast or his mainyard would stand he did not know, but as he was fast gaining he determined to make hay while the sun shone, and get far enough ahead, if possible, before the breeze grew fresh, to enable him to shift his sails and fish his spars without being again brought within the reach of visitors as rude as those who had so lately come hurtling into his thin hamper. The proper precautions were not neglected in the meantime. Men were sent aloft to do what they could, under the circumstances, with the 2 spars, and the strain was a little relieved by keeping the lugger as much away as might be done without enabling the frigate to set her studding sails. There is always something so exciting in a chase that seamen never fail to wish for more wind, forgetful that the power which increases their own speed may also increase the speed of the other party, and that, too, in an undue proportion. It would have been more favorable to Le Feu-Follet to have had less wind than even now blew, since her relative rate of sailing was greater in light than in strong breezes. Raoul knew, from Ithiel's statements, that the Proserpine was an exceedingly fast ship, more especially when it blew fresh, and yet it did not appear to him that his lugger got along with sufficient speed, though his enemy would be certain to follow at a rate of sailing in a just proportion to his own, did there come more wind. The wish of the young privateersman, however, was soon gratified. The wind freshened materially, and by the time the 2 vessels opened the Canal of Corsica, as the passage between that island and Elba is called, the frigate was obliged to take in her royals and 2 or 3 of those light and lofty staysails which it was then the custom for ships to carry. At first Raoul had thought he might fetch into Bastia, which lies due west of the southern end of Elba, but, though the wind drew a little down through the canal, it soon blew too fresh to allow any formation of the land materially to alter its current. The zephyr, as the afternoon's summer breeze of southern Italy, in particular, was termed by the ancients, is seldom a due west wind, there generally being a little northing in it, as seamen say, and as one gets further up the coast this same wind ordinarily comes round the head of Corsica, blowing from nearly west-northwest. This would have enabled the lugger to lay her course for a deep bay on which lies the town of Bigulaia, could she have been jammed up on a wind, as might usually have been done. But a few minutes of experiment convinced Raoul that he must be more tender on his wounded spars and keep off for the mouth of the Gullo. This was a river of some size into which it was possible for a vessel of a light draught to enter, and, as there stood a small battery near the anchorage, he determined to seek shelter in that haven in order to repair his damages. His calculations were made accordingly, and, taking the snow-clad peaks in the neighborhood of Court as his landmarks, he ordered the lugger to be steered in the proper direction. On board the Proserpine, there was scarcely less interest felt in the result than on board Le Feu-Follet. If the people of the frigate had nothing to apprehend, they had something to revenge, in addition to the anticipated credit of having captured the boldest privateer that sailed out of France. For a short time, as the ship came up with the west end of Elba, it was a serious question whether she would be able to weather it, the lugger having gone past, within a cable's length of the cliffs, on the very verge of the breakers and much closer in than the frigate would dare to follow. But the last had taken the breeze further off the land than the first, and might possibly fetch past the promontory on the tack she was then steering. To have gone about would have been to have abandoned the chase, as it would have carried the ship off due north, while Le Feu-Follet was gliding down to the southward and westward at the rate of 7 knots. The distance across the canal is only about 30 miles, and there would not have been time to recover the lost ground. This uncertainty made a most feverish moment on board the Proserpine, as she came up fast toward the headland. All depended on getting by without tacking. The appearances were favorable for deep water close in, but there is always the danger of rocks to be dreaded near mountainous coasts. The promontory, too, was comparatively low, and this was rather an indication that it ought not to be approached too closely. Winchester was in his berth, just beginning to feel the smart of his wound, but Griffin was at the captain's elbow, both he and the third lieutenant entering keenly into all their commander's wishes and anxieties. "There she goes, into the very breakers," exclaimed Cuff, as they watched Le Feu-Follet in her attempt to pass the promontory. "Monsieur Ivan must be determined to cast away his craft rather than be taken. It will be touch and go with him." "I think not," Captain Cuff answered Griffin. "The coast is bold hereabouts, and even the Proserpine would find sufficient water there, where the lugger now is. I hope we shall not be obliged to tack, sir." This is very well for an irresponsible, but, when it got to a court, and punishment, I fear that all the last would fall on my shoulders, should His Majesty's ship happen to lay her bones alongshore here. No, no, Griffin, we must go a clear cable's length to windward of that, or I go about, the Royal Eva were never taken. There, he fetches up, by George, cried Yelverton, the youngest lieutenant, and for a moment it was in truth believed in the frigate that Le Feu-Follet, as a breaker actually curled directly under her lee, was aground. But this notion lasted a moment only, the little lugger continuing her course as swiftly as before, and a minute or two later keeping a little away to ease her spars, having been jammed up as close as possible previously, in order to weather the extreme end of what was thought to be the dangerous point. The frigate was fully 2 miles astern, and, instead of losing anything of her vantage ground, she was kept so near the wind as to be occasionally touching. This was the more safe, inasmuch as the sea was perfectly smooth, and the vessel made no leeway. Still the frigate looked, as it is termed, barely up to the point it was deemed indispensable to weather, and as ships rarely do better than they look, it became a question of serious doubt on board the Proserpine, as she came up with the headland, whether she could clear it. "I am afraid, Captain Cuff, we shall never clear it with a good enough berth, sir," observed the fidgeting Griffin. "It seems to me the ship sets unaccountably to leeward today." "She never behaved better, Griffin." "I am really in hopes there is a slight current offshore here. If anything, we actually open the highlands of Corsica by this promontory. You see that the wreck of La Divina Providenza is sweeping round the bay and is coming out to windward again. That may serve us, indeed. Already in the chains, sir, shall we make a cast of the lead?" Cuff assented, and the lead was hove. At this moment the ship was going 8 knots, and the man reported no bottom, with 15 fathoms of line out. This was well, and 2 or 3 subsequent casts confirmed it. Orders were now given to drag every bowline, swig off on every brace, and flatten in all the sheets. Even the halyards were touched in order that the sails might stand like boards. The trying moment was near. 5 minutes must decide the matter. "Let her shake a little, Mr. Yelverton, and eat into the wind," said Cuff, addressing the officer of the watch. "We must do all we can here, for when abreast of the breakers everything must be a rapful to keep the ship under quick command. There, meet her with the helm, and give her a good full." This experiment was repeated twice, and each time the frigate gained her length to windward, though she necessarily lost more than 3 times that distance in her velocity. At length the trial came, and a profound silence, one in which nervousness and anxiety were blended with hope, reigned in the vessel. The eyes of all turned from the sails to the breakers, from the breakers to the sails, and from both to the wake of the ship. At such moments the voice of the leadsman prevails over all other sounds. His warning cry is listened to with breathless attention when the songs of a siren would be unheard. Cast after cast was made as the ship drove on, and the answer to Cuff's questions was uniformly, "No bottom, sir," with 15 fathoms out. But just at this instant arose the regular song from the weather main chains of by the Mark 7. This came so suddenly on the captain's ear that he sprang upon the taffrail, where he could command a full view of all he wanted to see, and then he called out in a stentorian voice, "Heave again, sir! Be brisk, my lad, be brisk!" Be either RDEEP 6, followed almost as soon as the captain's voice had ceased. "Ready about," shouted Cuff. "See all clear, gentlemen. Move lively, men, more lively. And a half F4 stand by. What the devil are you at, sir, on that forecastle? Are you ready? Forward." "All ready, sir." "Down with your helm, hard down at once." "Be either RDEP 9, meet her, up with your helm. Haul down your sheets, forward, brail the spanker, let go all the bowlines aft. So, well, there, well." She flew round like a top, but, by Jove, we've caught her, gentlemen. Drag your bowlines again. What's the news from the chains? No bottom, sir, with 15 fathoms out and as good a cast, too, sir, as we've had today. So you rewrap full don'ty fall off very well dis, Anglice, thus, keep her as you are. Well, by the Lord, Griffin, that was a shave. 4:30 was getting to be squally in a quarter of the world where a rock makes nothing of pouting its lips 15 or 20 feet at a time at a mariner. We are past it all, however, and here is the land, trending away to the southward like a man in a consumption, fairly under our lee. A dozen Raoul Evas wouldn't lead me into such a DD scrape again. The danger that is over is no longer a danger at all, sir, answered Griffin, laughing. Don't you think, Captain Cuff, we might ease her about half a point? That would be just her play, and the lugger keeps off a little, I rather suspect, to ease her mainmast. I'm certain I saw chips fly from it when we dosed her with those 22 pills. Perhaps you're right, Griffin. Ease her with the helm a little, Mr. Yelverton. If Master Eva stands on his present course an hour longer, Bigaliah would be too far to windward for him, and as for Bastia, that has been out of the question from the first. There is a river called Gallo, into which he might run, and that, I rather think, is his aim. 4 hours, however, will let us into his secret. And 4 intensely interesting hours were those which succeeded. The wind was a capful, a good, fresh, westerly breeze, which seemed to have started out of the oven-like heat of a week of intensely hot weather that had preceded it, and to have collected the force of 2 or 3 zephyrs into one. It was not a gale at all, nor did it induce either party to think of reefing. No trifle would have done that, under the circumstances. But it caused the Proserpine to furl her fore and mizzen-top gallant sails, and put Raoul in better humour with the loss of his jigger. When fairly round the headland, and at a moment when he fancied the frigate would be compelled to tack, the latter had seized an opportunity to get in his foresail, to unbend it, and to bend and set a new one, an operation that took just 4 minutes by the watch. He would have tried the same experiment with the other lug, but the mast was scarce worth the risk, and he thought the holes might act as reefs, and thus diminish the strain. In these 4 hours, owing to the disadvantage under which Le Feu-Follet labored, there was not a difference of half a knot in the distance run by the two vessels, though each passed over more than 30 miles of water. During this time they had been drawing rapidly nearer to the coast of Corsica, the mountains of which, ragged and crowned with nearly eternal snows, had been glittering in the afternoon's sun before them, though they lay many a long league inland. But the formation of the coast itself had now become plain, and Raoul, an hour before the sun disappeared, noted his landmarks, by which to make for the river he intended to enter. The eastern coast of Corsica is as deficient in bays and harbors as its western is affluent with them, and this Gallo, for which the lugger was shaping her course, would never have been thought of as a place of shelter under ordinary circumstances. But Raoul had once anchored in its mouth, and he deemed it the very spot in which to elude his enemy. It had shoals off its embouchure, and these, he rightly enough fancied, would induce Captain Cuff to be wary. As the evening approached the wind began to decrease in force, and then the people of the lugger lost all their apprehensions. The spars had all stood, and Raoul no longer hesitated about trusting his wounded mainmast with a new yard and sail. Both were got up, and the repairs were immediately commenced. The superiority of the lugger in sailing was now so great as to put it out of all question that she was not to be overtaken in the chase, and Raoul at one time actually thought of turning up along the land and going into Bastia, where he might even provide himself with a new mainmast at need. But this idea, on reflection, he abandoned as too hazardous, and he continued on in the direction of the mouth of the Gallo. Throughout the day the Proserpine had shown no colors, except for the short period when her boats were engaged, and while she herself was firing at the lugger. The same was the fact with Le Feu-Follet. The Raoul had run up the tricolour as he opened on the felucca, and he kept it flying as long as there was any appearance of hostilities. As the two vessels drew in near to the land, several coasters were seen beating up against the westerly wind, or running down before it, all of which, however, seemed so much to distrust the appearance of the lugger as to avoid her as far as was possible. This was a matter of indifference to our hero, who knew that they were all probably countrymen, or, at least, smugglers, who would scarcely reward him for the trouble, had he time to bring them to and capture them. Corsica was then again in the hands of the French, the temporary and imperfect possession of the English having terminated 3 or 4 years earlier, and Raoul felt certain of a welcome anywhere in the island and of protection wherever it could be offered. Such was the state of things when, just as the lugger was preparing to enter among the shoals, the Proserpine unexpectedly tacked and seemed to bestow all her attention on the coasters, of which 3 or 4 were so near that 2 fell into her hands almost without an effort to escape. It appeared to Raoul and those with him in his little craft that the English seized these insignificant vessels solely with a wish for vengeance, since it was not usual for ships of the force of the Proserpine to turn aside to molest the poor fishermen and coasters. A few execrations followed, quite as a matter of course, but the intricacy of the channel and the necessity of having all his eyes about him soon drove every other thought from the mind of the dashing privateersman but such as were connected with the care and safety of his own vessel. just as the sun set Le Feu-Follet anchored. She had chosen a berth sufficiently within the shallow water to be safe from the guns of the frigate, though scarcely within the river. The latter the depth of the stream hardly permitted, though there was all the shelter that the season and weather required. The Proserpine manifested no intention to give up her pursuit, for she, too, came off the outlet and brought up with one of her bowers about 2 miles to seaward of the lugger. She seemed to have changed her mind as to the coasters, having let both proceed after a short detention, though, it falling calm, neither was enabled to get any material distance from her until the land breeze should rise. In these positions the belligerents prepared to pass the night, each party taking the customary precautions as to his ground tackle, and each clearing up the decks and going through the common routine of duty as regularly as if he lay in a friendly port. Chapter 11. The human mind, that lofty thing, the palace and the throne, where reason sits, a sceptred king, and breathes his judgment tone, oh! I who with silent step shall trace the borders of that haunted place, nor in his weakness own, that mystery and marvel bind that lofty thing the human mind. Anonymous. It is unnecessary to dwell on the glories of the Mediterranean. They are familiar to every traveler, and books have again and again laid them before the imaginations of readers of all countries and ages. Still, there are lights and shades peculiar to every picture, and this of ours has some of its own that merit a passing notice. A sunset, in midsummer, can add to the graces of almost any scene. Such was the hour when Raoul anchored, and Guitar, who had come on deck, now that the chase was over and the danger was thought to be past, fancied she had never seen her own Italy or the blue Mediterranean more lovely. The shadows of the mountains were cast far upon the sea, long ere the sun had actually gone down, throwing the witchery of eventide over the whole of the eastern coast, some time before it came to grace its western. Corsica and Sardinia resemble vast fragments of the Alps, which have fallen into the sea by some accident of nature, where they stand in sight of their native beds, resembling, as it might be, outposts to those great walls of Europe. Their mountains have the same formations, the same white peaks, for no small portion of the year at least, and their sides the same mysterious and riven aspect. In addition, however, to their other charms, they have one that is wanting in most of Switzerland, though traces of it are to be found in Savoy and on the southern side of the Alps. They have that strange admixture of the soft and the severe, of the sublime and beautiful, that so peculiarly characterize the witchery of Italian nature. Such was now the aspect of all visible from the deck of Le Feu-Follet. The sea, with its dark blue tint, was losing every trace of the western wind, and was becoming glassy and tranquil. The mountains on the other side were solemn and grand, just showing their ragged outlines along a sky glowing with the pomp that shuts the day, while the nearer valleys and narrow plains were mysterious, yet soft, under the deep shadows they cast. Pianosa lay nearly opposite, distant some 20 miles, rising out of the water like a beacon. Elba was visible to the northeast, a gloomy confused pile of mountain at that hour, and Guitar once or twice thought she could trace on the coast of the Main the dim outline of her own hill, Monte Argentero, though the distance, some 60 or 70 miles, rendered this improbable. Outside, too, lay the frigate, riding on the glassy surface of the sea, her sails furled, her yards squared, everything about her cared for and in its place, until she formed a faultless picture of nautical symmetry and naval propriety. There are all sorts of men in a marine, as well as in civil life, these taking things as they come, content to perform their duties in the most quiet manner, while others again have some such liking for their vessels as the dandy has for his own person, and are never happy unless embellishing them. The truth in this, as in most other matters, lies in a medium. The officer who thinks too much of the appearance of his vessel, seldom having mind enough to bestow due attention on the great objects for which she was constructed and is sailed, while, on the other hand, he who is altogether indifferent to these appearances is usually thinking of things foreign to his duty and his profession, if, indeed, he thinks at all. Cuff was near the just medium, inclining a little too much, perhaps, to the naval dandy. The Proserpine, thanks to the builders of Toulon, was thought to be the handsomest model then afloat in the Mediterranean, and, like an established beauty, all who belonged to her were fond of decorating her and of showing her fine proportions to advantage. As she now lay at single anchor just out of gunshot from his own berth, Raoul could not avoid gazing at her with envy, and a bitter feeling passed through his mind when he recalled the chances of fortune and of birth, which deprived him of the hope of ever rising to the command of such a frigate, but which doomed him, seemingly, to the fate of a privateersman for life. Nature had intended Raoul Ivar for a much higher destiny than that which apparently awaited his career. He had come into active life with none of the advantages that accompany the accidents of birth, and at a moment in the history of his great nation when its morals and its religious sentiments had become unsettled by the violent reaction which was throwing off the abuses of centuries. They who imagine, however, that France, as a whole, was guilty of the gross excesses that disfigured her struggles for liberty know little of the great mass of moral feeling that endured through all the abominations of the times, and mistake the crimes of a few desperate leaders and the exaggerations of misguided impulses for a radical and universal depravity. The France of the Reign of Terror, even, has little more to answer for than the compliance which makes bodies of men the instruments of the enthusiastic, the designing, and the active our own country often tolerating error that differs only in the degree, under the same blind submission to combinations and impulses, this very degree, too, depending more on the accidents of history and natural causes than any agencies which are to be imputed to the one party as a fault, or to the other as a merit. It was with Raoul as it had been with his country, each was the creature of circumstances, and if the man had some of the faults, he had also most of the merits of his nation and his age. The looseness on the subject of religion, which was his principal defect in the eyes of Guitar, but which could scarcely fail to be a material one with a girl educated and disposed as was the case with our heroine, was the error of the day, and with Raoul it was at least sincere, a circumstance that rendered him, with one so truly pious as the gentle being he loved, the subject of a holy interest, which, in itself, almost rivaled the natural tenderness of her sex, in behalf of the object of her affections. While the short engagement with the boats lasted, and during the few minutes he was under the fire of the frigate, Raoul had been himself, the excitement of actual war always nerving him to deeds worthy of his command and the high name he had acquired, but throughout the remainder of the day he had felt little disposed to strife. The chase, once assured that his spars were likely to stand, gave him little concern, and now that he was at anchor within the shallow water, he felt much as the traveler who has found a comfortable inn after the fatigue of a hard day's ride. When Ithiel suggested the possibility of a night attack in boats, he laughingly reminded the American that the burnt child dreads the fire and gave himself no great concern in the matter. Still no proper precaution was neglected. Raoul was in the habit of exacting much of his men in moments of necessity, but at all other times he was as indulgent as a kind father among obedient and respectful children. This quality and the never-varying constancy and coolness that he displayed in danger was the secret of his great influence with them, every seaman under his orders feeling certain that no severe duty was required at his hands without a corresponding necessity for it. On the present occasion, when the people of Le Feu-Follet had supped, they were indulged in their customary dance, and the romantic songs of Provence were heard on the forecastle. A light-hearted gaiety prevailed, that wanted only the presence of women to make the scene resemble the evening amusement of some hamlet on the coast. Nor was the sex absent in the sentiment of the hour or wholly so in person. The songs were full of chivalrous gallantry, and Guitar listened, equally touched and amused. She sat on the taffrail, with her uncle standing at her side, while Raoul paced the quarter-deck, stopping, in his turn, to utter some thought or wish, to ears that were always attentive. At length the song and the dance ended, and all but the few who were ordered to remain on watch descended to their hammocks. The change was as sudden as it was striking. The solemn, breathing stillness of a starlit night succeeded to the light laugh, melodious song, and spirited merriment of a set of men whose constitutional gaiety seemed to be restrained by a species of native refinement that is unknown to the mariners of other regions, and who, unnurtured as they might be deemed, in some respects, seldom or never offended against the proprieties, as is so common with the mariners of the boasted Anglo-Saxon race. By this time the cool air from the mountains began to descend, and, floating over the heated sea, it formed a light land breeze that blew in an exactly contrary direction to that which, about the same hour, came off from the adjacent continent. There was no moon, but the night could not be called dark. Myriads of stars gleamed out from the fathomless firmament, filling the atmosphere with a light that served to render objects sufficiently distinct, while it left them clad in a semi-obscurity that suited the witchery of the scene and the hour. Raoul felt the influence of all these circumstances in an unusual degree. It disposed him to more sobriety of thought than always attended his leisure moments, and he took a seat on the taffrail near Guitar, while her uncle went below to his knees and his prayers. every footfall in the lugger had now ceased. Ithiel was posted on a knight-head, where he sat watching his old enemy, the Proserpine, the proximity of that ship not allowing him to sleep. 2 experienced seamen, who alone formed the regular anchor watch, as it is termed, were stationed apart, in order to prevent conversation, one on the starboard cathede, and the other in the main rigging, both keeping vigilant ward over the tranquil sea and the different objects that floated on its placid bosom. In that retired spot these objects were necessarily few, embracing the frigate, the lugger, and 3 coasters, the latter of which had all been boarded before the night set in, by the Proserpine, and after short detentions dismissed. One of these coasters lay about halfway between the 2 hostile vessels, at anchor, having come to, after making some fruitless efforts to get to the northward, by means of the expiring west wind. Although the light land breeze would now have sufficed to carry her a knot or 2 through the water, she preferred maintaining her position and giving her people a good night's rest to getting under way. The situation of this felucca and the circumstance that she had been boarded by the frigate rendered her an object of some distrust with Raoul through the early part of the evening, and he had ordered a vigilant eye to be kept on her, but nothing had been discovered to confirm these suspicions. The movements of her people, the manner in which she brought up the quiet that prevailed on board her, and even the lubberly disposition of her spars and rigging, went to satisfy Raoul that she had no man-of-war's men on board her. Still, as she lay less than a mile outside of the lugger, though now dead to leeward all that distance, she was to be watched, and one of the seamen, he in the rigging, rarely had his eyes off her a minute at a time. The second coaster was a little to the southward of the frigate, under her canvas, hauling in for the land, doubtless with a view to get as much as possible of the breeze from the mountains, and standing slowly to the south. She had been set by compass an hour before, and all that time had altered her bearings but half a point, though not a league off, a proof how light she had the wind. The third coaster, a small felucca, too, was to the northward, but ever since the land breeze, if breeze it could be called, had come she had been busy turning slowly up to windward, and seemed disposed either to cross the shoals closer in than the spot where the lugger lay or to enter the gullow. Her shadowy outline was visible, though drawn against the land, moving slowly athwart the lugger's hawse, perhaps half a mile inshore of her. As there was a current setting out of the river, and all the vessels rode with their heads to the island, Ithiel occasionally turned his head to watch her progress, which was so slow, however, as to produce very little change. After looking around him several minutes in silence, Raoul turned his face upward, and gazed at the stars. "You probably do not know, Guitar," he said, "the use those stars may be, and are, to us mariners. By their aid, we are enabled to tell where we are, in the midst of the broadest oceans, to know the points of the compass, and to feel at home even when furthest removed from it. The seaman must go far south of the equator, at least, ere he can reach a spot where he does not see the same stars that he beheld from the door of his father's house." "That is a new thought to me," answered Guitar, quickly, her tender nature at once struck with the feeling and poetry of such an idea, That is a new thought to me, Raoul, and I wonder you never mentioned it before. It is a great thing to be able to carry home and familiar objects with you when so distant from those you love. Did you never hear that lovers have chosen an hour and a star, by gazing at which they might commune together, though separated by oceans and countries? That is a question you might put to yourself, Raoul. All I have ever heard of lovers and love having come from your own lips. Well, then, I tell it you, and hope that we shall not part again without selecting our star and our hour if, indeed, we ever part more. Though I have forgotten to tell you this, guitar, it is because you are never absent from my thoughts. No star is necessary to recall Monte Argentero and the towers. If we should say guitar was not pleased with this, it would be to raise her above an amiable and a natural weakness. Raoul's protestations never fell dead on her heart, and few things were sweeter to her ear than his words as they declared his devotedness and passion. The frankness with which he admitted his delinquencies, and most especially the want of that very religious sentiment which was of so much value in the eyes of his mistress, gave an additional weight to his language when he affirmed his love. Notwithstanding guitar blushed as she now listened, she did not smile, she rather appeared sad. For near a minute she made no reply, and when she did answer, it was in a low voice, like one who felt and thought intensely. Those stars may well have a higher office, she said. Look at them, Raoul, count them we cannot, for they seem to start out of the depths of heaven, one after another, as the eye rests upon the space, until they mock our efforts at calculation. We see they are there in thousands, and may well believe they are in myriads. Now thou hast been taught, else couldst thou never be a navigator, that those stars are worlds like our own, or suns with worlds sailing around them. How is it possible to see and know this without believing in a God and feeling the insignificance of our being? I do not deny that there is a power to govern all this, guitar, but I maintain that it is a principle, not a being, in our shape and form, and that it is the reason of things, rather than a deity. Who has said that God is a being in our shape and form, Raoul? None know that, none can know it, none say it who reverence and worship him as they ought. Do not your priests say that man has been created in his image? And is not this creating him in his form and likeness? Nay, not so, dear Raoul, but in the image of his spirit that maneth the soul which partakes, though in a small degree, of the imperishable essence of God, and thus far doth he exist in his image. More than this, none have presumed to say. But what a being, to be the master of all those bright worlds! Guitar, thou knowest my way of thinking on these matters, and thou also knowest that I would not wound thy gentle spirit by a single word that could grieve thee. Nay, Raoul, it is not thy way of thinking, but thy fashion of talking, that makes the difference between us. No one who thinks can ever doubt the existence of a being superior to all of earth and of the universe, and who is creator and master of all. Of a principle, if thou wilt, guitar, but of a being, I ask for the proof. That a mighty principle exists, to set all these planets in motion, to create all these stars, and to plant all these suns in space, I never doubted, it would be to question a fact which stands day and night before my eyes, but to suppose a being capable of producing all these things is to believe in beings I never saw. And why not as well suppose that it is a being that does all this, Raoul, as suppose it what you call a principle? Because I see principles beyond my understanding at work all around me, in yonder heavy frigate, groaning under her load of artillery, which floats on this thin water, in the trees of the land that lies so near us, in the animals, which are born and die, the fishes, the birds, and the human beings. But I see no being, no being, that is able to do all this. That is because thou knowest not God. He is the creator of the principles of which thou speakest, and is greater than thy principles themselves. It is easy to say this, guitar, but hard to prove. I take the acorn and put it in the ground, in due time it comes up a plant, in the course of years, it becomes a tree. Now, all this depends on a certain mysterious principle, which is unknown to me, but which I am sure exists, for I can cause it myself to produce its fruits, by merely opening the earth and laying the seed in its bosom. Nay, I can do more, so well do I understand this principle, to a certain extent at least, that, by choosing the season and the soil, I can hasten or retard the growth of the plant, and, in a manner, fashion the tree. True, Raoul, to a certain extent thou canst, and it is precisely because thou hast been created after the image of God. The little resemblance thou enjoyest to that mighty being enables thee to do this much more than the beasts of the field. Wert thou his equal, thou couldst create that principle of which thou speakest, and which, in thy blindness, thou mistakest for his master. This was said with more feeling than Guitar had ever before manifested, in their frequent discourses on this subject, and with a solemnity of tone that startled her listener. Guitar had no philosophy, in the common acceptation of the term, while Raoul fancied he had much, under the limitations of a deficient education, and yet the strong religious sentiment of the girl so quickened her faculties that he had often been made to wonder why she had seemingly the best of the argument, on a subject in which he flattered himself with being so strong. I rather think, Guitar, we scarcely understand each other, answered Raoul. I pretend not to see any more than is permitted to man, or, rather, more than his powers can comprehend, but this proves nothing, as the elephant understands more than the horse, and the horse more than the fish. There is a principle which pervades everything which we call nature, and this it is which has produced these whirling worlds and all the mysteries of creation. One of its laws is, that nothing it produces shall comprehend its secrets. You have only to fancy your principle a spirit, a being with mind, Raoul, to have the Christian's God. Why not believe in him as easily as you believe in your unknown principle, as you call it? You know that you exist, that you can build a lugger, can reason on the sun and stars, so as to find your way across the widest ocean, by means of your mind, and why not suppose that some superior being exists who can do even more than this? Your principles can be thwarted even by yourself, the seed can be deprived of its power to grow, the tree destroyed, and, if principles can thus be destroyed, some accident may one day destroy creation by destroying its principle. I fear to speak to you of revelation, Raoul, for I know you mock it. Not when it comes from thy lips, dearest. I may not believe, but I never mock at what thou utterest and reverencest. I could thank thee for this, Raoul, but I feel it would be taking to myself a homage that ought to be paid elsewhere. But here is my guitar, and I am sorry to say that the hymn to the Virgin has not been sung on board this lugger tonight. Thou canst not think how sweet is a hymn sung upon the waters. I heard the crew that is anchored toward the frigate, singing that hymn, while thy men were at their light provencal songs in praise of woman's beauty, instead of joining in praise of their Creator. Thou meanest to sing thy hymn, guitar, else the guitar would not have been mentioned. Raoul, I do. I have ever found thy soul the softest after holy music. Who knows but the mercy of God may one day touch it through the notes of this very hymn. Guitar paused a moment, and then her light fingers passed over the strings of her guitar in a solemn symphony, after which came the sweet strains of Ave Maria in a voice and melody that might, in sooth, have touched a heart of stone. Guitar, a Neapolitan by birth, had all her country's love for music, and she had caught some of the science that seems to pervade nations in that part of the world. Nature had endowed her with one of the most touching voices of her sex, one less powerful than mellow and sweet, and she never used it in a religious office without its becoming tremulous and eloquent with feeling. While she was now singing this well-known hymn, a holy hope pervaded her moral system, that, in some miraculous manner, she might become the agent of turning Raoul to the love and worship of God, and the feeling communicated itself to her execution. Never before had she sung so well, as a proof of which Ithiel left his night-head and came aft to listen, while the two French mariners on watch temporarily forgot their duty, in entranced attention. If anything could make me a believer, guitar, murmured Raoul, when the last strain had died on the lips of his beloved, it would be to listen to thy melody. What now, Monsieur Etoile? Are you, too, a lover of holy music? This is rare singing, Captain Raoul, but we have different business on hand. If you will step to the other end of the lugger, you can take a look at the craft that has been crawling along, inshore of us. For the last 3 hours there is something about her that is unnatural. She seems to be dropping down nearer to us, while she has no motion through the water. The last circumstance I hold to be unnatural with a vessel that has all sail set and in this breeze. Raoul pressed the hand of guitar, and whispered her to go below, as he was fearful the air of the night might injure her. He then went forward, where he could command as good a view of the felucca inshore, as the obscurity of the hour permitted, and he felt a little uneasiness, when he found how near she had got to the lugger. When he last noted her position, this vessel was quite half a mile distant, and appeared to be crossing the bows of Le Feu-Follet, with sufficient wind to have carried her a mile ahead in the interval, yet could he not perceive that she had advanced as far, in that direction, as she had drifted down upon the lugger the while. "Have you been examining her long?" he demanded of the New Hampshire man. ever since she has seemed to stand still, which is now some 20 minutes. She is dull, I suppose, for she has been several hours getting along a league, and there is now air enough for such a craft to go 3 knots to the hour. Her coming down upon us is easily accounted for, there being a considerable current out of this river, as you may see by the ripple at our own cutwater, but I find nothing to keep her from going ahead at the same time. I set her by the light you see, here, in the wake of the nearest mountain, at least a quarter of an hour since, and she has not advanced 5 times her own length since. 'Tis nothing but a Corsican coaster, after all, et I hardly think the English would risk our canister again, for the pleasure of being beaten off in another attempt to board. They're a spiteful set, aboard the frigate, and the Lord only knows. See, here is a good heavy night air, and that felucca is not a cable's length from us. Set her by the jibstay, and judge for yourself how slowly she goes ahead. That it is which nonpluses me. Raoul did as the other desired, and after a short trial he found that the coaster had no perceptible motion ahead, while it was certain she was drifting down with the current directly athwart the lugger's hawse. This satisfied him that she must have drags astern, a circumstance that at once denoted a hostile intention. The enemy was probably on board the felucca, in force, and it was incumbent on him to make immediate preparations for defense. Still, Raoul was reluctant to disturb his people. Like all firm and cool men, he was averse to the parade of a false alarm, and it seemed so improbable that the lesson of the morning was so soon forgotten, that he could hardly persuade himself to believe his senses. Then the men had been very hard at work throughout the day, and most of them were sleeping the sleep of the weary. On the other hand, every minute brought the coaster nearer, and increased the danger, should the enemy be really in possession of her. Under all the circumstances, he determined, first, to hail, knowing that his crew could be got up in a minute, and that they slept with arms at their sides, under an apprehension that a boat attack might possibly be attempted in the course of the night. "Felucca, ahoy!" called out the captain of Le Feu-Follet, the other craft being too near to render any great effort of the voice necessary. "What felucca is that? And why have you so great a drift?" "La Belle Corsican," was the answer, in a patois, half French, half Italian, as Raoul expected, if all were right. "We are bound into La Padula, and wish to keep in with the land to hold the breeze the longer. We are no great sailor at the best, and have a drift, because we are just now in the strength of the current. At this rate, you will come athwart my hawse. You know I am armed, and cannot suffer that. Ah, Signor, we are friends of the Republic, and would not harm you if we could. We hope you will not injure poor mariners like us. We will keep away, if you please, and pass under your stern." This proposition was made so suddenly and so unexpectedly that Raoul had not time to object, and had he been disposed to do so, the execution was too prompt to allow him the means. The felucca fell broad off, and came down almost in a direct line for the lugger's bows before the wind and current, moving fast enough now to satisfy all Ithiel's scruples. Call all hands to repel boarders, cried Raoul, springing aft to the capstan and seizing his own arms. Come up lively, mise en fans, here is treachery. These words were hardly uttered before Raoul was back on the heel of the bowsprit, and the most active of his men, some 5 or 6 at most, began to show themselves on deck. In that brief space, the felucca had got within 80 yards, when, to the surprise of all in the lugger, she luffed into the wind again and drifted down, until it was apparent that she was foul of the lugger's cable, her stern swinging round directly on the latter's starboard bow. At that instant, or just as the two vessels came in actual contact, and Raoul's men were thronging around him to meet the expected attack, the sound of oars, pulled for life or death, were heard, and flames burst upward from the open hatch of the coaster. Then a boat was dimly seen gliding away in a line with the hull, by the glowing light. "Un brûlot, un brûlot, a fire ship!" exclaimed 20 voices together, the horror that mingled in the cries proclaiming the extent of a danger which is, perhaps, the most terrific that seamen can encounter. But the voice of Raoul Ivar was not among them. The moment his eye caught the first glimpse of the flames, he disappeared from the bowsprit. He might have been absent about 20 seconds. Then he was seen on the taffrail of the felucca, with a spare shank painter, which had been lying on the forecastle, on his shoulder. "Antoine, François, Grégoire," he called out, in a voice of thunder, "follow me, the rest clear away the cable and bend a hawser to the better end." The people of Le Feu-Follet were trained to order and implicit obedience. By this time, too, the lieutenants were among them, and the men set about doing as they had been directed. Raoul himself passed into the felucca, followed by the 3 men he had selected by name. The adventurers had no difficulty, as yet, in escaping the flames, though by this time they were pouring upward from the hatch in a torrent. As Raoul suspected, his cable had been grappled, and, seizing the rope, he tightened it to a severe strain, securing the inboard part. Then he passed down to the cable himself, directing his companions to hand him the rope end of the shank painter, which he fastened to the cable by a jamming hitch. This took half a minute. In half a minute more he was on the felucca's forecastle again. Here the chain was easily passed through a hawse hole, and a knot tied, with a marlinspike passed through its center. To pass the fire on the return was now a serious matter, but it was done without injury, Raoul driving his companions before him. No sooner did his foot reach the bows of Le Feu-Follet again than he shouted, "Veer away, pay out cable, men, if you would save our beautiful lugger from destruction." Nor was there a moment to spare. The lugger took the cable that was given her fast enough under the pressure of the current and helped by the breeze, but at first the fire vessel, already a sheet of flame, her decks having been saturated with tar, seemed disposed to accompany her. To the delight of all in the lugger, however, the stern of the felucca was presently seen to separate from their own bows, and a sheer having been given to Le Feu-Follet, by means of the helm, in a few seconds even her bowsprit and jib had cleared the danger. The felucca rode stationary, while the lugger dropped astern fathom after fathom until she lay more than 100 yards distant from the fiery mass. As a matter of course, while the cable was paid out, the portion to which the lanyard or rope part of the shank painter was fastened dropped into the water, while the felucca rode by the chain. These events occupied less than 5 minutes, and all had been done with a steadiness and promptitude that seemed more like instinct than reason. Raoul's voice was not heard, except in the few orders mentioned, and when, by the glaring light which illuminated all in the lugger and the adjacent water to some distance, nearly to the brightness of noonday, he saw Guitar gazing at the spectacle in awed admiration and terror, he went to her, and spoke as if the whole were merely a brilliant spectacle, devised for their amusement. "Our girandola is second only to that of Saint Peter," he said, smiling. "'Twas a narrow escape, love, but, thanks to thy God, if thou wilt it shall be so, we have received no harm. And you have been the agent of his goodness, Raoul. I have witnessed all from this spot. The call to the men brought me on deck, and, oh, how I trembled as I saw you on the flaming mass. It has been cunningly planned on the part of Messieurs les Anglais, but it has signally failed. That coaster has a cargo of tar and naval stores on board, and, capturing her this evening, they have thought to extinguish our lantern by the brighter and fiercer flame of their own. But Le Feu-Follet will shine again when their fire is dead. Is there, then, no danger that the Brulotte will yet come down upon us? She is fearfully near. Not sufficiently so to do us harm, more especially as our sails are damp with dew. Here she cannot come so long as our cable stands, and as that is under water where she lies, it cannot burn. In half an hour there will be little of her left, and we will enjoy the bonfire while it lasts." And, now the fear of danger was past, it was a sight truly to be enjoyed. Every anxious and curious face in the lugger was to be seen, under that brilliant light, turned toward the glowing mass as the sunflower follows the great source of heat in his track athwart the heavens, while the spars, sails, guns, and even the smallest object on board the lugger started out of the obscurity of night into the brightness of such an illumination, as if composing parts of some brilliant scenic display. But so fierce a flame soon exhausted itself. Ere long the felucca's masts fell, and with them a pyramid of fire. Then the glowing deck tumbled in, and, finally, timber after timber and plank after plank fell, until the conflagration, in a great measure, extinguished itself in the water on which it floated. An hour after the flames appeared, little remained but the embers which were glowing in the hold of the wreck. Chapter 12. A justice of the peace, for the time being, they bow to, but may turn him out next year. They reverence their priest, but, disagreeing in price or creed, dismiss him without fear. They have a natural talent for foreseeing and knowing all things, and should Park appear from his long tour in Africa, to show the Niger's source, they'd meet him with "We know." Halleck. Raoul was not mistaken as to the manner in which they were obtained and the means employed by his enemies. The frigate had found one of the feluccas loaded with naval stores, including some 10 or 15 barrels of tar, and it instantly struck Griffin, who was burning to revenge the defeat of the morning, that the prize might be converted into a fire vessel. As the second lieutenant volunteered to carry her in, always a desperate service, Cuff gave his consent. Nothing could have been better managed than the whole duty connected with this exploit, including the manner in which our hero saved his vessel from destruction. The frigate kept between her prize and the lugger, to conceal the fact that a boat remained on board the former, and when all was ready the felucca was apparently permitted to proceed on her voyage. The other two prizes were allowed to go free also, as cloaks to the whole affair. Griffin, as has been seen, kept standing in for the land, his object being to get upstream from the lugger and as near her as possible. When he found himself almost as far ahead as was desirable, drags were used to keep the craft stationary, and in this manner she drifted down on her intended victim, as has been already described. But for the sagacity and uneasiness of Ithiel the plan would altogether have escaped detection, and but for the coolness, courage, and resources of Raoul, it would infallibly have succeeded, notwithstanding the suspicions that had been excited. Cuff and the people on deck watched the whole affair with the deepest interest. They were barely able to see the sails of the felucca by means of a night glass as she was dropping down on the lugger, and Yelverton had just exclaimed that the two vessels were foul of each other, when the flames broke out. As a matter of course, at that distance both craft seemed on fire, and when Le Feu-Follet had dropped 100 yards nearer to the frigate, leaving the felucca blazing, the two were so exactly in a line as to bring them together as seen from the former's decks. The English expected every moment to hear the explosion of the lugger's magazine, but, as it did not happen, they came to the conclusion it had been drowned. As for Griffin, he pulled inshore, both to avoid the fire of Le Feu-Follet, in passing her broadside, and in the hope of intercepting Raoul while endeavoring to escape in a boat. He even went to a landing in the river quite a league from the anchorage, and waited there until long past midnight, when, finding the night beginning to cloud over and the obscurity to increase, he returned to the frigate, giving the smouldering wreck a wide berth for fear of accidents. Such, then, was the state of things when Captain Cuff appeared on deck just as the day began to dawn on the following morning. He had given orders to be called at that hour, and was now all impatience to get a view of the sea, more particularly inshore. At length the curtain began slowly to rise, and his view extended further and further toward the river, until all was visible, even to the very land. Not a craft of any sort was in sight. Even the wreck had disappeared, though this was subsequently discovered in the surf, having drifted out with the current until it struck an eddy, which carried it in again, when it was finally stranded. No vestige of Le Feu-Follet, however, was to be seen. Not even a tent on the shore, a wandering boat, a drifting spar, or a rag of a sail. All had disappeared, no doubt, in the conflagration. As Cuff went below he walked with a more erect mien than he had done since the affair of the previous morning, and as he opened his writing desk it was with the manner of one entirely satisfied with himself and his own exertions. Still, a generous regret mingled with his triumph. It was a great thing to have destroyed the most pernicious privateer that sailed out of France, and yet it was a melancholy fate to befall 70 or 80 human beings to perish like so many curling caterpillars, destroyed by fire. Nevertheless, the thing was done, and it must be reported to the authorities above him. The following letter was consequently written to the commanding officer in that sea, viz., His Majesty's ship Proserpine, off the mouth of the Gallo, island of Corsica, the 23rd of July, 1799. My Lord, I have the satisfaction of reporting, for the information of my Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, the destruction of the Republican privateer, the Feu-Follet, commanded by the notorious Raoul Eva, on the night of the 22d inst. The circumstances attending this important success are as follows. Understanding that the celebrated Picaroon had been on the Neapolitan and Roman coasts, doing much mischief, I took His Majesty's ship close in, following up the peninsula, with the land in sight, until we got through the Canal of Elba, early on the morning of the 21st. On opening Porto Ferrajo Bay, we saw a lugger lying at anchor off the town, with English colours flying. As this was a friendly port, we could not suppose the craft to be the Feu-Follet, but, determined to make sure, we beat in, signalling the stranger, until he took advantage of our stretching well over to the eastward to slip round the rocks and get off to windward. We followed for a short distance and then ran over under the lee of Caprera, where we remained until the morning of the 22d, when we again went off the town. We found the lugger in the offing, and being now well satisfied of her character, and it falling calm, I sent the boats after her, under Messrs. Winchester and Griffin, the first and second of this ship. After a sharp skirmish, in which we sustained some loss, though that of the Republicans was evidently much greater, Monsieur Eva succeeded in effecting his escape in consequence of a breezes suddenly springing up. Sail was now made on the ship, and we chased the lugger into the mouth of the Gallo. Having fortunately captured a felucca with a quantity of tar and other combustible materials on board, as we drew in with the land, I determined to make a fire ship of her, and to destroy the enemy by that mode, he having anchored within the shoals, beyond the reach of shot. Mr. Winchester, the first, having been wounded in the boat affair, I entrusted the execution of this duty to Mr. Griffin, who handsomely volunteered, and by whom it was effectually discharged about 10 last evening in the coolest and most officer-like manner. I enclose this gentleman's report of the affair and beg leave to recommend him to the favour of my Lords Commissioners. With Mr. Winchester's good conduct under a sharp fire in the morning, the service has also every reason to be satisfied. I hope this valuable officer will soon be able to return to duty. Permit me to congratulate you, my lord, on the complete destruction of this most pernicious cruiser of the enemy. So effectual has it been, that not a spar or a fragment of wreck remains. We have reason to think every soul on board perished, and though this fearful loss of human life is to be deeply deplored, it has been made in the service of good government and religion. The lugger was filled with loose women, our people hearing them singing their philosophical and irreligious songs, as they approached with the fire vessel. "I shall search the coast for any rafts that may be drifting about, and then proceed to Leghorn for fresh provisions. I have the honor to be, my lord, your lordship's most obedient servant, Richard Cuff. To Rear Admiral the Right Honourable Lord Nelson, Duke of Bronte, and C. Cuff read this report over twice. Then he sent for Griffin, to whom he read it aloud, glancing his eye meaningly at his subordinate, when he came to the part where he spoke of the young man's good conduct. "So much for that D.D. Jack-o'-lantern, Griffin. I fancy it will lead no one else on a wild goose chase." "I trust not, sir. Will you allow me to suggest a slight alteration in the spelling of the lugger's name, Captain Cuff? The clerk can make it when he writes out the letter fairly. I dare say it is different from what we would have it, French spelling being no great matter in general." "Put it as you please, though Nelson has as great a contempt for their boasted philosophy and learning as I have myself. I fancy you will find all the English spelt right. How do you write their confounded gibberish?" "Feu-Follet, sir, pronouncing the last part of it Follet, not Folly. I was thinking of asking leave, Captain Cuff, to take one of the cutters and pull up to the lugger's anchorage and see if anything can be found of her wreck. The ship will hardly get under way until the westerly wind comes." "No, probably not. I will order my gig manned, and we'll go together. Poor Winchester must keep house a while, so there is no use in asking him." I saw no necessity for putting Nelson into a passion by saying anything about the exact amount of our loss in that boat scrape, Griffin. "I agree with you, sir, that it is best as it is. Some loss covers everything it means more or less. That was just my notion. I dare say there may have been 20 women in the lugger. I can't answer for the number, sir, but I heard female singing as we got near in the fire ship, and think it likely there may have been that number. The lugger was full manned, for they were like bees swarming on her forecastle when we were dropping foul. I saw Raoul Ivar by the light of the fire as plainly as I now see you, and might have picked him off with a musket, but that would hardly have been honourable." To this Cuff assented, and then he led the way on deck, having previously ordered the boats manned. The two officers proceeded to the spot where they supposed the Feu-Follet had been anchored, and rowed round for near an hour, endeavouring to find some traces of her wreck on the bottom. Griffin suggested that, when the magazine was drowned, in the hurry and confusion of the moment, the cock may have been left open, a circumstance that might very well have carried down the bottom of so small a vessel in 2 or 3 hours, more especially after her hull had burnt to the water's edge. The next thing was to find this bottom, by no means a hopeless task, as the waters of the Mediterranean are usually so clear that the eye can penetrate several fathoms, even off the mouth of the Galois stream that brought more or less debris from the mountains. It is scarcely necessary to say that the search was not rewarded with success, the Feu-Follet being, just at that time, snug at anchor at Bastia, where her people had already taken out her wounded mainmast, with a view to step a new one in its place. At that very moment, Carloja Untertadi, his niece, and Raoul Ivar were walking up the principal street of the town, the place standing on a hill, like Porto Ferrajo, perfectly at their ease as regards fire ships, English frigates, and the dangers of the seas. But all this was a profound mystery to Cuff and his companions, who had long been in the habit of putting the most favorable constructions on the results of their professional undertakings, and certainly not altogether without reason, and who nothing doubted that Le Feu-Follet had, to use their own language, laid her bones somewhere along shore here. After 2 or 3 hours passed in fruitless search, Cuff determined to return to his ship. He was a keen sportsman and had brought a fowling piece with him in his gig, with a half-formed design of landing and whiling away the time, until the westerly wind came, among some marshes that he saw near the shore, but had been persuaded by Griffin not to venture. "There must be woodcock in that wet ground, Griffin," he said, as he reluctantly yielded a little in his intention, "and Winchester would fancy a bird exceedingly in a day or two. I never was hit in my life that I did not feel a desire for game after the fever was gone. Snipe, too, must live on the banks of that stream." "Snipe are coming in season now, Griffin." "It's more likely, sir, that some of the privateersmen have got ashore on planks and empty casks, and are prowling about in the weeds, watching our boats. 3 or 4 of them would be too much for you, Captain Cuff, as the scoundrels all carry knives as long as ship's cutlasses. I suppose your notion may be true, and I shall have to give it up. Pull back to the frigate, Davy, and we'll be off after some more of these French ragamuffins." This settled the matter. In half an hour the boats were swinging at the Proserpine's quarters, and 3 hours later the ship was under her canvas, standing slowly off the land. That day, however, the zephyr was exceedingly light, and the sun set just as the ship got the small island of Planocerabium, when the air came from the northward, and the ship's head was laid into the eastward, the course lying between the land just mentioned and that of Elba. All night the Proserpine was slowly fanning her way along the south side of the latter island, when, getting the southerly air again in the morning, she reappeared in the canal of Piombino as the day advanced, precisely as she had done before, when first introduced to the acquaintance of the reader. Cuff had given orders to be called, as usual, when the light was about to return, it being a practice with him, in that active and pregnant war, to be on deck at such moments, in order to ascertain, with his own eyes, what the fortunes of the night had brought within his reach. "Well, Mr. Griffin," he said, as soon as he had received the salutation of the officer of the watch, "you have had a still night of it. Yonder is the point of Piombino, I see, and here we have got Elba and this little rocky island again on our larboard hand. One day is surprisingly like another about these times, for us mariners in particular." "Do you really think so, Captain Cuff? Now, to my notion, this day hasn't had its equal on the Proserpine's log, since we got hold of Elepavia and her convoy." "You forget, sir, that we destroyed Le Feu-Follet last night." "Aye, that is something especially for you, Griffin. Well, Nelson will hear of it by mail as soon as we can get into Leghorn, which will be immediately after I have had an opportunity of communicating with these people in Porto Ferrajo. After all that has passed, the least we can do is to let your vice-governor and the Tories know of our success. Sail, ho! Shouted the lookout, on the foretopsail yard. The two officers turned, and gazed round them in every direction, when the captain made the customary demand of whereaway. Here, sir, close aboard of us, on our larboard hand, and on our weather quarter. On our weather quarter. D.N. me if that can be true, Griffin. There is nothing but the island there. The fellow cannot have mistaken this little island for the hull of a ship. If he has, sir, answered Griffin, laughing, it must be for a 20-decker. That is Ben Brown aloft, and he is as good a lookout as we have in the ship. Do you see her, sir? Demanded Ben Brown, looking over his shoulder to put the question. Not a bit of her, cried Cuff. You must be dreaming, fellow. What does she look like? There, this small island shuts her in from the deck, sir. She is a lugger, and looks as much like the one we burned last night, sir, as one of our catheeds is like t'other. A lugger, exclaimed Cuff. What, another of the blackguards? By Jove! I'll go aloft and take a look for myself. It's 10 to 1 that I see her from the maintop. In 3 minutes more, Captain Cuff was in the top in question, having passed through the lubber hole, as every sensible man does, in a frigate, more especially when she stands up for want of wind. That was an age in which promotion was rapid, there being few grey-bearded lieutenants, then, in the English marine, and even admirals were not wanting who had not cut all their wisdom teeth. Cuff, consequently, was still a young man, and it cost him no great effort to get up his ship's ratlins in the manner named. Once in the top, he had all his eyes about him. For quite a minute he stood motionless, gazing in the direction that had been pointed out by Ben Brown. All this time Griffin stood on the quarter-deck, looking quite as intently at his superior as the latter gazed at the strange sail. Then Cuff deigned to cast a glance literally beneath him, in order to appease the curiosity which, he well understood, it was so natural for the officer of the watch to feel. Griffin did not dare to ask his captain what he saw, but he looked a volume of questions on the interesting subject. A sister corsair, by Jupiter Ammon, cried Cuff, a twin sister, too, for they are as much alike as one cathed is like another. More too, by Jove, if I am any judge. What will you have us do, Captain Cuff? Inquired the lieutenant. We are now going to leeward, all the while, I don't know, sir, that there is positively a current here, but very well, sir, very well, haul up on the larboard tack, as soon as possible, and get the larboard batteries clear. We may have to cripple the chap in order to get hold of him. As this was said, Cuff descended through the same lubber hole and soon appeared on deck. The ship now became a scene of activity and bustle. All hands were called, and the guns were cleared away by some, while others braced the yards, according to the new line of sailing. The reader would be greatly aided in understanding what is to follow, could he, perchance, cast a look at a map of the coast of Italy. He will there see that the eastern side of the island of Elba runs in a nearly north and south direction, Piombino lying off about north-northeast from its northern extremity. Near this northern extremity lies the little rocky islet so often mentioned, or the spot which Napoleon, 15 years later, selected as the advanced redoubt of his insular empire. Of course the Proserpine was on one side of this islet and the strange lugger on the other. The first had got so far through the canal as to be able to haul close upon the wind, on the larboard tack, and yet to clear the islet, while the last was just far enough to windward, or sufficiently to the southward, to be shut out from view from the frigate's decks by the intervening rocks. As the distance from the islet to the island did not much exceed 100 or 2 yards, Captain Cuff hoped to enclose his chase between himself and the land, never dreaming that the stranger would think of standing through so narrow and rocky a pass. He did not know his man, however, who was Raoul Ivar, and who had come this way from Bastia, in the hope of escaping any further collision with his formidable foe. He had seen the frigate's lofty sails above the rock as soon as it was light, and, being under no hallucination on the subject of her existence, he knew her at a glance. His first order was to haul everything as flat as possible, and his great desire was to get from under the lee of the mountains of Elba into this very pass, through which the wind drew with more force than it blew anywhere nearby. As the Proserpine was quite a league off in the canal, Le Feu-Follet, which sailed so much the fastest in light winds, had abundance of time to effect her object. Instead of avoiding the narrow pass between the two islands, Raoul glided boldly into it, and by keeping vigilant eyes on his foreyard, to apprise him of danger, he succeeded in making 2 stretches in the strait itself, coming out to the southward on the starboard tack, handsomely clearing the end of the islet at the very instant the frigate appeared on the other side of the pass. The lugger had now an easy task of it, for she had only to watch her enemy, and tack in season, to keep the islet between them, since the English did not dare to carry so large a ship through so narrow an opening. This advantage Raoul did not overlook, and Cuff had gone about twice, closing each time nearer and nearer to the islet, before he was satisfied that his guns would be of no service until he could at least weather the intervening object, after which they would most probably be useless in so light a wind by the distance between them and their enemy. "Never mind, Mr. Griffin, let this scamp go," said the captain, when he made this material discovery. "It is pretty well to have cleared the seas of one of them. Besides, we do not know that this is an enemy at all. He showed no colors, and seems to have just come out of Porto Ferrajo, a friendly haven." "Raoul Ivar did that, sir, not once, but twice," muttered Yelverton, who, from the circumstance that he had not been employed in the different attempts on Le Feu-Follet, was one of the very few dissentients in the ship touching her fate. "These twins are exceedingly alike, especially Pomp, as the American Negro said of his twin children." This remark passed unheeded, for so deep was the delusion, in the ship, touching the destruction of the privateer, it would have been as hopeless an attempt to try to persuade her officers, and people generally, that Le Feu-Follet was not burned, as it would be to induce a great nation to believe that it had any of the weaknesses and foibles that confessedly beset smaller communities. The Proserpine was put about again, and, setting her ensign, she stood into the bay of Porto Ferrajo, anchoring quite near the place that Raoul had selected for the same purpose on 2 previous occasions. The gig was lowered, and Cuff, accompanied by Griffin as an interpreter, landed to pay the usual visit of ceremony to the authorities. The wind being so light, several hours were necessary to effect all these changes, and by the time the 2 officers were ascending the terraced street the day had advanced sufficiently to render the visit suitable as to time. Cuff appearing in full uniform, with epaulets and sword, his approach attracted notice, and Vito Viti hurried off to apprise his friend of the honor he was about to receive. The vice-governor was not taken by surprise, therefore, but had some little time to prepare his excuses for being the dupe of a fraud as impudent as that which Raoul Ivar had so successfully practiced on him. The reception was dignified, though courteous, and it had none the less of ceremony, from the circumstance that all which was said by the respective colloquists had to be translated before it could be understood. This circumstance rendered the few first minutes of the interview a little constrained, but each party having something on his mind, of which it was his desire to be relieved, natural feeling soon got the better of forms. "I ought to explain to you, Sir Cuff, the manner in which a recent event occurred in our bay here," observed the vice-governor, "since, without such explanation, you might be apt to consider us neglectful of our duties, and unworthy of the trust which the Grand Duke reposes in us. I allude, as you will at once understand, to the circumstance that Le Feu-Follet has twice been lying peaceably under the guns of our batteries, while her commander, and, indeed, some of her crew, have been hospitably entertained on shore. Such things must occur in times like these, Mr. Vice-Governor, and we seamen set them down to the luck of war." Cuff answered graciously, being much too magnanimous, under his own success, to think of judging others too harshly. "It might not be so easy to deceive a man-of-war's man like myself, but I dare say, Vice-Governor, had it been anything relating to the administration of your little island here, even Monsieur Ivar would have found you too much for him." The reader will perceive that Cuff had got a new way of pronouncing the appellation of the Elban functionary, a circumstance that was owing to the desire we all have, when addressing foreigners, to speak in their own language rather than in our own. The worthy captain had no more precise ideas of what a vice-governor means than the American people just now seem to possess of the signification of vice-president, but, as he had discovered that the word was pronounced vici in Italian, he was quite willing to give it its true sound, albeit a smile struggled round the mouth of Griffin while he listened. "You do me no more than justice, Signor Coof, or Sir Coof, as I presume I ought to address you," answered the functionary, "for, in matters touching our duties on shore here, we are by no means as ignorant as on matters touching your honorable calling." This Raoul Ivar presented himself to me in the character of a British officer, one I esteem and respect, having audaciously assumed the name of a family of high condition and of great power. I believe, among your people are the Baron, exclaimed Cuff, who, having discovered by his intercourse with the southern Italians that this word meant a rascal as well as a baron, was fond of using it on suitable occasions. Pray, vice-governatory, what name did he assume? Candish, or Howard, or Seymour, or some of those great knobs? Griffin, I'll engage. I wonder that he spared Nelson. No, Signor, he took the family appellation of another illustrious race. The Republican corsair presented himself before me as a Sir Smees, the son of a certain my Lord O'Smees. Smees, I've no recollection of any such name in the peerage. It can't be Seymour that the Vici means. That is a great name, certainly, and some of them have been in the service. It is possible this Baron may have had the impudence to hail for a Seymour. I rather think not, Captain Cuff. Smees is very much as an Italian would pronounce Smith, as, you know, the French call it Smeet. It will turn out that this Mr. Raoul has seized upon the first English name he fell in with, as a man overboard clutches at a spar adrift or a lifebuoy, and that happened to be Smith. Who the devil ever heard of a my Lord Smith? A pretty sort of aristocracy we should have, Griffin, if it were made up of such fellows. Why, sir, the name can make no great difference, the deeds and the antiquity forming the essentials. And he assumed a title, to Sir Smees. I dare say he was ready to swear His Majesty made him a knight banneret, under the royal ensign and on the deck of his own ship, as was done with some of the old admirals. The Vici, however, has forgotten a part of the story, as it must have been Sir John, or Sir Thomas Smees, at least. No, sir, that is the way with the French and the Italians, who do not understand our manner of using Christian names with titles, as in our Sir Edwards and Lord Harrys and Lady Bettys. Blast the French! I can believe anything of them, though I should have thought that these Italians knew better. However, it may be well to give the Vici a hint of what we have been saying, or it may seem rude and, hark ye, Griffin, while you are about it, rub him down a little touching books and that sort of thing, for the surgeon tells me he has heard of him in Leghorn as a regular leaf cutter. The lieutenant did as ordered, throwing in an allusion to Andrea's reputation for learning, that, under the circumstances, was not ill-timed, and which, as it was well enough expressed, was exceedingly grateful to his listener just at that awkward moment. My claims to literature are but small, Signor, answered Andrea, with humility, as I beg you will inform Sir Coof, but they were sufficient to detect certain assumptions of this corsair, a circumstance that came very near bringing about an exposure at a most critical moment. He had the audacity, Signor, to wish to persuade me that there was a certain English orator of the same name and of equal merit of him of Roma and Pompeii, one Sir Cicero. The Baron, again exclaimed Cuff, when this new offence of Raoul's was explained to him. I believe the rascal was up to anything. But there is an end of him now, with all his Sir Smees and Sir Ciceros into the bargain. Just let the Vici into the secret of the fellow's fate, Griffin. Griffin then related to the vice-governor the manner in which it was supposed that Le Feu-Follet, Raoul Eva, and all his associates had been consumed like caterpillars on a tree. Andrea Barofaldi listened, with a proper degree of horror expressed in his countenance, but Vito Viti heard the tale with signs of indifference and incredulity that he did not care to conceal. Nevertheless, Griffin persevered, until he had even given an account of the manner in which he and Cuff examined the lugger's anchorage, in the bootless attempt to discover the wreck. To all this the two functionaries listened with profound attention and a lively surprise. After looking at each other several times, and exchanging significant gestures, Andrea assumed the office of explaining. "There is some extraordinary mistake in this, Signor Tenente," he said, "for Raoul Eva still lives. He passed this promontory just as day dawned, in his lugger, this very morning. He has got that notion from having seen the fellow we fell in with off the harbour here," answered Cuff, when this speech was translated to him, "and I don't wonder at it, for the two vessels were surprisingly alike. But the Baron that we saw burned with our own eyes, Griffin, can never float again. I say Baron, for, in my opinion, the Feu-Follet was just as much of a rascal as her commander and all who sailed in her." Griffin explained this, but it met with no favour from the two Italians. "Not so, Signor Tenente, not so," returned the vice-governor. "The lugger that passed this morning, we know to be Le Feu-Follet, inasmuch as she took one of our own feluccas, in the course of the night, coming from Livorno, and Raoul Eva permitted her to come in, as he said to her padrone, on account of the civil treatment he had received while lying in our port. Nay, he even carried his presumption so far as to send me, by means of the same man, the compliments of Sir Smees and his hopes of being able some day to make his acknowledgments in person." The English captain received this intelligence as might be expected, and unpleasant as it was, after putting various questions to the vice-governor and receiving the answers, he was obliged, unwillingly enough, to believe it all. He had brought his official report in his pocket, and as the conversation proceeded, he covertly tore it into fragments so small that even a Mohammedan would reject them as not large enough to write the word Allah on. "It's d.d. lucky, Griffin, that letter didn't get to Leghorn this morning," he said, after a long pause. "Nelson would have bronte'd me famously had he got it. Yet I never believed half as devoutly in the 29 articles as I believe there are 39 of them," Captain Cuff modestly put in. Griffin: "Well, 39, if you will. What signifies 10, more or less, in such matters? A man is ordered to believe them all, if there were 100. But I never believed in them as devoutly as I believed in the destruction of that infernal picaroon. My faith is unsettled for life." Griffin offered a few words of condolence, but he was also too much mortified to be very able to administer consolation. Andrea Barofaldi, understanding the state of the case, now interposed with his courtesies, and the two officers were invited to share his bachelor's breakfast. What followed, in consequence of this visit, and the communications to which it gave rise, will appear in the course of the narrative. Chapter 13. If ever you have looked on better days, if ever been where bells have knolled to church, if ever sat at any good man's feast, if ever from your eyelids wiped a tear, and know what 'tis to pity, and be pitied, let gentleness my strong enforcement be. Shakespeare. It is now necessary to advance the time, and to transfer the scene of our tale to another, but not a distant, part of the same sea. Let the reader fancy himself standing at the mouth of a large bay of some 16 or 18 miles in diameter, in nearly every direction, though the shores must be indented with advancing promontories and receding curvatures, while the depth of the whole might possibly a little exceed the greatest width. He will then occupy the spot of which we wish to present to him one of the fairest panoramas of earth. On his right stands a high, rocky island of dark tufa, rendered gay, amid all its magnificent formations, by smiling vineyards and teeming villages, and interesting by ruins that commemorate events as remote as the Caesars. A narrow passage of the blue Mediterranean separates this island from a bold cape on the main, whence follows a succession of picturesque, village-clad heights and valleys, relieved by scenery equally bold and soft, and adorned by the monkish habitations called in the language of the country Camaldolus, until we reach a small city which stands on a plain that rises above the water between 100 and 200 feet, on a base of tufa, and the houses of which extend to the very verge of the dizzy cliffs that limit its extent on the north. The plain itself is like a hive, with its dwellings and scenes of life, while the heights behind it teem with cottages and the signs of human labor. Quitting this smiling part of the coast, we reach a point, always following the circuit of the bay, where the hills or heights tower into ragged mountains, which stretch their pointed peaks upward to some 6,000 or 7,000 feet toward the clouds, having sides now wild with precipices and ravines, now picturesque with shooting towers, hamlets, monasteries, and bridle paths, and bases dotted, or rather lined, with towns and villages. Here the mountain formation quits the margin of the bay, following the coast southward or running into the interior of the country, and the shore, sweeping round to the north and west, offers a glimpse into a background of broad plain ere it meets a high, insulated, conical mountain, which properly forms the head of the coast indentation. The human eye never beheld a more affluent scene of houses, cities, villages, vineyards, and country residences than was presented by the broad breast of this isolated mountain, passing which a wider view is obtained of the rich plain that seems to lie behind it, bounded as it is by a wall of a distant and mysterious-looking, yet bold range of the Apennines. Returning to the shore, which now begins to incline more westwardly, we come to another swell of tufa, which has all the characteristic fertility and abruptness of that peculiar formation, a vast and populous town of near 500,000 of souls being seated, in nearly equal parts, on the limits of the plain and along the margin of the water, or on the hillsides, climbing to their summits. From this point the northern side of the bay is a confused mass of villages, villas, ruins, palaces, and vines, until we reach its extremity, a low promontory, like its opposite neighbor. A small island comes next, a sort of natural sentinel. Then the coast sweeps northward into another and a smaller bay, rich to satiety with relics of the past, terminating at a point some miles further seaward, with a high, reddish, sandy bluff, which almost claims to be a mountain. After this we see two more islands lying westward, one of which is flat, fertile, and more populous, as is said, than any other part of Europe of the same extent, while the other is a glorious combination of pointed mountains, thronged towns, fertile valleys, castles, country houses, and the wrecks of long-dormant volcanoes, thrown together in a grand yet winning confusion. If the reader will to this description add a shore that has scarce a foot that is not interesting, with some lore of the past, extending from yesterday into the darkest recesses of history, give life to the water view with a fleet of little Latin-rigged craft, rendered more picturesque by an occasional ship, dot the bay with countless boats of fishermen, and send up a wreath of smoke from the summit of the cone-like mountain that forms the head of the bay, he will get an outline of all that strikes the eye as the stranger approaches Naples from the sea. The zephyr was again blowing, and the daily fleet of sparaneras, or undecked feluccas, that passes every morning at this season, from the south shore to the capital, and returns at this hour, was stretching out from under Vesuvius, some looking up as high as Massa, others heading toward Sorrento or Vico or Persano, and many keeping more before the wind, toward Castellamare, or the landings in that neighborhood. The breeze was getting to be so fresh that the fishermen were beginning to pull in toward the land, breaking up their lines, which in some places had extended nearly a league, and this, too, with the boats lying within speaking distance of each other. The head of the bay, indeed, was alive with craft moving in different directions, while a large fleet of English, Russians, Neapolitans, and Turks, composed of two-deckers, frigates, and sloops, lay at their anchors in front of the town. On board of one of the largest of the former was flying the flag of a rear admiral at the mizzen, the symbol of the commander's rank. A corvette alone was under way. She had left the anchorage an hour before, and, with studding sails on her starboard side, was stretching diagonally across the glorious bay, apparently heading toward the passage between Capri and the point of Campanella, bound to Sicily. This ship might easily have weathered the island, but her commander, an easy sort of person, chose to make a fair wind of it from the start, and he thought, by hugging the coast, he might possibly benefit by the land breeze during the night, trusting to the zephyr that was then blowing to carry him across the Gulf of Salerno. A frigate, too, shot out of the fleet, under her staysails, as soon as the westerly wind made, but she had dropped an anchor underfoot, and seemed to wait some preparation, or orders, before taking her departure, her captain being at that moment on board the flagship, on duty with the rear admiral. This was the Proserpine 36, Captain Cuff, a vessel and an officer that are already both acquaintances of the reader. About an hour before the present scene opens, Captain Cuff, in fact, had been called on board the Foudroyant by signal, where he had found a small, sallow-looking, slightly built man, with his right arm wanting, pacing the deck of the fore-cabin, impatient for his appearance. "Well," Cuff said this uninviting-looking personage, twitching the stump of the maimed arm, "I see you are out of the flock. Are you all ready for sailing?" "We have one boat ashore after letters, my lord. As soon as she comes off we shall lift our anchor, which is only underfoot." "Very well, I have sent the Ringdove to the southward on the same errand, and I see she is half a league from the anchorage on her way already. This Mr. Griffin appears to be a fine young man. I like his account of the way he handled his fireship, though the French scoundrel did contrive to escape. After all, this Rowley, how do you pronounce the fellow's name, Cuff? I never can make anything out of their gibberish. Why, to own the truth, Sir Horatio, I beg pardon my lord, there is something in the English grain of my feelings that would prevent my ever learning French, had I been born and brought up in Paris. There is too much Saxon in me to swallow words that half the time have no meaning." "I like you all the better for that," Cuff answered the Admiral, smiling, a change that converted a countenance that was almost ugly when in a state of rest into one that was almost handsome, a peculiarity that is by no means of rare occurrence, when a strong will gives expression to the features, and the heart, at bottom, is really sound. An Englishman has no business with any Gallic tendencies. This young Mr. Griffin seems to have spirit, and I look upon it always as a good sign when a young man volunteers for a desperate thing of this sort. But he tells me he is only second. Where was your first all the while?" "Why, my lord, he got a little hurt in the brush of the morning, and I would not let him go, as a matter of course. His name is Winchester. I think you must remember him as junior of the captain, at the affair off St. Vincent. Miller, had a good opinion of him, and when I went from the Arrow to the Proserpine he got him sent as my second. The death of poor Drury made him first in the natural way. Ralph Willett Miller, the officer who commanded the ship to which Nelson shifted his pennant, at the Battle of Cape St. Vincent. This gentleman was an American, and a native Manhattanese, his near relatives of the same name still residing in New York. It is believed that he got the name of Willett from the first English mayor, a gentleman from whom are descended many of the old families of the lower part of the state, more particularly those on Long Island. I have some recollection of him, Cuff. That was a brilliant day, and all its events should be impressed on my mind. You tell me Mr. Griffin fairly grappled the lugger's cable. Of that there can be no manner of doubt. I saw the two vessels foul of each other with my night glass, and seemingly both were on fire as plainly as I ever saw Vesuvius in a dark night. And yet this Feu-Follet has escaped. Poor Griffin has run a desperate risk for little purpose. He has, indeed, my lord. Here, Nelson, who had been pacing the cabin with quick steps, while Cuff stood, respectfully declining the gesture to be seated at the table in its center, suddenly stopped and looked the captain steadily in the face. The expression of his countenance was now mild and earnest, and the pause which preceded his words gave the latter solemnity and weight. "The day will come," Cuff, he said, when this young man will rejoice that his design on these picaroons, Frenchmen as they are, failed. Yes, from the bottom of his heart will he be glad. My lord, I know you think this strange, Captain Cuff, but no man sleeps the sounder for having burnt or blown up 100 of his fellow creatures like so many widows at a suttee. But we are not the less to commend those who did what was certainly their duty. Am I to understand, Lord Nelson, that the Proserpine is not to destroy the Feu-Follet at every hazard, should we again have the luck to fall in with her? By no means, sir. Our orders are to burn, sink, and destroy. Such is England's policy in this desperate war, and it must be carried out. You know what we are contending for as well as I do, and it is a struggle that is not to be carried on with courtesies. Still, one would not wish to see a glorious and sacred cause tarnished by inhumanity. Men that fall in fair, manly combat are to be envied rather than pitied, since it is only paying the great debt of nature a little sooner than might otherwise have happened. But there is something revolting to humanity in burning up our fellow creatures as one would burn rags after the plague. Nevertheless, this lugger must be had at any price, for English commerce and English power are not to be cut up and braved in this audacious manner with impunity. The career of these French tigers must be stopped at every sacrifice, Captain Cuff. I know that, my lord, and I like a republican as little as you can do, or His Majesty himself, for that matter, and, I take it, he has as little relish for the animal as flesh and blood can give. I know you do, Cuff, I am sure you do, and I esteem you all the more for it. It is a part of an Englishman's religion, in times like these, to hate a Frenchman. I went across the Channel after the peace of '83 to learn their language, but had so little sympathy with them, even in peaceable times, as never to be able to make out to write a letter in it, or even to ask intelligibly for the necessaries of life. If you can ask for anything, it far surpasses my efforts. I never can tell head from stern in their dialect. It is an infernal jargon, Cuff, and has got to be so confused by their academies, and false philosophy and infidelity, that they will shortly be at a loss to understand it themselves. What sort of names they give their ships, for instance, now they have beheaded their king and denounced their God. Who ever heard of christening a craft, as you tell me this lugger is named, the Feu-Follet? I believe I've got the picaroon's title right. Quite right, Griffin pronounces it so, though he has got to be a little queerish in his own English, by using so much French and Italian. The young man's father was a consul, and he has half a dozen foreign lingoes stowed away in his brain. He pronounces folly something broadish like follet, I believe, but it means all the same thing. Folly is folly, pronounce it as you will. Nelson continued to pace his cabin, working the stump of his arm, and smiling half bitterly, half in a sort of irony that inclined him to be in a good humor with himself. Do you remember the ship, Cuff, we had that sharp brush with off Toulon, in old Agamemnon, he said, after making a turn or two in silence. I mean the dismasted 84 that was in tow of the frigate, and which we peppered until their Gallic soup had some taste to it. Now, do you happen to know her real name in good honest English? I do not, my lord. I remember, they said she was called the Caia, and I always supposed that it was the name of some old Greek or Roman or, perhaps, of one of their newfangled republican saints. They've got no saints to name, my good fellow, since they cashiered all the old ones. There is something respectable in the names of a Spanish fleet, and one feels that he is flogging gentlemen, at least, while he is at work on them. No, sir, Caia means neither more nor less than that'll do, and I fancy, Cuff, they thought of their own name more than once while the old Greek was hanging on their quarter, smashing their cabin windows for them. A pretty sound it would have been had we got her and put her into our own service, His Majesty's ship that'll do 84, Captain Cuff. I certainly should have petitioned my lord's commissioners to change her name. You would have done quite right. A man might as well sail in a man-of-war called the Enough. Then, there was the three-decker that helped her out of the scrape, the sans-culottes, as the French call her. I suppose you know what that means. Not I, my lord. To own the truth, I'm no scholar, and am entirely without ambition in that way. Sang, I suppose, is the French for saint, but who culottes was, I've not the least notion. Nelson smiled, and the turn the conversation had taken appeared to give him secret satisfaction. If the truth were known, something lay heavily on his mind, and, with one of his strong impulses, his feelings disposed him to rush from one extreme to the other, as is often the case with men who are controlled by such masters, more especially if their general disposition is to the right. You're wrong this time, my dear Cuff, he said, for sang means without in French, and culottes means breeches. Think of naming a three-decker the Without Breeches. I do not see how any respectable flag officer can mention such names in his dispatches without a feeling of awkwardness that must come near to capsizing all his philosophy. The line was formed by the Republic's ship, the That'll Do leading, supported by the Without Breeches as her second astern. Cuff de, sir, if I'd serve in a marine that had such names to the ships. It's 1,000 times worse than all those saints the Spaniards tack onto their vessels like a line of boats towing a ship up to her moorings. Here the conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a midshipman, who came down to say that a man and a woman from the shore wished to see the rear admiral on pressing business. Let them come down, sir, answered Nelson. I've a hard life of it, Cuff. There is not a washerwoman or a shopkeeper in Naples who does not treat me exactly as if I were a podesta, and it were my duty to hear all the contentions about lost clothes and mislaid goods. His Majesty must appoint a Lord Chief Justice of the steerage, to administer the law for the benefit of the young gentleman, or he'll soon get no officer to serve with a flag at his masthead. Surely, my lord, the captains can take this weight off your shoulders. Aye, there are men in the fleet that can, and there are men who do, but there are men who do not. But here comes the plaintiff. I suppose you shall hear the case, and act as a puissant judge in the matter." This was said as the cabin door opened, and the expected guests entered. They were a man turned of 50 and a girl of 19. The former was a person of plain exterior, abstracted air, and downcast look, but the latter had all the expression, beauty, nature, and grace of mien that so singularly marked the deportment and countenance of Guitar Carriccioli. 5. In a word, the two visitors were Carlo Giuntardi and his gentle niece. Nelson was struck with the modesty of mien and loveliness of the latter, and he courteously invited her to be seated, though he and Cuff both continued standing. A few efforts at making himself understood, however, soon satisfied this renowned admiral that he had need of an interpreter, his guests speaking no English, and his own Italian being too imperfect to carry on anything like a connected conversation. He hesitated an instant, and then went to the door of the inner cabin, an apartment in which voices had occasionally been heard the whole time, one of the speakers being a female. Here he stood, leaning against the bulkhead, as if in doubt, and then he uttered his wishes. 5. It may aid the reader who is ignorant of Italian, to tell him that this name is pronounced Carriccioli. The same is true of Guiccioli or Guiccioli, Byron's mistress. "I must ask a service of you, which I would not think of doing in any ordinary case," he said, with a gentleness of voice and manner that showed he addressed one who had habitual influence over him. "I want an interpreter between myself and the second handsomest woman in the kingdom of Naples. I know no one so fit for the office as the first." "With all my heart, dear Nelson," answered a full, rich female voice from within. "Sir William is busied in his antiquities, and I was really getting to be ennuyed for want of an occupation. I suppose you have the wrongs of some injured lady to redress in your capacity of Lord High Chancellor of the Fleet. I am yet ignorant of the nature of the complaint, but it is not unlikely it will turn out to be something like that which you suspect. Even in such a case no better intercessor can be required than one who is so much superior to the frailties and weaknesses of her sex in general." The lady who now made her appearance from the inner cabin, though strikingly handsome, had not that in her appearance which would justify the implied eulogium of the British Admiral's last speech. There was an appearance of art and worldliness in the expression of her countenance that was only so much the more striking when placed in obvious contrast to the ingenuous nature and calm purity that shone in every lineament of the face of Guitar. One might very well have passed for an image of the goddess Circe, while the other would have made no bad model for a Vestal, could the latter have borne the moral impression of the sublime and heart-searching truths that are inculcated by the real oracles of God. Then the lady was a woman in the meridian of her charms, aided by all the cunning of the toilet and a taste that was piquant and peculiar, if not pure, while the other stood in her simple, dark Neapolitan bodice and a head that had no other ornament than its own silken tresses, a style of dress, however, that set off her faultless form and winning countenance more than could have been done by any of the devices of the mantua maker or the milliner. The lady betrayed a little surprise, and perhaps a shade of uneasiness, as her glance first fell on Guitar, but, much too good an actress to be disconcerted easily. She smiled and immediately recovered her ease. "Is this the being, Nelson, who comes with such a petition?" she demanded, with a touch of natural womanly sensibility in her voice. "And that poor old man, I dare say, is the heart-stricken father. As to the errand, you will remember, I know nothing as yet, and pledge myself to nothing. Captain Cuff, I hope I have the pleasure to see you well. Sir William joins the Admiral in hoping you will make one of our little family party today at dinner, and what says the mistress not of the house, but of the ship?" put in Nelson, whose eyes had scarce turned an instant from the face of the siren since she entered the fore cabin. "That she always disclaiming the title, honourable though it be that she unites with all the rest in inviting Captain Cuff to honour us with his company. Nelson tells me you were one of his old Agamemnons, as he calls you all, aged and young, men and boys, little and big, and I love even the sound of the name. What a glorious title for a ship, Agamemnon, a Greek, led on by a true English heart. Aye, it is somewhat better than that'll do and the other affair, ha!" "Cuff," returned the Admiral, smiling and glancing at his subordinate, "but all this time we are ignorant of the errand of this honest-looking Italian and his exceedingly innocent-looking companion." "Well, then, in this matter, gentlemen, I am only to be regarded as a mere mouthpiece put in the lady an echo, to repeat what reaches mine ear, though it be an Irish echo, which repeats in a different tongue from that in which the sounds first reach it. Put your questions, my lord, they shall be faithfully rendered, with all the answers that may be given. I only hope Captain Cuff will come out of this affair as innocent as he now looks." The two gentlemen smiled, but the trifling could not disturb its subject, as he was profoundly ignorant of the existence of the two strangers 5 minutes before, while the boldness of the allusion rather suited the freedom of a ship and the habits of the part of the world in which they happened to be. "We will first inquire the name of this worthy man, if you will condescend to ask it," observed Nelson to his fair friend. "Carlo Giunta, noble lady, once a poor scholar, in Napoli, here, and now a keeper of the prince's watchtowers on the heights of Argentero," was the quiet but respectful answer of the man, who, like his niece, had declined taking a seat, a circumstance that left the whole party standing. "Carlo Giunta, illustrious lady. A very good name, signor, and one of which you have no need to be ashamed. And thine," turning to the girl. "Gitar Caraccioli, Eccellenza, the sister's daughter of this honest tower keeper of the prince." Had a bomb exploded over the foudroyant, Nelson certainly would not have been as much startled, while the lady's beautiful face assumed a look of dark resentment, not unmingled with fear. Even Cuff understood enough of the sounds to catch the name, and he advanced a step with lively curiosity and an anxious concern expressed on his ruddy face. But these emotions soon subsided, the lady first regaining her self-possession, though Nelson paced the cabin 5 or 6 times, working the stump of his arm before he even looked up again. "I was about to ask if there never is to be an end to these annoyances," observed the lady in English, "but there must be some mistake in this, The house of Caraccioli is one of the most illustrious of Italy, and can scarcely have any of this class, who feel an interest in him of whom we are thinking. I will, therefore, inquire further into this matter. Signorina, changing the language to Italian and speaking with severity, like one who questioned what she heard. Caraccioli is a noble name, and is not often borne by the daughter of any prince's tower keepers. Guitar trembled, and she looked abashed. But she was sustained by too high a principle and was too innocent herself to stand long rebuked in the presence of guilt, and, as the flush which resembled that which so often passes over her native skies at even left her countenance, she raised her eyes to the dark-looking face of the lady and gave her answer. "I know what your Excellenza means," she said, "and feel its justice. Still it is cruel to the child not to bear the name of her parent. My father was called Caraccioli, and he left me his name as my sole inheritance. What may have been his right to it, let my uncle say. Speak, then, Signor Giunta. First give us the history of this name, then tell us what has brought you here." "Noble lady, my sister, as pious and innocent a woman as ever lived in Italy, and now blessed in heaven, married Don Francesco Caraccioli, the son of Don Francesco of that illustrious family, who now stands condemned to death for having led the fleet against the king, and Guitar here is the only fruit of the union. It is true that the Church did not authorize the connection which brought my niece's father into being, but the noble admiral never hesitated to acknowledge his son, and he gave him his name, until love bound him in wedlock with a poor scholar's sister. Then, indeed, his father turned his face from him, and death soon removed both husband and wife from the reach of all earthly displeasure. This is our simple story, noble and illustrious Signora, and the reason why my poor niece, here, bears the name as great as that of Caraccioli. You mean us to understand, Signor Giunta, that your niece is the granddaughter of Don Francesco Caraccioli, through a natural son of that unfortunate admiral. Such is the fact, Signora. As my sister was honestly married, I could do no less than bring up her daughter to bear a name that her father was permitted to bear before her. Such things are common and require no apology. One question more before I explain to the English Admiral what you have said. Does Prince Caraccioli know of the existence of this granddaughter? Excellenza, I fear not. Her parents died so soon. I loved the child so well, and there was so little hope that one illustrious as he would wish to acknowledge a connection through the Holy Church with persons humble as we, that I have never done more to make my niece known than to let her bear the same name as her father." The lady seemed relieved by this, and she now briefly explained to Nelson the substance of what the other had said. "It may be," she added, "they are here on that errand, concerning which we have already heard so much, and so uselessly, but I rather think not, from this account, for what interest can they feel in one who is absolutely a stranger to them? It may be some idle conceit, however, connected with this same affair. What is your wish, Guitar?" "This is Don Horatio Nelsoni, the illustrious English admiral, of whom you have heard so much. Excellenza, I am sure of it, answered Guitar, earnestly. My good uncle, here, has told you who we are, and you may well guess our business. We came from Saint Agatha, on the other side of the bay, only this morning, and heard from a relation in the town that Don Francesco had been seized that very hour. Since, we are told that he has been condemned to die, for treason against the king, and that by officers who met in this very ship. Some even say, Signora, that he is to meet his fate ere the sun set. If this should be so, what reason is it that thou shouldst give thyself concern? Excellenza, he was my father's father, and, though I never saw him, I know that the same blood runs in our veins. When this is so, there should be the same feelings in our hearts. This is well, Guitar, in appearance at least, but thou canst hardly feel much for one thou never sawest and who has even refused to own thee for a child. Thou art young, too, and of a sex that should ever be cautious. It is unwise for men, even, to meddle with politics in these troubled times. Signora, it is not politics that brings me here, but nature, and duty, and pious love for my father's father. What wouldst thou say, then? Answered the lady impatiently. Remember thou occupiest one whose time is precious and of high importance to entire nations. Excellenza, I believe it, and will try to be brief. I wish to beg my grandfather's life of this illustrious stranger. They tell me the king will refuse him nothing, and he has only to ask it of Don Ferdinando to obtain it. Many would have thought the matured charms of the lady superior to the innocent-looking beauty of the girl, but no one could have come to such an opinion who saw them both at that moment. While Guitar's face was radiant with a holy hope and the pious earnestness which urged her on, a dark expression lowered about the countenance of the English beauty that deprived it of one of its greatest attractions by depriving it of the softness and gentleness of her sex. Had there not been observers of what passed, it is probable the girl would have been abruptly repulsed. But management formed no small part of the character of this woman, and she controlled her feelings in order to effect her purposes. This admiral is not a Neapolitan, but an Englishman, she answered, and can have no concern with the justice of your king. He would scarcely think it decent to interfere with the execution of the laws of Naples. Signora, it is always decent to interfere to save life, nay, it is merciful in the eyes of God. What canst thou know of this? A conceit that thou'st the blood of the Caraccioli has made thee forget thy sex and condition, and placed a romantic notion of duty before thine eyes. No, Signora, it is not so. For 18 years have I been taught that the unfortunate admiral was my grandfather, but, as it has been his pleasure to wish not to see me, never have I felt the desire to intrude on his time. Before this morning never has the thought that I have the blood of the Caraccioli crossed my mind, unless it was to mourn for the sin of my grandmother. And even now it has come to cause me to mourn for the cruel fate that threatens the days of her partner in guilt. Thou art bold to speak thus of thy parents, girl, and they, too, of the noble and great. This was said with a flushed brow and still more lowering look, for, haply, there were incidents in the past life of that lady which made the simple language of a severe morality alike offensive to her ears and her recollections. It is not I, Excellenza, but God, that speaketh thus. The crime, too, is another reason why this great admiral should use his influence to save a sinner from so horrid an end. Death is terrible to all but to those who trust, with heart and soul, to the mediation of the Son of God, but it is doubly so when it comes suddenly and unlooked for. It is true, Don Francesco is aged, but have you not remarked, Signora, that it is these very aged who become hardened to their state, and live on, as if never to die? I mean those aged who suffer youth to pass, as if the pleasures of life are never to have an end. Thou art too young to set up for a reformer of the world, girl, and forgettest that this is the ship of one of the greatest officers of Europe, and that he has many demands on his time. Thou canst now go. I will repeat what thou hast said. I have another request to ask, Excellenza, permission to see Don Francesco, that I may at least receive his blessing. He is not in this ship. Thou wilt find him on board the Minerva frigate, no doubt he will not be denied. Stop, these few lines will aid thy request. Addio, Signorina. And may I carry hope with me, Excellenza. Think how sweet life is to those who have passed their days so long in affluence and honor. It would be like a messenger from heaven for a grandchild to bring but a ray of hope. I authorize none. The matter is in the hands of the Neapolitan authorities, and we English cannot meddle. Go, now, both of you. The illustrious admiral has business of importance that presses. Guitar turned, and slowly and sorrowfully she left the cabin. At the very door she met the English lieutenant, who was in charge of the unhappy prisoner, coming with a last request that he might not be suspended like a thief, but might at least die the death of a soldier. It would exceed the limits set to our tale were we to dwell on the conversation which ensued, but every intelligent reader knows that the application failed. Chapter 14. Like other tyrants, death delights to smite what smitten most proclaims the pride of power, and arbitrary nod. Young. It is probable that Nelson never knew precisely what passed between Guitar and the lady mentioned in the last chapter. At all events, like every other application that was made to the English admiral in connection with this sad affair, that of Guitar produced no results. Even the mode of execution was unchanged, an indecent haste accompanying the whole transaction, as in the equally celebrated trial and death of the unfortunate Duc d'Enghien. Cuff remained to dine with the commander-in-chief, while Carlo Giuntattardi and his niece got into their boat and took their way through the crowded roadstead toward the Neapolitan frigate that now formed the prison of the unfortunate Caraccioli. A request at the gangway was all that was necessary to procure an admission on board the ship. As soon as the Signor Giuntattardi reached the quarter-deck he let his errand be known, and a messenger was sent below to ascertain if the prisoner would see two visitors, the name of the uncle being alone given. Francesco Caraccioli, of the Princes Caraccioli, or, as he was more commonly called in English, Prince Caraccioli, was now a man approaching 70, and, being a member of one of the most illustrious houses of Lower Italy, he had long been trusted in employments of high dignity and command. On his offence its apology, the indecent haste of his trial and execution, and the irregularity of the whole proceedings, it is now unnecessary to dwell. They have all passed into history, and are familiarly known to the world. That very morning had he been seized and sent on board the Foudroyant. In the cabin of that vessel had a court of his own countrymen convened, and there had he been hastily condemned to death. The hour of doom was near, and he was already in the ship where the execution was to take place. The messenger of Carlo Giuntattardi found this unfortunate man with his confessor, by whom he had just been shrived. He heard the request with cold indifference, but granted it on the instant, under the impression that it came from some dependent of his family or estates, who had a last favor to ask, or an act of justice to see performed. "Remain here, father, I beseech you," said the prisoner, perceiving that the priest was about to retire. "It is some contadino, or some tradesman, whose claims have been overlooked. I am happy that he has come. One would wish to stand acquitted of injustice before he dies. Let them come in, my friend." A sign was given with these words. The door of the cabin was opened, and Gitta, with her uncle, entered. A pause of quite a minute followed, during which the parties regarded each other in silence, the prisoner endeavoring in vain to recall the countenances of his guests, and the girl trembling, equally with grief and apprehension. Then the last advanced to the feet of the condemned man, knelt, bowed her head, and said, "Grandfather, your blessing on the child of your only son." "Grandfather, son, and his child," repeated Don Francesco. "I had a son, to my shame and contrition be it now confessed, but he has long been dead. I never knew that he left a child." "This is his daughter, Signor," replied Carlo Giuntattardi. "Her mother was my sister." "You thought us then too humble to be received into so illustrious a connection, and we have never wished to bring ourselves before your eyes until we thought our presence might be welcome. And thou comest now, good man, to claim affinity with a condemned criminal." "Not so, grandfather," answered a meek voice at his feet. "It is your son's daughter that craves a blessing from her dying parent. The boon shall be well requited in prayers for your soul." "Holy Father, I deserve not this. Here has this tender plant lived, neglected in the shade, until it raises its timid head to offer its fragrance in the hour of death. I deserve not this. Son, if heaven offered no mercies until they are merited, hopeless, truly, would be the lot of man. But we must not admit illusions at such a moment. Thou art not a husband, Don Francesco, hadst thou ever a son? That, among other sins, have I long since confessed, and as it has been deeply repented of, I trust it is forgiven. I had a son, a youth who bore my name, even, though he never dwelt in my palace, until a hasty and indiscreet marriage banished him from my presence. I ever intended to pardon him, and to make provision for his wants, but death came too soon to both husband and wife to grant the time. This much I did know, and it grieved me that it was so, but of his child, never before this instant have I heard. 'Tis a sweet countenance, father, it seems the very abode of truth. Why should we deceive you, grandfather? Rejoined Guitar, stretching her arms upward, as if yearning for an embrace, most of all at a time like this. We come not for honors, or riches, or your great name, we come simply to crave a blessing, and to let you know that a child of your own blood will be left on earth to say Aves in behalf of your soul. Holy priest, there can be no deception here. This dear child even looks like her wronged grandmother. And my heart tells me she is mine. I know not whether to consider this discovery a good or an evil at this late hour, coming as it does to a dying man. Grandfather, your blessing. Bless Guitar once, that I may hear the sound of a parent's benediction. Bless thee, daughter, exclaimed the admiral, bending over the weeping girl to do the act she solicited, and then raising her to his arms and embracing her tenderly. This must be my child, I feel that she is no other. Excellenza, said Carlo, she is the daughter of your son, Don Francesco, and of my sister, Guitarja Untertardi, born in lawful wedlock. I would not deceive any, least of all a dying man. I have no estate to bequeath, no honors to transmit, no name to boast of. Better the offspring of the Lazzaroni than a child of Francesco Caraccioli, at this moment. Grandfather, we think not of this, care not for this. I have come only to ask the blessing you have bestowed, and to offer the prayers of believers, though we are so lowly. More than this we ask not, wish not, seek not. Our poverty is familiar to us, and we heed it not. Riches would but distress us, and we care not for them. I remember, Holy Father, that one great reason of displeasure at my son's marriage was distrust of the motive of the family which received him, yet here have these honest people suffered me to live on unmolested in prosperity, while they now first claim the affinity in my disgrace and ignominy. I have not been accustomed to meet with wishes and hearts like these. You did not know us, grandfather, said Guitar simply, her face nearly buried in the old man's bosom. We have long prayed for you, and reverenced you, and thought of you as a parent whose face was turned from us in anger, but we never sought your gold and honors. Gold and honors, repeated the admiral, gently placing his granddaughter in a chair. These are things of the past for me. My estates are sequestered, my name disgraced, and, an hour hence, I shall have suffered an ignominious death. No selfish views can have brought these good people, father, to claim affinity with me at a moment like this. It comes from the goodness of God, son. By letting you feel the consolation of this filial love, and by awakening in your own bosom the spark of parental affection, he foreshadows the fruits of his own mercy and tenderness to the erring but penitent. Acknowledge his bounty in your soul, it may bring a blessing on your last moment. Holy priest, I hope I do. But what says this? Don Francesco took a note from the hand of a servant and read its contents eagerly, the world and its feelings having too much hold on his heart to be plucked out in an instant. Indeed, so sudden had been his arrest, trial, and conviction, that it is not surprising the priest found in him a divided spirit, even at an instant like that. His countenance fell, and he passed a hand before his eyes, as if to conceal a weakness that was unbecoming. "They have denied my request, Father," he said, "and I must die like a felon. The Son of God suffered on the cross suspended between thieves. I believe there is far less in these opinions than we are accustomed to think, yet it is cruel for one who has filled so high employments, a prince, a Caraccioli, to die like a Lazzaran." "Grandfather, did you speak, child? I wonder not that this indignity should fill thee with horror." "It is not that," grandfather resumed Guitar, shaking off her doubts and looking up with flushed cheeks and a face radiant with holy feelings. "Oh, it is not that. If my life could save thine, gladly would I give it up for such a purpose, but do not at this awful moment mistake the shadow for the substance. What matters it how death is met when it opens the gates of heaven? Pain, I am sure, you cannot fear. Even I, weak and feeble girl that I am, can despise that. What other honor can there be in the hour of death than to be thought worthy of the mercy and care of God? Caraccioli or Lazzaran, prince or beggar, it will matter not 2 hours hence, and let me reverently beg of you to humble your thoughts to the level which becomes all sinners. Thou sayest thou art my grandchild, Guitar, the daughter of my son Francesco. Signor, I am, as all tell me, as my heart tells me, and as I believe. And thou lookest upon these opinions as unworthy, unsuited, if thou likest that better to this solemn moment, and considerest the manner of a death a matter of indifference, even to a soldier. When placed in comparison with his hopes of heaven, when viewed through his own demerits, and the merits of his Saviour, grandfather. And wilt thou, then, just entering on the stage of life, with the world before thee, and all that its future can offer, accompany me to the scaffold? Let it be known to the mocking crowd that thou derivest thy being through the felon, and art not ashamed to own him for a parent." "I will, grandfather, this have I come to do," answered Guitar, steadily. "But do not ask me to look upon thy sufferings. All that can be done to lessen, by sharing thy disgrace, if disgrace it be, will I most gladly do, though I dread to see thy aged form in pain. And this wilt thou do for one thou never beheldest until this hour, one thou canst hardly have been taught to consider just to thyself. If I have never seen thee before this visit, grandfather, I have loved thee and prayed for thee from infancy. My excellent uncle early taught me this duty, but he never taught me to hate thee or any one. My own father is taken away, and that which he would have been to thee this day will I endeavor to be for him. The world is naught to me, and it will console thee to think that one is near whose heart weeps for thee and whose soul is lost in prayers for thy eternal pardon. And this being, Father, is made known to me an hour before I die. God punishes me sufficiently for the wrong I've done her, in letting me thus know her worth, when it is too late to profit by it. No, Guitar, blessed child, such a sacrifice shall not be asked of thee. Take this cross, it was my mother's, worn on her bosom, and has long been worn on mine. Keep it as a memorial of thy unhappy parent, and pray for me, but quit this terrible ship, and do not grieve thy gentle spirit with a scene that is so unfit for thy sex and years. Bless thee, my child. Would to heaven I had earlier known thee, but even this glimpse of thy worth has lightened my heart. Thou findest me here a poor condemned criminal, unable to provide for thy future wants. Nay, I can yet do a little for thee, too. This bag contains gold. It has been sent to me by a relative, thinking it might be of service in averting the punishment that awaits me. For that purpose it is now useless. With thy simple habits, however, it will render thy life easy and above care. Guitar, with streaming eyes, steadily put aside the gold, though she pressed the cross to her bosom, kissing it fervently again and again. Not that, grandfather, she said, I want it not, wish it not. This is enough, and this will I keep to my own last moment. I will quit the ship, too, but not the place. I see many boats collecting, and mine shall be among them. My prayers shall go up to God for thee, now thou art living, and daily after thou art dead. There needs no gold, grandfather, to purchase a daughter's prayers. Don Francesco regarded the zealous and lovely girl with intense feeling, then he folded her to his heart once more, blessing her audibly again and again. While thus employed, the foudroyant bell struck once, and then those of all the surrounding ships, English and Neapolitan, repeated the stroke. This, Caraccioli, a seaman himself, well knew denoted that the time was 4:30, 5 being the hour named for his execution. He felt it necessary, therefore, to dismiss his new-found relative, that he might pass a few more minutes alone with his confessor. The parting was solemn but tender, and as Guitar left the cabin her condemned grandfather felt as he would had he taken leave forever of one whom he had long loved, and whose virtues had been a solace to him from the hour of his birth. The deck of the Minerva presented a sorrowful scene. Although the prisoner had been condemned by a court of Neapolitan officers, the trial was had under the British ensign, and the feeling of the public was with the prisoner. There existed no necessity for the hurry in which everything had been done, no immediate danger pressed, and an example would have been more impressive had there been less of the appearance of a desire for personal vengeance, and more of the calm deliberation of justice in the affair. Guitar's connection with the prisoner could not be even suspected, but as it was known that she had been in the cabin, and believed that she felt an interest in the condemned, the officers manifested an interest in her wishes and two evident emotions. An immense throng of boats had assembled around the ship, for, hasty as had been the proceedings, the tidings that Francesco Caraccioli was to be hanged for treason spread like wildfire, and scarce a craft of proper size was left within the mole, so eager was the desire to witness that which was to occur. Either in the confusion, or bribed by money, the man who had brought off Carlo Giuntardi and his niece was no longer to be found, and the means of quitting the ship seemed momentarily to be lost. "Here is a boat close to our gangway," said the officer of the deck, who had kindly interested himself in behalf of so interesting a girl, "with a single man in it, a few guinea would induce him to put you ashore. The fellow in the boat was of the class of the lazzaroni, wearing a clean cotton shirt, a Phrygian cap, and cotton trousers that terminated at the knees, leaving his muscular arms and legs entirely bare, models for the statuary, in their neatness, vigor, and proportions. The feet alone formed an exception to the ordinary attire, for they were cased in a pair of quaint canvas shoes that were ornamented a little like the moccasins of the American Indian. Carlo caught the eye of this man, who appeared to be eagerly watching the frigate's gangway for a fare, and holding up a small piece of silver. In a moment the light boat was at the foot of the accommodation ladder. Guitar now descended, and as soon as her uncle and she were seated, the skiff, for it was little more, whirled away from the ship's side, though 2 or 3 more, who had also been left by recreant boatmen for better fares, called out to him to receive them also. "We had best go alone, even though it cost us a heavier price," quietly observed Carlo to his niece as he noted this occurrence. "Pull us a short distance from the ship, friend, here, where there are fewer boats, and thou shalt meet with a fair reward. We have an interest in this solemn scene, and could wish not to be observed." "I know that well, Signor Carlo," answered the boatman, "and will see that you are not molested." Guitar uttered a faint exclamation, and, looking up, first saw that the feigned Lazzaron was no other than Raoul Eva. As her uncle was too unobservant in general to detect his disguise, he made a sign for her to command herself, and continued rowing as if nothing had occurred. "Be at ease, Guitar," said Carlo, "it is not yet the time, and we have 20 good minutes for our aves." Guitar, however, was far from being at ease. She felt all the risks that the young man now ran, and she felt that it was on her account solely that he incurred them. Even the solemn feeling of the hour and the occasion was disturbed by his presence, and she wished he were away on more accounts than one. Here he was, nevertheless, and in the midst of enemies, and it would not have been in nature for one of her tender years and sex, and, most of all, of her feelings, not to indulge in a sentiment of tender gratitude toward him who had, as it were, thrust his head into the very lion's mouth to do her a service. Between Raoul and Guitar there had been no reserves on the subject of parentage, and the former understood why his mistress was here, as well as the motive that brought her. As for the last, she glanced timidly around her, fearful that the lugger, too, had been brought into the throng of ships that crowded the anchorage. For this, however, Raoul was much too wary, nothing resembling his little craft being visible. The reader will have understood that many vessels of war, English, Russian, Turkish, and Neapolitan, were now anchored in the bay. As the French still held the castle of Saint Elmo, or the citadel that crowns the heights, that in their turn crown the town, the shipping did not lie quite as close to the mole as usual, lest a shot from the enemy above might do them injury, but they were sufficiently near to permit all the idle and curious of Naples, who had the hearts and the means, to pull off and become spectators of the sad scene that was about to occur. As the hour drew near, boat after boat arrived, until the Minerva was surrounded with spectators, many of whom belonged even to the higher classes of society. The distance between the Neapolitan frigate and the ship of the English rear admiral was not great, and everything that occurred on board the former, and which was not actually hidden by the sides and bulwarks of the vessel itself, was easily to be seen from the decks of the latter. Still the Foudroyant lay a little without the circle of boats, and in that direction Raoul had pulled to avoid the throng, resting on his oars when about a third of a cable's length from the British admiral's stern. Here it was determined to wait for the awful signal and its fatal consequences. The brief interval was passed by Guitar in telling her beads, while Carlo joined in the prayers with the devotion of a zealot. It is scarcely necessary to say that all this Raoul witnessed without faith, though it would be doing injustice to his nature, as well as to his love for Guitar, to say he did so without sympathy. A solemn and expecting silence reigned in all the neighboring ships. The afternoon was calm and sultry, the zephyr ceasing to blow earlier than common, as if unwilling to disturb the melancholy scene with its murmurs. On board the Minerva no sign of life, scarcely of death, was seen, though a single whip was visible, rigged to the foreyard arm, one end being led inboard, while the other ran along the yard, passed through a leading block in its quarter, and descended to the deck. There was a platform fitted on two of the guns beneath this expressive but simple arrangement, but, as it was inboard, it was necessarily concealed from all but those who were on the Minerva's decks. With these preparations Raoul was familiar, and his understanding eye saw the particular rope that was so soon to deprive Guitar of her grandfather, though it was lost to her and her uncle among the maze of rigging by which it was surrounded. There might have been 10 minutes passed in this solemn stillness, during which the crowd of boats continued to collect, and the crews of the different ships were permitted to take such positions as enabled them to become spectators of a scene that it was hoped might prove admonitory. It is part of the etiquette of a vessel of war to make her people keep close, it being deemed one sign of a well-ordered ship to let as few men be seen as possible, except on those occasions when duty requires them to show themselves. This rigid rule, however, was momentarily lost sight of, and the teeming masses that floated around La Minerva gave up their thousands like bees clustering about their hives. It was in the midst of such signs of expectation that the call of the boatswain was heard piping the side on board the Foudroyant, and 4 side boys lay over on the accommodation ladder, a mark of honor never paid to one of a rank less than that of a captain. Raoul's boat was within 50 yards of that very gangway, and he turned his head in idle curiosity to see who might descend into the gig that was lying at the foot of the long flight of steps. An officer with one epaulette came first, showing the way to 2 civilians, and a captain followed. All descended in a line and entered the boat. The next instant the oars fell, and the gig whirled round under the Foudroyant's stern and came glancing up toward his own skiff. 4 or 5 of the strong man-of-war jerks sufficed to send the long, narrow boat as far as was desired, when the men ceased rowing, their little craft losing her way within 10 feet of the skiff occupied by our party. Then it was that Raoul, to his surprise, discovered that the 2 civilians were no other than Andrea Barofaldi and Vito Viti, who had accompanied Cuff and Griffin, their companions in the gig, on a cruise, of which the express object was to capture himself and his vessel. Another man would have been alarmed at finding himself in such close vicinity to his enemies, but Raoul Ivar was amused, rather than rendered uneasy, by the circumstance. He had faith in his disguise, and he was much too familiar with incidents of this sort not to retain his self-command and composure. Of course he knew nothing of the persons of the two Englishmen, but perfectly aware of the presence of the Proserpine, he guessed at their identity, and very correctly imagined the circumstances that brought companions so ill-assorted together. He had taken no precautions to disguise his face, and the red Phrygian cap which he wore, in common with thousands on that bay, left every feature and lineament fully expressed. With Guitar, however, the case was different. She was far better known to the two Elbants, as indeed was the person of her uncle, than he was himself, but both had veiled their faces in prayer. "I do not half like this business," Griffin observed the captain, as his gig entirely lost its way, "and wish with all my heart we had nothing to do with it." I knew this old Caraccioli, and a very good sort of man he was, and as to treason, it is not easy to say who is and who is not a traitor in times like these, in such a nation as this. Ha! I believe my soul, this is the same old man and the same pretty girl that came to see Nelson half an hour ago about this very execution. What could they have to do with Prince Caraccioli or his treason, sir? The old chap looks bookish, but he is not a priest, and, as to the girl, she is trim-built enough. I fancy the face is no great matter, however, or she would not take so much pains to hide it." Raoul muttered a sacred between his teeth, but he succeeded in suppressing all outward expression of feeling. Cuff, on the contrary, saw no other motive for unusual discretion, beyond the presence of his boat's crew, before whom, however, he was accustomed to less reserve than with his people in general. "If she be the same as the one we had in the cabin," he answered, "there is no necessity for a veil, for a prettier or a more modest-looking girl is not often fallen in with. What she wanted exactly is more than I can tell you, as she spoke Italian altogether, and Milady had the interview pretty much to herself. But her good looks seem to have taken with this old bachelor, the justice of the peace, who eyes her as if he had an inclination to open his mind to the beauty. Ask him in Italian, Griffin, what mare's nest he has run foul of now. You seem to have found something to look at besides the Minerva, Signor Podesta observed Griffin, in an undertone. I hope it is not Venus. Cospetto, grunted Vito Viti, nudging his neighbor, the vice-governor, and nodding toward the other boat, if that be not little Guitar, who came into our island like a comet and went out of it to what shall I liken her sudden and extraordinary disappearance, Signor Andrea, to that of Le Feu-Follet, or Zeving Wiving put in Griffin, who, now he had got the two functionaries fairly afloat, spared none of the jokes that come so easy and natural to a man-of-war's man. She went out, too, in an extraordinary disappearance, and perhaps the lady and the lugger went out together. Vito Viti muttered an answer, for by this time he had discovered that he was a very different personage on board the Proserpine from what the other had appeared to consider him while in his native island. He might have expressed himself aloud, indeed, but at that instant a column of smoke glanced out of the bowport of the Minerva. A yellow flag was shown aloft, and then came the report of the signal gun. It has been said that vessels of war of 4 different nations were at that time lying in the Bay of Naples. Nelson had come in but a short time previously, with 17 ships of the line, and he found several more of his countrymen lying there. This large force had been assembled to repel an expected attack on the island of Minorca, and it was still kept together in an uncertainty of the future movements of the enemy. A Russian force had come out of the Black Sea, to act against the French, bringing with it a squadron of the Grand Signior, thus presenting to the world the singular spectacle of the followers of Luther, devotees of the Greek Church, and disciples of Mahomet, uniting in defense of our rights, our firesides, and our altars. To these vessels must be added a small squadron of ships of the country, making a mixed force of 4 different ensigns that was to witness the melancholy scene we are about to relate. The yellow flag and the signal gun brought everything in the shape of duty to a standstill in all the fleets. The hoarse commands ceased, the boatswains and their mates laid aside their calls, and the echoing midshipmen no longer found orders to repeat. The seamen gathered to the sides of their respective vessels, every part glistened with expectant eyes, the booms resembled clusters of bees suspended from the boughs of a forest, and the knight-heads, taffrails, gangways, and stretchers of the rigging were garnished with those whose bright buttons, glazed hats, epaulets, and dark blue dresses denoted to belong to the privileged classes of a ship. Notwithstanding all this curiosity, nothing like the feeling which is apt to be manifested at an exhibition of merited punishment was visible in a single countenance. An expression resembling a somber gloom appeared to have settled on all those grim warriors of the deep, English, Russian, Neapolitan, or Turk, apparently reserving all his sympathies for the sufferer, rather than for the majesty of justice. Still, no murmur arose, no sign of resistance was made, no look of remonstrance given. The unseen mantle of authority covered all, and these masses of discontented men submitted as we bow to what is believed to be the fiat of fate. The deep-seated and unresisting habit of discipline suppressed complaint, but there was a general conviction that some act was about to be committed that it were better for humanity and justice should not be done, or, if done at all, that it needed more of form, greater deliberation and a fairer trial, to be so done as to obtain the commendation of men. The Turks alone showed apathy, though all showed submission. These subjects of destiny looked on coldly, though even among them a low rumor had passed that a malign influence prevailed in the fleet, and that a great and proud spirit had got to be mastered by the passion that so often deprives heroes of their self-command and independence. Guitar ceased her prayers, as the report of the gun broke rudely on her ears, and with streaming eyes she even dared to look toward the frigate. Raoul and all the rest bent their gaze in the same direction. The sailors, among them, saw the rope at the foreyard arm move, and then heads rose slowly above the hammock cloths, when the prisoner and his attendant priest were visible even to their feet. The unfortunate Caraccioli, as has been said, had nearly numbered his 70 years, in the regular course of nature, and his bare head now showed the traces of time. He wore no coat, and his arms were bound behind his back, at the elbows, leaving just motion enough to the hands to aid him in the slighter offices about his own person. His neck was bare, and the fatal cord was tightened sufficiently around it to prevent accidents, constantly admonishing its victim of its revolting office. A low murmur arose among the people in the boats as this spectacle presented itself to their eyes, and many bowed their faces in prayer. The condemned man caught a ray of consolation from this expression of sympathy, and he looked around him an instant, with something like a return of those feelings of the world which it had been his effort and his desire totally to eradicate since he had taken leave of Guitar, and learned that his last request, that of changing his mode of punishment, had been denied. That was a fearful moment for one like Don Francesco Caraccioli, who had passed a long life in the midst of the scene that surrounded him, illustrious by birth, affluent, honored for his services, and accustomed to respect and deference. Never had the glorious panorama of the bay appeared more lovely than it did at that instant, when he was about to quit it forever, by a violent and disgraceful death. From the purple mountains, the cerulean void above him, the blue waters over which he seemed already to be suspended, and the basking shores, rich in their towns, villas, and vines, his eye turned toward the world of ships, each alive with its masses of living men. A glance of melancholy reproach was cast upon the little flag that was just waving at the mizzen-mast head of the Foudroyant, and then it fell on the carpet of faces beneath, that seemed fairly to change the surface of the smooth sea into an arena of human countenances. His look was steady, though his soul was in a tumult. Guitar was recognized by her companion and by her dress. He moved toward the edge of his narrow scaffolding, endeavored to stretch forth his arms, and blessed her again aloud. The poor girl dropped on her knees in the bottom of the boat, bowed her head, and in that humble attitude did she remain until all was over, not daring once to look upward again. "Son," said the priest, "this is a moment when the earth and its feelings must be forgotten." "I know it, Father," answered the old man, his voice trembling with emotion, for his sensations were too powerful, too sublime, even, for the degrading passion of fear. "But never before did this fair piece of the creation seem so lovely in my eyes as now, when I am about to quit it for the last time. Look beyond this scene, into the long vista of eternity, son. There thou wilt behold that which mocks at all human, all earthly means. I fear that our time is but shortest. Thou ought yet to say in the flesh. Let it be known, holy priest, that in my dying moment I prayed for Nelson, and for all who have been active in bringing me to this end. It is easy for the fortunate and the untempted to condemn, but he is wiser, as he is safer, who puts more reliance on the goodness of God than on his own merits." A ray of satisfaction gleamed athwart the pale countenance of the priest, a sincerely pious man, or fear of personal consequences might have kept him aloof from such a scene, and he closed his eyes while he expressed his gratitude to God in the secret recesses of his own spirit. Then he turned to the prince and spoke cheeringly. "Son," he said, "if thou quittest life with a due dependence on the Son of God, and in this temper toward thy fellow creatures, of all this living throng thou art he who is most to be envied. Address thy soul in prayer once more to him who thou feelest can alone serve thee." Caraccioli, aided by the priest, knelt on the scaffold, for the rope hung loose enough to permit that act of humiliation, and the other bent at his side. "I wish to God Nelson had nothing to do with this," muttered Cuff, as he turned away his face, inadvertently bending his eyes on the foudroyant, nearly under the stern of which ship his gig lay. There, in the stern walk, stood the lady, already mentioned in this chapter, a keen spectator of the awful scene. No one but a maid was near her, however, the men of her companionship not being of moods stern enough to be at her side. Cuff turned away from this sight in still stronger disgust, and just at that moment a common cry arose from the boats. Looking round, he was just in time to see the unfortunate Caraccioli dragged from his knees by the neck, until he rose, by a steady man-of-war pull, to the end of the yard, leaving his companion alone on the scaffold, lost in prayer. There was a horrible minute of the struggles between life and death, when the body, so late the tenement of an immortal spirit, hung, like one of the jewel blocks of the ship, dangling passively at the end of the spar, as insensible as the wood which sustained it. Chapter 15. Sleep, sleep, thou sad one, on the sea, the wash of waters lulls thee now, his arm no more will pillow thee, thy hand upon his brow, he is not near, to hurt thee, or to save. The ground is his, the sea must be thy grave. Dana. A long summer's evening did the body of Francesco Caraccioli hang suspended at the yard arm of the Minerva, a revolting spectacle to his countrymen and to most of the strangers who had been the witnesses of his end. Then was it lowered into a boat, its feet loaded with a double-headed shot, and it was carried out a league or more into the bay and cast into the sea. The revolting manner in which it rose to the surface and confronted its destroyers a fortnight later has passed into history, and, to this day, forms one of the marvels related by the ignorant and wonder-loving of that region. 6. As for Guitar, she disappeared no one knew how, Vito Viti and his companions being too much absorbed with the scene to note the tender and considerate manner in which Raoul rode her off from a spectacle that could but be replete with horrors to one so situated. Cuff himself stood but a few minutes longer, but he directed his boat's crew to pull alongside of the Proserpine. In half an hour after the execution took place this frigate was awa, and then she was seen standing out of the bay, before a light air, covered with canvas from her truck to her hammock cloths. Leaving her for the moment, we will return to the party in the skiff. 6. Singular as was this occurrence, and painful as it must have proved to the parties to the execution, it is one of the simplest consequences of natural causes. All animal matter swells in water previously to turning corrupt. A body that has become of twice its natural size, in this manner, as a matter of course, displaces twice the usual quantity of water, the weight of the mass remaining the same. Most human frames floating, in their natural state, so long as the lungs are inflated with air, it follows that one in this condition would bring up with it as much weight in iron, as made the difference between its own gravity and that of the water it displaced. The upright attitude of Carrickchole was owing to the shot attached to the feet, of which, it is also probable, one or two had become loosened. Neither Carlo Giuntatadi nor Guitar Carrickchole, for so we must continue to call the girl, albeit the name is much too illustrious to be borne by one of her humble condition in life, but neither of these two had any other design, in thus seeking out the unfortunate admiral, than to perform what each believed to be a duty. As soon as the fate of Carrickchole was decided, both were willing to return to their old position in life, not that they felt ashamed to avow their connection with the dead, but because they were quite devoid of any of that worldly ambition which renders rank and fortune necessary to happiness. When he left the crowd of boats, Raoul pulled toward the rocks which bound the shores of the bay, near the gardens of Portisai. This was a point sufficiently removed from the common anchorage to be safe from observation, and yet so near as to be reached in considerably less than an hour. As the light boat proceeded, Guitar gradually regained her composure. She dried her eyes and looked around her inquiringly, as if wondering whither their companion was taking them. "I will not ask you, Raoul, why you are here at a moment like this, and whence you have come," she said, "but I may ask whither you are now carrying us." "Our home is at Saint Agatha, on the heights above Sorrento, and on the other side of the bay. We come there annually to pass a month with my mother's sister, who asks this much of our love. If I did not know all this, Guitar, I would not and could not be here. I have visited the cottage of your aunt this day, followed you to Naples, heard of the Admiral's trial and sentence, understood how it would affect your feelings, traced you on board the English Admiral's ship, and was in waiting as you found me, having first contrived to send away the man who took you off. All this has come about as naturally as the feeling which has induced me to venture again into the lion's mouth. The pitcher that goes often to the well, Raoul, gets broken at last," said Guitar, a little reproachfully, though it surpassed her power to prevent the tones of tenderness from mingling with her words. "You know all, Guitar. After months of perseverance and a love such as man seldom felt before, you deliberately and coldly refused to be my wife, nay, you have deserted Monte Argentero purposely to get rid of my importunities, for there I could go with the lugger at any moment, and have come here, upon this bay, crowded with the English and other enemies of France, fancying that I would not dare to venture hither. Well, you see with what success, for neither Nelson nor his two-deckers can keep Raoul Ivar from the woman he loves, let him be as victorious and skillful as he may." The sailor had ceased rowing. To give vent to his feelings in this speech, neither of the two colloquists regarding the presence of Giuntatadi any more than if he had been a part of themselves. This indifference to the fact that a third person was a listener proceeded from habit, the worthy scholar and religionist being usually too abstracted to attend to concerns as light as love and the youthful affections. Guitar was not surprised either at the reproaches of her suitor or at his perseverance, and her conscience told her he uttered but the truth, in attributing to her the motives he had, in urging her uncle to make their recent change of residence, for, while a sense of duty had induced her to quit the Towers, her art was not sufficient to suggest the expediency of going to any other abode than that which she was accustomed to inhabit periodically, and about which Raoul knew, from her own innocent narrations, nearly as much as she knew herself. "I can say no more than I have said already," the thoughtful girl answered, after Raoul had begun again to row. "It is better on every account that we should part. I cannot change my country, nor can you desert that glorious republic of which you feel so proud. I am an Italian, and you are French, while, more than all, I worship my God, while you believe in the new opinions of your own nation. Here are causes enough for separation surely, however favorably and kindly we may happen to think of each other in general. Tell me not any more of the heart of an Italian girl, and of her readiness to fly to the world's end with the man of her choice," exclaimed Raoul, bitterly. "I can find 1,000 girls in Languedoc who would make the circuit of the earth yearly rather than be separated a day from the seaman they have chosen for their husbands." "Then look among the girls of Languedoc for a wife," answered Guitar, with a smile so melancholy that it contradicted her words. "Better to take one of your own nation and opinions, Raoul, than risk your happiness with a stranger, who might not answer all your hopes when you came to know her better. We will not talk further of this now, dearest Guitar. My first care must be to carry you back to the cottage of your aunt, unless indeed you will at once embark in Le Feu-Follet and return to the Towers." "Le Feu-Follet, she is hardly here, in the midst of a fleet of her enemies. Remember, Raoul, your men will begin to complain if you place them too often in such risks to gratify your own wishes." "Peste, I keep them in good humor by rich prizes. They have been successful, and that which makes yonder Nelson popular and a great man makes Raoul Ivar popular and a great man also in his little way. My crew is like its captain, it loves adventures and it loves success. I do not see the lugger among 100 ships, there is no sign of yours." "The Bay of Napoli is large," Guitar returned Raoul, laughing, "and Le Feu-Follet takes but little room. See yonder Vasio de Ligny appear trifling among these noble mountains and on this wide gulf. You cannot expect my little lugger to make much show. We are small, Guitar MIA, if not insignificant. Still, where there are so many vigilant eyes, there is always danger, Raoul. Besides, a lugger is an unusual rig, as you have owned to me yourself. Not here, among all these Eastern craft. I have always found, if I wished to be unnoticed, it was best to get into a crowd, whereas he who lives in a village lives in open daylight. But we will talk of these things when alone. Guitar, yonder fisherman is getting ready to receive us." By this time the skiff was near the shore, where a little yawl was anchored, containing a solitary fisherman. This man was examining them as they approached, and, recognizing Raoul, he was gathering in his lines and preparing to raise his grapnel. In a few minutes the two craft lay side by side, and then, though not without difficulty, owing to a very elaborate disguise, Guitar recognized Ithiel Bolt. A very few words sufficed to let the American into all that it was necessary he should know, when the whole party made its arrangements to depart. The skiff which Raoul, having found it lying on the beach, had made free without leave, he anchored, in the full expectation that its right owner might find it some day or other, while its cargo was transferred to the yawl, which was one of the lugger's own attendants. The latter was a light, swift-pulling little boat, admirably constructed and fit to live in a seaway, requiring, moreover, but two good oars, one of which Raoul undertook to pull himself, while Ithiel managed the other. In 5 minutes after the junction was made, the party was moving again from the land in a straight line across the bay, steering in the direction of its southern cape, and proceeding with the steady, swift movement of men accustomed to the toil. There are few portions of the sea in which a single ship or boat is an object of so little notice as the Bay of Naples. This is true of all times and seasons. The magnificent scale on which nature has created her panorama rendering ordinary objects of comparative insignificance, while the constant movement, the fruit of a million of souls thronging around its teeming shores, covers it in all directions with boats, almost as the streets of a town are crowded with pedestrians. The present occasion, too, was one likely to set everything in motion, and Raoul judged rightly when he thought himself less likely to be observed in such a scene than on a smaller and less frequented water. As a matter of course, while near the mole, or the common anchorage, it was necessary to pass amid a floating throng, but, once beyond the limits of this crowd, the size of the bay rendered it quite easy to avoid unpleasant collisions without any apparent effort, while the passage of a boat in any direction was an occurrence too common to awaken distrust. One would think no more of questioning a craft that was encountered, even in the center of that spacious bay, than he would think of inquiring about the stranger met in the marketplace. All this both Raoul and Ithiel knew and felt, and once in motion, in their yawl, they experienced a sense of security that for the 4 or 5 previous hours had not always existed. By this time the sun was low, though it was possible, as Raoul perceived, to detect the speck that was still swinging at the Minerva's foreyard arm, a circumstance to which the young man, with considerate feeling, refrained from adverting. The Proserpine had been some time in motion, standing out of the fleet under a cloud of canvas, but with an air so light as to permit the yawl to gain on her, though the heads of both were turned in the same direction. In this manner mile after mile was passed, until darkness came. Then the moon arose, rendering the bay less distinct, it is true, but scarcely more mysterious or more lovely, than in the hours of stronger light. The gulf, indeed, forms an exception in this particular to the general rule, by the extent of its shores, the elevation of its mountains, the beauty of its water which has the deep tint of the ocean off soundings and the softness of the atmosphere, lending to it by day all the mellowed and dreamy charms that other scenes borrow from the illusions of night and the milder brilliance of the secondary planets. Raoul did not exert himself at the oar, and, as he sat aft, his companion was obliged to take the stroke from his movement. It was so pleasant to have Guitar with him, on his own element, that he never hurried himself while in the enjoyment of her society. The conversation, it will readily be imagined, was not lively, but the saddened melancholy of Guitar's voice, as she occasionally hazarded a remark of her own, or answered one of his questions, sounded sweeter in his ears than the music of the ship's bands that was now wafted to them across the water. As the evening advanced, the land breeze increased, and the Proserpine gradually gained upon the boat. When the latter was about 2/3 of the distance across the bay, the frigate caught the stronger current that came down athwart the Campania, between Vesuvius and the mountains behind Castellamare, when she drove ahead fast. Her sails, as seamen express it, were all asleep, or swelled outward without collapsing, and her rate of sailing was between 5 and 6 miles in the hour. This brought them up with the boat hand over hand, as it is called, and Guitar, at Raoul's request, put the helm aside, in order that they might get out of the way of the huge body that was approaching. It would seem that there was some design on the part of the ship in coming so near, for she made a sheer toward the yawl in a way to frighten the timid helmswoman and to induce her to relinquish her hold of the tiller. "Fear nothing," called out Griffin. "In Italian we intend to offer you a tow. Stand by and catch the line heave." A small rope was thrown, and, falling directly across Ithiel's head, that person could do no less than seize it. With all his detestation of the English in general, and of this vessel in particular, the man of all work had the labor-saving propensity of his countrymen, and it struck him as a good thing to make a king's ship aid an enemy's privateer by accepting the offer. As he used the line with proper dexterity, the yawl was soon towing on the quarter of the frigate, Raoul taking the helm and giving the boat the sheer necessary to prevent her dragging in alongside. This was a change so sudden and so totally unexpected that Guitar murmured her disapprobation, lest it should lead to a discovery of the true character of her companions. "Fear nothing, dearest," answered Raoul. "They cannot suspect us, and we may learn something useful by being here. At all events, Le Feu-Follet is safe from their designs, just at this moment." "Are you boatman of Capri?" called out Griffin, who stood on the taffrail of the ship, with Cuff and the 2 Italians nearby, the first dictating the questions his lieutenant put. "No, sire," answered Raoul, adopting the patois of the country as well as he could and disguising his deep mellow voice by speaking on a high shrill key. "Boatmen of Capri, that have been to Napoli with wine, and have been kept out later than we intended by the spectacle at the yardarm of the Minerva." "Cospetto. Them signori make no more of a prince than we do of a quail in the season, on our little island. Pardon me, dearest Guitar, but we must throw dust into their eyes. Has any strange sail been seen about your island within the last 24 hours? The bay is full of strange sail, nor, even the Turks coming to see us, since the last trouble with the French. But the Turks are now your allies, like us English. Have you seen any other strangers? They tell me there are ships from the far north, too, nor, off the town, Russians, I believe, they call them. They, too, are allies, but I mean enemies. Has there not been a lugger seen off your island within the last day or two, a lugger of the French? Sigh, I know what you mean now, Esnor. There has been a vessel like that you mention off the island, for I saw her with my own eyes. Sigh. It was about the 23rd hour last evening, a lugger, and we all said she must be French by her wicked looks. Raoul, said Guitar, as if reproaching him for an indiscretion. This is the true way to befog them, answered the young man. They have certainly heard of us, and by seeming to tell a little truth frankly it will give me an opportunity of telling more untruth. Ah, Raoul, it is a sad life that renders untruths necessary. It is the art of war, dearest. Without it we should soon be outwitted by these knaves of English. Sigh, Esnori, we all said just that concerning her looks and rig. Will you share your boat alongside, friend, inquired Griffin, and come on board of us? We have a ducat here that wants an owner. I fancy it will fit your pocket as well as another's. We will haul you ahead, abreast of the gangway. Oh, Raoul, do not think of this rash act, whispered Guitar. The vice-governor or the podesta will recollect you, and then all will be lost. Fear nothing. Guitar, a good cause and a keen wit will carry me through, while the least hesitation might, indeed, ruin us. These English first ask, and then take without asking, if you tell them no. Corpo di Bacco. Who ever heard, either, of a Latsaran's refusing a ducat? Raoul then whispered a few words to Ithuel, when, the boat being by this time far enough ahead, he gave it a sheer alongside of the ship, seized a man rope, and went up the cleats as actively as a cat. It is certain not a soul on board that fine frigate had the least suspicion of the true character of the individual who now confidently trod her quarter-deck. The young man himself loved the excitement of such an adventure, and he felt the greater confidence in his impunity, from the circumstance that there was no other light than that of the moon. The sails, too, cast their shadows upon deck, and then, neither of the two Italians was a wizard at detecting impostors, as he knew by experience. The watch was set for the night, and Winchester, who had returned to duty, held the trumpet, while Griffin had no other immediate office but to interpret. 2 or 3 midshipmen were lounging about the quarter-deck. Here and there a seaman was on the lookout, at the halyards, or on a cathede. Some 20 or 30 old sea dogs were pacing the gangways or the forecastle, with their arms crossed and hands stuck in their jackets, and a quick-eyed, active quartermaster stood near the man at the wheel, conning the ship. The remainder of the watch had stowed themselves between the guns or among the booms, in readiness to act, but in truth dozing. Cuff, Griffin, and the 2 Italians descended from the taffrail and awaited the approach of the supposed Latsaran or boatman of Capri, as he was now believed to be, near the stern of the vessel. By an arrangement among themselves, Vito Viti became the spokesman, Griffin translating to the captain all that passed in an undertone as soon as it was uttered. "Come hither, friend," commenced the podesta, in a patronizing but somewhat lofty manner. "This generous and noble English captain, Surcouf desires me to present you with a ducat, by way of showing that he asks no more of you than he is willing to pay for. A ducat, 7, is a great deal of money, as you know, and good pay merits good services. 7. The silver ducat of Naples is worth 80 grani, or rather less than 80 cents. The golden ducat, or sequin, of Italy, Holland, Turkey, etc., is worth a trifle more than $2. Raoul was offered the former. Esnor, Sigh, Your Excellenza says the truth, a good ducat certainly deserves good services. Bean. Now, tell these signori all you know about that said lugger, where you saw her, when you saw her, and what she was about. Keep your mind clear and tell us one thing at a time. Esnor, Sigh. I will keep my mind clear and tell you no more than one thing at a time. I believe, Excellenza, I am to begin with where I saw her, then I'm to tell you when I saw her, after which you wish to know what she was about. I believe this is the way you put it, Esnor. Excellently well, answer in that order, and you will make yourself understood. But first tell me, do all the natives of Capri speak the same sort of Italian as you do yourself, friend? Esnor, Sigh, though my mother having been a French woman, they tell me that I have caught a little from her. We all get something from our mothers, Excellenza, and it's a pity we could not keep more of it. True, friend. But now for the lugger. Remember that honorable signori will hear what you say, therefore, for your own credit, speak to the point, and speak nothing but truth, for the love of God. Then, Esnor, first as to where I saw her, does your Excellenza mean where I was at the time, or where the lugger was? Where the lugger was, fellow. Dost think Surcouf cares where thou spent thy day? Well, then, Excellenza, the lugger was near the island of Capri, on the side next the Mediterranean, which you know, Esnor, is on the side opposite to the bay and near, as might be, abreast of the house of Giacomo Alberti. Does your Excellenza know anything of the house I mean? Not I. But tell your story as if I knew all about it. It is these particulars which give value to a tale. How far from the nearest land? Mention that fact, by all means, if you happen to remember. Well, Excellenza, could the distance be measured, now I would think it would prove to be about as far, not quite, Esnor, but, I say, about as far as from the said Giacomo's largest fig tree to the vines of Giovanni, his wife's cousin. Sigh, I think, just about that distance. And how far may that be, friend? Be precise, as much may depend on your answers. Esnor, that may be a trifle further than it is from the church to the top of the stairs that lead to Anna Capri. Cospetto, thou wilt earn thy ducat speedily at this rate. Tell us at once in miles, was the lugger 1, 2, 6, or 20 miles from your island at the time thou speakest of? Excellenza, you bid me speak of the time, in the second place, after I had told you of the where, in the first place. I wish to do whatever will give you pleasure, Esnor. Neighbor Vito Viti put in the vice-governor. It may be well to remember that this matter is not to be recorded as you would put on file the confessions of a thief, It may be better to let the honest boatman tell his story in his own way. Now the Victory has set to work, I hope we shall get the worth of our ducat, observed Cuff, in English. Nori, rejoined Raoul, it shall be just as your Excellency say. The lugger you speak of was off the island last evening, steering toward Ischia, which place she must have reached in the course of the night, as there was a good land wind from the 23rd to the 5th hour. This agrees with our account as to the time and place, said Griffin, but not at all as to the direction the Corsair was steering. We hear she was rather rounding the southern cape for the Gulf of Salerno. Raoul started, and gave thanks mentally that he had come on board, as this statement showed that his enemies had received only too accurate information of his recent movements. He had hopes, however, of being able yet to change their intentions and of putting them on a wrong scent. Nori, he said, I should like to know who it is that mistakes southeast for northwest. None of our pilots or boatmen, I should think, could ever make so great a blunder. Nor, you are an officer and understand such things, and I will just ask you if Ischia does not lie northwest of Capri. Of that fact there can be no manner of doubt, returned Griffin. It is equally true that the Gulf of Salerno lies southeast of both there. Now, interrupted Raoul, with a well-acted assumption of vulgar triumph, I knew your Excellenza, when you came to look into it, would see the folly of saying that a vessel which was standing from Capri toward Ischia was going on any other course than northwest. But this is not the question, amico. We all understand the bearings of these islands, which are the bearings of the whole coast down here away, but the question is, which way the lugger was steering. I thought I had said, Excellenza, that she was heading across toward Ischia, answered Raoul, with an air of obtuse innocence. If you do, you give an account exactly different from that which has been sent to the Admiral by the good bishop of your own island. May I never eat another of his own quails if I think he would deceive us, and it is not easy to suppose a man like him does not know north from south. Raoul inwardly muttered a malediction on all priests, a class of men which, rightly enough, he believed to be united in their hostility to France. But it would not do to express this in his assumed character, and he affected to listen, as one of his class ought to give ear to a fact that came from his spiritual father. North from south, Excellenza. Monsignor knows a great deal more than that, if the truth were said, though, I suppose, these noble signori are acquainted with the Right Reverend Father's great infirmity. Not we none of us, I fancy, ever had the honor to be in his company. Surely, fellow, your bishop is a man of truth. Truth, yes, Excellenza, so true is he that if he were to tell me that the thing I saw myself had not and could not happen, I should rather believe Monsignor than believe my own eyes. Still, signori, eyes are something, and as the Right Reverend Father has none, or what are as bad as none, for any use they can be in looking at a vessel half a mile off, he may not always see what he thinks he sees. When Monsignor tells us that so and so is gospel, we all believe it, for we know the time has been when he could read, but we never think of going to his door to ask which way a ship is steering, having the use of our own senses. "Can this fellow tell us the truth, Griffin?" asked Cuff, a good deal mystified by Raoul's artifice and his assumed simplicity. "If so, we shall be going exactly on the wrong scent by hauling round Campanella and running into the Gulf of Salerno. The French hold Gaeta yet, and it is quite likely that Master Ivan may wish to keep a friendly port open under his lee. You forget, Captain Cuff, that his lordship has sent a light cruiser already up that way, and La Feu-Follet would hardly dare to show herself near one of our regular fellows. I don't know that, Mr. Griffin, I don't exactly know that. The Proserpine is a regular fellow after a fashion, at least, and the Feu-Follet has dared to show herself to her. Jack-o'-lantern d'ennemi, Griffin, but I think she is well named now. I'd rather chase a jack-o'-lantern in the island of Sicily than be hunting after such a chap. First he's here, then he's there, and presently he's nowhere. As for the sloop, she's gone south, at my suggestion, to look into the bays along the Calabrian coast. I told Nelson I wanted another ship, for, just so certain as this rule Raoul, what the d*I do you call the pirate, Griffin? Raoul, Captain Cuff, Raoul Ivar is his name. 'Tis thoroughly French. Raoul means Rodolphe. Well, I told Nelson if this lad should get to dodging round one of the islands we might as well set about playing puss in the corner by the week as to think of driving him off the land for a fair chase. He works his boat like a stagecoach turning into an inn-yard. I wonder my lord did not think of this and give us a sloop or two to help us catch Nell. At that, he might send one Englishman to look after two Frenchmen, but he'd never dream of sending two Englishmen to look after one Frenchman. But this is not a fighting matter, sir. Only a chase, and one Frenchman will run faster than two Englishmen any day of the week. Sassy muttered Raoul, in a tone that he endeavored to suppress, and which was inaudible to all ears but those of Andrea Barofaldi, the vice-governor, happening to stand nearer his person just at that moment than any other of the party. "Very true," answered Cuff, "but so it is. We are sent alone, and if this Feu-Follet get in between Ischia and Procida, it will be easier to unearth the fox than to drive her out single-handed. As for any more boat service against her, I suppose you've all had enough of that." "Why, sir, I rather think the people would be shy," answered Griffin, with a little hesitation of manner, and yet with the directness and simplicity of a truly brave man. "We must let them get over the last brush before they are depended on much for any new set to of that sort." "Bon," muttered Raoul, quite unconscious he was overheard. "Nevertheless, we must catch this fellow if we wear out our shoes in the chase." All this time Andrea Barofaldi and Vito Viti were profoundly ignorant of what was passing between the two officers, though Raoul listened eagerly and so well understood every syllable they uttered. Until this moment the vice-governor had been rather indifferent and inattentive as to what occurred, but the two exclamations of Raoul awakened a vague distrust in his mind, which, while it had no direct object, was certainly pregnant with serious consequences to the Frenchman himself. deep mortification at the manner in which they had been duped by this celebrated privateersman, with a desire to absent themselves from the island until the edge was a little taken off the ridicule they both felt they merited, blended with certain longings to redeem their characters, by assisting in capturing the corsair, were the reasons why these two worthies, the deputy governor and the podesta, were now on board the Proserpine. Cuff had offered them cots in his cabin and seats at his table in a moment of confidence, and the offer was gladly accepted. Andrea had not been on board the ship a day, however, before he became thoroughly convinced of his utter uselessness, a circumstance that added materially to the awkwardness of his situation. Like all well-meaning and simple-minded men, he had a strong wish to be doing, and day and night he ruminated on the means by himself, or discussed them in private dialogues with his friend the podesta. Vito Viti frankly admonished him to put his faith in heaven, affirming that something worthwhile would yet turn up in the cruise to render the enterprise memorable, it being a habit with the magistrate to say an Ave or two on all trying occasions, and then trust to God. "You never knew a miracle," Vice-Governor said Vito Viti one day, when they were discussing the matter by themselves. "You never knew a miracle come to pass that another was not close on its heels, the first being a mere preparation for the last, and the last always proving to be the most remarkable. Now, when Annina Gotti fell off the cliffs, it was a miracle she didn't break her neck, but, when she rolled over into the sea, it was a much greater she wasn't drowned. It is better to leave these things to the church, neighbor Vito, was the vice-governor's answer, nor do I see that there has been any miracle in the affair to start with." "How, do you not call it a miracle, Signor Andrea, that two such men as you and I should be deceived, as we were beyond all doubt, by this knave of a French corsair? I look upon it as so great a miracle myself, that it ought to follow instead of going before its companion." To this Andrea made an answer suitable to his greater information, and the discourse took its usual direction toward the means of doing something to relieve the two functionaries from the stigma that they mutually felt now rested on their sagacity, and that, too, as this sagacity might be considered conjointly or individually. It was probably owing to this fever of the mind that the vice-governor, a man usually so simple and